1,000 words ain't enough to define the body of, yeah. Caught her look and she wants it back. She's firing up that body up, yeah, babe. You think that I want you, but nah, babe. You're one in a million, but it's not for me. I'm not into girls with a plastic trace. Don't take it too personally, yeah. My fault, my bad. The word's out, but you aren't ready for it. Show off, appearance of I got this, but I got.
like we're from a different star, flying over streets and our broken hearts. But they can't even touch us, we found a different beat. Paradise is waiting and we bought the lead. Ooh, getting caught in the maze, there's so many that never get out of. They're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we go and we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game, and we ride on the flames till the morning light. Baby, 'cause we're dynamite. Ain't nobody gonna hold us down. Break all the rules, let them run and hide. Baby, 'cause we're dynamite. Gonna let the world know. We're from a different time, yeah, we're of a different breed. 'Cause what we got is timeless, we supersede. And we're holding the key, yeah, we're tight as can be. We're rolling, just like we please. Ooh, getting caught in the maze, there's so many that never get out of. We're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we go and we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game, and we ride on the flames till the morning light. Baby, 'cause we're dynamite. Ain't nobody gonna hold us down. Break all the rules, let them run and hide. Baby, 'cause we're dynamite. Gonna let the world know. Gonna let the world know.
Hello and welcome to what is so far a sunny Kyalami for our 9 hours of Kyalami here in South Africa. We've got 48 teams today. Everyone, it looks like so far, has made it into the server, bar one driver. RIP in chat for that person whose teammate absolutely shafted them today. So no doubt there's going to be some street fights in that garage a bit later on. But yes, it is quite sunny so far. The wind watch was picking up a little bit during the shakedown, but I think it looks like we're going to have a nice dry start to this race. Fingers crossed though for some precipitation during the event, because we know we like that type of thing here at OOR. Today we've got several commentators jumping into the booth. I'll be doing the broadcasting side of things for the most part. Happy birthday to OOR. It's our birthday yesterday. Completely forgot to even acknowledge our own birthday. So congratulations, everyone, and thank you for all your support so far. Hopefully today will be another classic race. This is our second 9-hour off Kyalami event. Last year we had one of the SRA teams, now called Open Source Audi. They won the event. They are racing today, so fingers crossed they have another nice clean one. Oh,
Call me fuckhead.
hello, gentlemen.
Malik.
Hello, Neil.
Beautiful.
Let me introduce you whilst you guys are talking about life's finer details. G'day, Patrick Oliver, Jamie Comboy, and Glenn Germain. How are we?
I am so excited for this beautiful event
How
that
excited?
you put together.
Excited out of 10?
I'd say 11, as
That's-
it's a bit of a redemption race around here in the special events for me. My first special event with OOI was here last year, so should be good to see where we can put the car.
Do we think there'll be rain today, or are we wanting rain? Patrick, you're probably going to say no.
Yep, you've read my mind. I think it doesn't look like it. The wind watch is only blowing 5 100s across the nose, so you know.
One can only hope, really.
Yeah, well, I'm not driving, so I'm quite happy for it to rain.
Same with me, Peabody, mate. I'm not driving today, so I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit of moisture maybe later on.
How dare you?
The shakedown, the original one we had before we had to restart the server at the beginning. I think the wind watch was about 13 kilometres an hour. Obviously, it's dropped now to 4. It's 9 a.m. on server. Track temp's 90 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. Oh, I hope so, though. The server settings, there's a chance. There is a chance, but the dry weather gods have shined down brightly on these drivers at the moment.
I mean, we probably said similar things at the start of the Imola race, didn't we?
We
and then
did.
look what happened. So
Imola just teased us.
yeah, but we
How
don't
is
speak
it?
of Imola anymore.
Actually, I think Imola did get a little bit of rain, didn't it, towards the end?
It had about 2.5 hours just towards the tail end of it.
Misano was
Spiced it
dry,
up.
though, I believe.
Yep.
Oh, you never know.
Tears.
You never know. Beautiful looking grid out there, though. Do we still have 48 out there?
I think so.
No, I am looking forward to critiquing some of these liveries, though. I only got a little taste last night with the AM class qualifying. There's only 4 cars on track, so with all cars available to me, I'll be having a close look.
I would like a full written debrief on all the cars, please, after the race.
Will do. I'll work on that for you.
A thesis.
That's the word I was looking for, but my 2 brain cells couldn't put that word together.
No, you're in race mode, mate. You're in race mode.
Yeah.
Patrick, I'm going to give you the controls to
Beautiful.
call the race start today because I've decided I don't want that.
So
I've done my
after
cursing for
our
the
talk
year.
last night, you've changed your mind.
I have.
Wow.
Unless I get
Well-
outvoted and the people want me to just do one lap. But
That's all right.
Last time you did one lap of Kyalami, Malik at the start. It was
it was
carnage.
interesting. It wasn't great.
But I don't know. This track kind of breeds that, but I'm happy to give it a go unless the general consensus is different.
We'll wait and see. We'll play this one by ear.
Also, anyone that might be new to our stream on YouTube, including the broadcasters, if you go to the YouTube chat, be sure to put it into the live chat mode, not just the top chat. I think it filters out some comments, so that's the best way to keep up to date with our beautiful community that will be watching for the next 9 hours.
thank you.
Looks like there's good old... we've had a couple of little server things, but that's pretty standard for these special events. I'll just have to
Yeah.
message... Oh, mate, anyway, I will let... I don't think anyone's really jumped up and down for it. Look, you're going to call it, Pat. I'm going to jump out, let you guys
I'll
take
give
the
it.
start of this race. Best of luck.
Thank you, Neil. Also, everyone, quick shout out to Neil and all of the people behind the scenes that have given up their time to put together such an amazing event that we are all about to participate in. So-
You've actually been called, Pat, to call it. They don't want the carnage.
That's all right.
Great.
Well,
I'll be back
maybe they
in-
do want the carnage, but they just want to hear what I have to say about it.
That's fair enough. Well, this is going to be the worst start you've ever seen now that they've jinxed it.
That's beautiful.
That is beautiful. All right, best of luck, gents.
Thanks, Neil. So, we have some usual faces topping this timetable in Andrew O'Hara and Philippa Bakita, but some maybe, I don't know, less usual suspects in the top 10 to 15 with one of our newer sprint acquisitions, that word is, in Daniel O'Donnell, and maybe some other names that we don't see a lot.
You would be forgiven for coming in here and thinking the Audi is a strong car looking at that top 10.
Yep.
Yeah, interesting to see Dan starting the race. He did the qualifying last night and really nailed it. So,
Definitely.
Yeah, he's really taken it upon himself to lead the team today, O'Donnell. Shout out to all the better blokes in chat at the moment.
I think that Q3 was one of the more competitive qualifyings I've seen in special event history that I've been here in OOR. I think
Incredibly close, wasn't it?
I think overall there was about, I don't know, less than a second. Everyone in the top 30 did under a 41, sorry.
Yeah.
So that's amazing. That's amazing pace. So it shows that people have put a lot of effort and preparation into this event, and let's hope that they can show that off and show us what they've got. Okay, so Andrew O'Hara leads Philippa Bakita, Sonicus, Samwise, Houlihan, around through Cheetah, up to the Crocodiles. No, that's the other way around. Crocodiles, then Cheetah. Serpiel, Kyrudin, O'Donnell, Clark, and Lai round out the top 10. Let's get excited for our first lap out of 9 hours worth at Kyalami here in South Africa, as they lead us around the last corner down the main straight towards that beautiful, beautiful green light. All perfectly lined up. And they are away, as everyone seems to get a pretty even start there. There's a Lamborghini in the background that turns it into 4 wide, because what else would you love to see on the start of a 9-hour race? Oh, a bit of hip and shoulder at the back there. Everyone's taking it nice and easy. Oh, there's a car around. That's an Audi around. Leads into the Aston Martin at the back there. There's a bit of a car park, but we will keep looking for. They're 4 wide there. There's some cars into the car park at the side there. Wow. It's just Neil just breeds this kind of thing around here, apparently, as they lead us up through Barbecue and towards Sunset for the first time.
All in all, not a bad start there. You could see that there was a couple of drivers who wanted to send it, but they didn't. They pulled back, so it's not too bad with just a couple of drivers off the track in the back. I did notice car 58's only coming over the start-finish line now, so I'm not sure what's happened back there.
There is a car around at Sunset. A lot of yellow flags there, as Izdafa has jumped up 1 position, I think. Bakita might have lost 1 off the start there. So O'Hara leading us around for the first lap, as the timing screen just gives up. So wow, let's just see how these people can look after their tyres for the first couple of laps of this 9-hour event, because it is so important to get the longevity of those tyres for your first couple of stints, I think.
Interesting to see if any of those cars that did have an accident in the first lap coming into the pits, you would hope not, and there's not too much damage, and they can continue on, but we'll keep an eye on that.
So as it all updates, it is still O'Hara, is Zadfa, Bakita, Lai. Sonicus has lost a couple, but Lai's had a cracker of a start, it looks like. Samwise Holmes maybe lost 1 or 2, and Tyson and Kyrudin still in those similar spots. Daniel O'Donnell doing a great job, as someone goes a bit deep there into turn 1, maybe struggling to get those pressures up. It is a bit cold there. It's just ticked over 9 AM in-game time, so hopefully everyone's done a bit of practice at different times of the days just to see how those pressures come about, especially with its the track's condition might have just ticked over to optimum. As Smith looks up the inside of Serpiel, they're going to go too wide through Sunset. And I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think this early in the race you just see how the pace of the people around you are and maybe let the fastest guys through and follow them, or do you defend that?
Well, Smith's certainly not taking it easy. He's up from 16th to 10th already. But he is one of the faster ones. I think that generally you're going to sit. If you're a slower car, yeah, you're not going to fight at this point. You're going to sit back. You're going to let things even out, find some space.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of
Yourself
people
some time.
taking it really easy, but there's a different breed of people, as you said, Smithy, and a few others that will just take those first 2 laps, know everyone is being a little bit quiet, and they'll certainly take their opportunities when they come.
Yep, take advantage of it.
Stephen Raschuti has been absolutely sent on the last lap as Zadfa kicks the fastest lap game off with a 41.1. That is a stellar race pace lap. So just goes to show that those top pro drivers, all in that top 10, are going to put their best work, as some Audis have a bit of a tussle already, unless that's the car coming out of the pits. Ryan Borg sends it up the inside, gets it done. Strap in. But who are our movers and shakers so far? I think Charles Clark is in about the same spot that they qualified in, top Pro-Am, which also made the shootout. Here we have Stephen Ty on the back of Ryan Borg.
I know that Stevie Lewis in the McLaren for the top AM class team, I know he had a good qualifying last night, but I'm not sure he started P25, so I think he's had a pretty good start down there as I said, the leading AM class driver.
Oh, it's a bit of a send up the S. It's a bit of a tough place to go too wide, as all these guys are just bunching up and trying to find that clean air and get into a bit of a rhythm, as we're only nearing the first 5 minutes of these 9 hours. As that car in the background almost gets into the back of another Audi. It is it's a popular manufacturer around this joint, apparently. And thank you, 09 Zomgfast, for the subscription in chat there. Well done. It's a little bit of a send, but it's still good to see. Like 5 minutes, I know it's not very long, but all these cars are still in a hell of a gaggle. As
Brian
Zadfa
is putting in the laps,
gone.
isn't he?
What the heck? That's my quality. That's better than my quality lap already.
Some of us can't do personal best that quick, and he's got 120 litres of fuel, if you don't mind.
Just why not? But yes, I think we should see people kind of relaxing a little bit now as we start to see our first few blue flags. Somehow, I think maybe people might have pitted early or had a bit of a hard time at the back there.
So you see Brian here in the number 1 entry. He's not going to let O'Hara get away from him, and he's pulling away from Bakita as well, which is no easy feat. What are we looking at here?
Sonicus has been overtaken by Lai, who was on an absolute tear of the start. I think they started close to the outside of the top 10. Yep.
Yeah,
so
10th, so
6 spots in the first
huge
7
start.
minutes. Great start there. And Samwise is no slouch, absolutely, especially in the Audi. I think it's one of his more favourable cars, and that's a great job from them, and hopefully they can extend on that gap. Everyone in chat, how many Audis do we think we're going to see finish in the top 10 out of 10? And you guys in the comms box.
Well, I'm interested to know how many there is on track at the moment. We've got, as I said, 48 drivers. Is it nearly half the field? I actually don't know how many there is.
Where's our statistician?
Someone in chat might be able to answer that for us and run through the entry list. But for me, I think there will be at least 5 that finish in there. And given the numbers that are in there at the moment, you could go as high as 6 or 7.
Yeah, I think it'll be dependent on that weather as well. Even though the wind watch has dropped off a little bit, it's It'll be interesting to see how many people have actually done those full stint practices to see how their tyres play out. Getting towards the later stages of the stints.
Dan Murphy's come through in chat for us and told us there's 16 Audis on track, and Sid reckons all of them are going to finish in the top 10, so that would be a pretty solid effort from the Audi drivers if they all squeeze in.
16 in the top 10.
Yeah, that
I'm no
doesn't
numbers
quite go,
guy.
but I'll...
Oh, as we see our huge punterino there by that highlighter yellow Bentley. That was terrible. That was a huge boop on the snoot. Jeez.
Stephen Ty and his luck, ladies and gentlemen.
We might see our first few penalties start to roll in as our stewards are probably 6 beers deep already. Wow, that was huge contact there. Maybe just still, I don't know. Hopefully people have practiced without those brake markers there. So, you know, see as they go very deep in the brakes again.
Oh, that's a send as well. 9 hours, boys and girls. Let's get through it.
Yeah,
A little bit
just got to
aggressive.
be careful. The thing here also is you don't want to ruin someone else's race in the first 10 minutes of a 9-hour race. Like, just those silly mistakes. Because you will make positions if you keep it clean and on the right line. So aggression is probably not the way to go too early.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And as you said before, looking after the tyres is of paramount importance in races this long. And if you're doing sends like that, you're probably getting on the anchors pretty hard too, which can obviously affect the tyres. So it is just keep it in line.
Have you done any long runs, Pat?
Oh, I have.
Fuel?
Was doing, yeah, we were doing it. The Bentley is actually, you know what, like despite its size, it's one of the lightest on the BOP, and it actually has the smallest roll cage footprint out of any of the GT3s, as we see our first replay here. Sorry. Now just watch this car. Did that get some help? That out in the front that did a 360. The replay looked a bit strange there. Just watch that front car. Oh, the replay's gone all sorts of weird, but it did get some help, I think. I think it did get some help, but they did a great 360. And that just checked them up, and the car, that highlighter green Bentley at the back, just didn't have enough time to react, apparently.
Squared up the tyres a bit.
Looked like they might have tried to brake on the grass on the outside, but anyway, they've lost out a few positions there. And I think we'll probably start to see some penalties come through. But back on that full fuel stuff, yeah, it's the Bentley's actually alright. You can run about 10 litres less than every other car to get 70 minutes out of it. And therefore, if you look after the rears nice and early, you can you don't see too big a drop off. So I was quite happy about that.
Yeah, ran the Bentley with Rusty at Misano, and we found the same, that we didn't need 110, 120 litres. We could cut it back to about 90 for a stint.
Yeah, it's so strange being one of the biggest cars and the most fuel efficient car on the grid. As Ali Kyrudin, which actually I'm not sure which A Kyrudin this is, but it's very unfortunate that his younger brother also has the same first letter of the first name. Is this Al or Ali? It's one of them. Following Samwise Holmes up to Le Coupe. I think that's how you... Le Cop. It's one of them. And these guys are in an absolute gaggle here as Stephen Lai is just towing everyone along. Yeah,
Everyone-
Howard, you're right.
Everyone, including Paige Senekis, who's consolidated on his excellent qualifying from yesterday. He's tucked away in 5th there and in this little gaggle.
And who else is that? That's Daniel O'Donnell just off screen there. So he's made back that position. He might have lost nice and early. And he's got Zach
Smithy
Smith,
hunting him down now, yeah.
absolutely no slouch, in our Pro Sprint Series winner last season in the Aston Martin, I think. So he's back in that favourable car. He's going to put up a good fight, those two.
Is it
Seems
just
to us-
me? Sorry, you go, people.
No, I was just going to say, it seems to have settled down a bit now. We've got a pretty distinct train forming.
I wanted to ask if the Aston and the Bentley logo look a little bit similar on the broadcast, because this is a mistake I made yesterday, and I was going to say that that's a Bentley, and you said it's an Aston, and I had to squint, so maybe I'm just getting old.
Well, on the broadcast, the Aston one looks more just like a line. The Bentley is got a thick belly and then like words under it.
It does have the Bentley text underneath it, doesn't it? Yep.
Yeah,
Right.
so
Fair
that's
enough.
how I decipher it. But they
My
do
mistake.
look a little bit similar on track. No worries, no stress, no stress at all. Now, this is the amazing thing about these events. These guys are so fast in our sprint series, and would all be on very similar pace. How are they going to go about their strategy? If you're racing here 4, 5, 6 deep for almost an hour, who's going to pull the plug? Who's going to pull the pin first? As Sonicus is right on the back here, so maybe he's looking to make a move and put some pressure on Lai. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of strategies we have.
I do love that. I do love that about these big events, these big 9-hour events, and the ones that we do. Because in the sprint series, you see the best drivers are spread out across the 4 splits, and you only get to see them in finals all really come together and put themselves against each other. So these 9-hour events, it's just like a big 9-hour finals, really.
Yep, and it's all about putting your strategy and all your thought processes into action, especially because these teams are also made up of 1, 2, or 3 other evenly skilled drivers. So it's all about there's so much thought that goes into this sometimes, especially when you're in a group like this. So here, Stephen Lai is just doing his pace in the front here, but if anything, he's also helping Philippa Bakita, who doesn't have a car on her rear bumper and just can go about her business, can look after the tyres, can make sure that she's putting the car where she wants to put it, and give her the best chance to stay close to someone like Brian Izadfa and Andrew O'Hara in front. As we see our first penalty, Isaac Norman, car 218, have got a 15-second penalty for a collision.
Unsafe rejoin, I thought. So that's before all the collisions and whatnot. We still haven't seen those penalties come through yet. But yeah, you're right. That is the first one that we've seen for an unsafe rejoin.
Look at this absolute gaggle. 6 cars now. That's a lot of pressure. And look, I agree with him. Just holding, because if you're going to try and let someone through, you're going to have 5 other cars trying to do the exact same thing. So what do you do?
Ryan O'Hara and Andrew Houlihan, probably the sitcom we didn't know we needed.
Yep. Oh dear. As we see a replay of the first lap, it is very tricky here, especially with 48 cars trying to do that. And that Aston, that pink highlighter Aston, and
So there's Isaac in car 218 out the side there, and he's the one who's got a penalty for this rejoin, and it's probably because he hasn't held his brakes, I guess. We're on
another pen. Don't know who that was for. I'm going to say car 689, Nichols. Is that 10 seconds? I'm also blind as a bat.
Yeah, I haven't got my goggles on at the moment. I should have thought about that. But yeah, that is a 10-second.
Oh, Samwise Holmes looks to make a move up the inside. I think this is Clubhouse. He's done. He's sending it. Well done. And now Stephen Lai has the pressure of Sonicus, the home advantage, going up towards the hill. What? So much pressure. 6. Look, I just think it's incredible. I know it's only been 15 minutes.
Yep.
But I think Samwise just got fed up. Hopefully he can start extending that gap and minimize the gap that I think that's 7 seconds to Philippa already. So you can see what all that battling has done. Skylie, sorry. Stephen S-Lie, you know. But yes, you can see what like defending and battling does to the deltas and the time that you will lose the people in front.
So it will be interesting now to see what Samwise does with that space that he's got in front of him. If he starts to pull away with his clean air.
Yep. Braden Ross in chat, are ignored yellows being policed in this event? I would say yes, as it's a pretty universal rule that there's no passing under yellow flags and all that, but I'm not sure how that would go with the lap 1 stuff. I think it's a bit of a tricky thing where you're like 4, 5, even 6 cars of breadth, and you're all trying to filter into that tricky turn 3 part of the track.
Yeah, you're not wrong about lap 1. There might be some leeway given. And for the later laps, it all comes down to whether the driver reports it too. The stewards can't be everywhere and they can't be looking at everything at all times. So if you're in the car and you think you've been passed under yellows, you've got to report that and give the stewards a chance to have a look.
Loudest Howard in the chat is pleading colour blindness, and a few of the drivers will be doing that, I'd say.
I think Tarquin has hit the nail on the head. If in doubt, just flag it with the race control protocols that we use, and they'll get to it if they see fit. As they go too wide down through Mineshaft, and Sonicus and now who's that? O'Donnell getting the move on.
O'Donnell won't give this up easily going into the cheetah.
That's such a tricky part of the track to go too wide, and he's probably going to lose out major here.
A little bit unlucky.
That's the tricky part of going too wide, especially through that one part of the track that's probably the most difficult, as you have to both play ball there, and unfortunately
he's a passionate man and he was never going to give up that spot easily, but you're right, he's probably undone himself a little bit there.
Yep. Oh, he's not giving up either. He is going to put it up the inside of Smith.
He wants one back, doesn't he?
Yep. But around here, 2 people have to play ball for the dancing.
He will be fired up now after that mistake.
Well, he's got plenty of time to work back into it over the rest of this stint.
Yep.
Doesn't need to be rushing it.
Definitely not. As Thomas Riley, oh dear, 10-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 2. So that is the car that I will be hopping into in 40 minutes. But yeah, Braden, I think, well, see, here's the tricky thing, right? I don't want to go too into detail, but for lap 1 in sector 1, I just don't know how quickly those yellow flags get thrown. So that is the point that I'm trying to make. It's like I'm agreeing with you on the passing under yellow flags, but it makes it difficult when, like, the whole sector's basically going to be yellow if 1 car's around or 4 cars are wide and people are off track and those kind of things. So I don't know. The stewards do a fabulous job here, especially volunteering their spare time. So we'll let them decide on those kinds of things.
Yeah, I never envy the stewards on those lap 1 incidents when there's just all sorts of things going on. You've got to review everything with a fine-tooth comb, and who started it and who didn't hold their brakes, and there's a lot going on. So
a big shout out to our co-admin Cameron Farmer, who is race director for this event. He has a number of stewards helping him, so they always get 2, 3, even sometimes 4 sets of eyes looking at all these incidents just to smash them out and make some light work of it all. Because I did do Misano, and that was a blast. Like from the steward's box, it was a blast. You have lots of people making it easy work, and just getting in a groove of checking the penalties channel, having a look at the replay, writing down the numbers, coming up with decisions, and just working as a team. I think that's a fabulous part of this community, is that no matter what aspect of the whole event or anywhere in the Discord that you want to become a part of, there will always be another person or multiple people that can help you in that aspect, and get many different, I don't know, ways of seeing it and going about things that you might not have seen. And I don't know, it's a great part about community, working as a team and helping people learn, even if they've been there. As it's to Murphy with the $25, thank you very much.
Just having a look at the 2-man teams. We've got 11 of them in the race today, which is a a big ask for a two-man team. Pat, you've got 3 or 4 in yours?
There are
Three.
4, yes.
4.
Yep.
Ah, yes, you have Brad as well.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Brad.
Who's at work right now?
I'm sure he'll be. He'll have it on somehow. Knowing
I
him.
reckon.
Speaking of Brad's, Brad in P2's just tucked away at 6/10 behind O'Hara, and I don't think
Brad.
he's pushing him too hard.
It's Brian.
Brian insofar, is it? Well, what a poor segue that was.
It's a good
But
try.
I did call
Apologies,
Sky
Brian.
Steven before, so, you know, for the first 20 minutes I was calling Sky Lie, Steven Lie.
This is Regan Herbert, so he's now known as Ronald Herbert, doing work in the 45 car.
Yep. But no, it's tricky, you know. There's so many names here, and then cars have 2 to 4 other names in the car, so, you know, we're doing our best, even though now I realise that you can look at the bottom right of the
I was
screen.
just going to
like,
say
there's their whole name.
Oh, well. Facts
Okay,
for
thank
later.
you, race control. Bender will look after all complaints. Perfect. So just DM David McNulty on Discord. He will look after it.
He's a very talented man. Apparently.
Yep. Always have to put apparently, because we don't even know. So who is this? This is actually Stephen Ty on the back of, I can't even read, someone Stimson. So
I'm going to go
Okay.
with Barry Stimson.
I'm going to go with Greg. I think it's Greg.
Peabody,
But
your thoughts?
Yeah. I'm
perfect.
stumped.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Barry
Um,
and or Greg Stimson.
But yeah, they're just looking, everyone's looking quite stable. Or as Stephen loses the rear end a little bit there. But I think Glenn, frick. It was close. Glenn, sorry. Apologies to Glenn's family and friends that might be listening. But yep, looking like they're just towing the Stephen around here, doing the right thing, not being too aggressive.
Yeah, the race has settled down a little bit now. We haven't got as many battle packs happening, and everyone's looking really smooth and clean. And you're not wrong. Now we tuck in and get ready for the next sort of 45 minutes of the end of this stint.
Of who knows what.
Are you in the car next, Patrick?
I am. So I've got about 30 minutes of this, and then you will be taking over, I think.
Looking forward to not cursing you
That's alright, you can
at
try.
every opportunity.
I enjoy it. I mean, it's funny talking about cursing, how seriously some people take cursing, like the commentators aren't supposed to talk about what's going on the screen.
I remember my first curse when Mull got me during a Formula 1 race last year, and I was a bit the same. I was taken aback. I thought, oh, you know, I've been cursed. And I felt personally affronted for some reason, and then I thought about it, hang on, that has no effect on my driving. And he even apologised for it, and I thought, hang on, how am I supposed to feel about this? So I sort of understand where those guys are coming from to a certain extent, but you're not wrong. It's absolutely got no effect on your driving,
Yeah,
unless I guess you've got the stream open. So I'm not the kind of guy who sits there with a second screen and has the stream open and am listening to the commentary as I drive. I don't know if there's anyone out there who does that, but that may be a different sort of curse. If you do hear your name pop up and you think, oh, I'm doing all right here, and then all of a sudden you've binned it, that's a proper curse, that one.
That sounds like a bit of your own fault kind of business. I don't know. It's their job at the end of the day to talk about what they're seeing on their screen, and if unfortunately some bad juju comes your way and you bin it, well, that's racing, you know. As David Bartlett is towing around Matthew Lamb, who is also no slouch in the... Oh wait, no, that's S. Gales. Let's go with Stephen Gales. Stuart, God,
Good effort.
we're getting worse.
we got to commit to it now, though. Everyone's got a different name.
Yep, who could be one of our few North American entries. I saw the American flag on his player card down the bottom. So, you know, it's a worldwide event. It's not just Asia Pacific.
That's a great effort. What time would it be over there right now? Anyone got their calculator?
It'd be like
Depends on what time zone you're in, but it'd be pretty late.
9 p.m. maybe. It's there Friday night. It's all right. Leading into the weekend. Real gamer hours. As Zach Smith is on a bit of a charge now in front of Skylie, who has Charles Clark, our leading Pro-Am, honing in on that rear bumper of that Porsche that looks like it might have had a bit of a boop early on.
This is O'Donnell up behind Skylie. Clarkie's a couple of seconds behind these boys, but O'Donnell, after his mistakes earlier on, will be looking to make amends and get past Skylie. He'd want to stick behind Smithy. He knows Smithy's a fast driver, and he'll want to tuck in behind him. So I wouldn't be surprised if O'Donnell looks for a little pass here at some point.
And Dan is no slouch. We've seen him in his debut season in the sprints as Dylan Lester, car 846, gets a 10-second penalty, causing a collision on lap 4. Thank you, Chris Ellis, for the $20 through Super Chat. Welcome. Thank you for the donation. But yes, it's good to see these names that, I don't know, a few of us might have seen in the rookie series not too long ago, who are now in the sprint series and putting their time towards stuff like this special event. Yeah, I agree, Virtuous. I think it is a bit of a meme. Cancel culture, that's what cursing is. Yep, Greenie, I did see that, but I'll still jump out in about 30 minutes.
Lurkies has got us on, and he's listening to us do this 9 hours on his 10-hour drive from Scotland to Devon. That's a great effort. Hello, Lurkies. Hello from Australia, and good luck on your drive. Please drive safely. Please don't text. Get in YouTube chat while you're driving. I hope you've pulled over for that one. But welcome.
He's doing his own 10-hour event. Just had to one-up us, I guess.
What's your strategy, Lurkies? You got a couple of pit stops planned, I assume, and maybe a partner in the side to pull over? Yeah, the wife currently driving. That's good. Yes, there's a good strategy.
Perfect strategy.
Currently 3:37 a.m. where you are. Must be...
Oof.
Speaking of Misano...
So he started almost when our event started, so he's just trying to recreate what we're doing, I guess. Perfect job.
So, Min's on the back of Borg here.
Yep.
Just rapidly reeling him in. He started, Min started in P12, so it's dropped a couple of places, but he's still pretty close to Borg.
Yep, neither of these drivers are slouches whatsoever. Min has some rapid pace, and so does Ryan Borg. Thank you, Race Control. As Lurchie's 10-hour event. It's going to be our next OR special event, I heard. Talking about the future, I guess that's close. The 12 hours of Silverstone will be our next event. So if anyone in the chat has thought about special events and is doing any other racing in OR, be sure to keep an eye on the website and the Discord for more updates when that happens in the future. No, Nick, you'd be wrong. I think she is being led by Andrew O'Hara and Brian Azadfa. So, yep, there you go. What's that? Less than a second to Azadfa behind, and Bakita is 4.2 behind them. So, you know, she's got some stiff competition in those two drivers.
Yep, and those gaps have remained about the same for the last sort of 4 or 5 laps now. So those guys have really settled in. They know what their strategy's about. And Sam Wise has done well to pull a little bit of a gap on Page there in P5, and he's tucked in as well. So the top 5, 6, all looking like they're really settled in now.
And everyone in chat, I also want to remind you that this is a long day. So if you haven't already, don't forget to every now and then stand up, go for a little bit of a walk, get some water in you, and look after yourself. 'Cause it's
You will
important.
have the drink.
It's important.
Kimmy
Everyone
would
must
say.
hydrate. Well, hopefully your drink works compared to his drink. That seems to never work. Well, Nick
Philip is
seems
going
like...
to... Sorry.
No, you go.
I was just going to say, Philip will be enjoying the fresh air of having 4 seconds. You know, I know ideally you don't want to be 4.7 seconds behind the people you're racing, but it's a long day. And you can look after the car, you can look after the tyres for the stint, and bring it home nice and fresh in good position. It's because
No, definitely.
4.7 is nothing over the full day.
I think she would rather be in her own mind, be able to look after the tyres and run her own race rather than having a car right on a bumper or be, I don't know, trying to scare someone in front of her. I think she's one of the smartest drivers in this community and knows that it's a 9-hour race and has 2 other drivers in James Vecchio and Sean Madison, who are also great consistent drivers in this community. So she will just do her thing, bring it home and start the cycle, rinse and repeat.
There is an interesting point there you've made about the gaps and the tyres, with Zidford has just gone from 7/10 to 2/10. So I don't know whether O'Hara's made a mistake at some point, but Bakita's sitting far enough back that she's obviously not getting any wear on her tyres. Now, I don't know the difference between F1 and GT3 cars, but I know that in an F1 car, if you're holding a gap of 2/10 or even 7/10, you're probably getting some dirty air and therefore damaging your tyres. I wonder if that's a thing in GT3 cars. I know there's a lot less dirty air, but that might be why Bakita's holding that gap. She knows she's got really clean air and should be doing no damage. And I'm wondering if Azidfa up there with, you know, that 3/10 gap, is he doing any damage to his tyres with that sort of gap?
I don't think it's that detrimental compared to F1. I think you do lose a bit of that. As we see a replay here, I'm not sure of blue flags but that is an unfortunate little boop on the snoot and that Lamborghini, and both of them just kiss one more time. That's unfortunate, but I think it's not as detrimental as Formula 1. It is definitely an advantage to be in a position like Bakita. But yeah, I don't know. I think O'Hara will be starting to see traffic. I think that might be why so you see those 2 cars in front. That is the mobile blue flags of Linton Wills, who was in the chat not too long ago, but I think you'll start to see it fluctuate a little bit more as they'll be working through traffic and all that sort of stuff. They're all doing a great job, as Hooli Cam did say. Top 3 are just chilling. I think there's no advantage for Brian to force an error, because if I know one thing, that man in P1 does not budge. He doesn't get debated into moves. He doesn't force moves, as we see mobile blue flags doing the perfect thing there, just lifting out of the apex and letting the 2 guys by. But if I know one thing, Andy does not give in to those half moves, as Kranich just awkwardly leaving a car on the apex there as they get through. Well done. Mobile blue flagged. There's
That's the car.
Bugger off. I'm coming through. But yeah, I don't know if I said a really roundabout way of explaining that. As JP gets a 5-second penalty causing collision on lap 8, I believe that was. As Megan D, another female entry into the event today, gets right on the rear bumper of Bruno Gallo, who's also another Sprint Series driver. There's a pretty big look at this. Look at basically all of those Pro-Ams from P22
Big
Like,
block of them there, isn't there?
Yeah, goes to show that classification is doing its thing.
Megan D loves her McLaren. I'm actually interested to see what sort of performance she can pull out of this car. She's very quick in that car in the Sprint Series. She's not in the Sprint Series in the McLaren this year. I think she's moved to Ferrari, but in my first Sprint Series last year, she was a really big help to me with, set up some chat about the McLaren. She knows a lot about that car, so as it's not really strong here, as I also know pretty well, she can... I'm interested, as I said, I'm interested to see what sort of results she can pull out of that. She's not the top McLaren, interesting enough, at the moment. Chris Withers up there in P25, doing a good effort up there at the moment. But, yeah, Megan's very quick in this car, so, interested to see how they go.
See, this is like what we were talking about earlier with the pros, those top 6 from P4 onwards, just following each other. The same thing, pretty much, with slightly bigger gaps and maybe 1 or 2 cars less, that is happening here. Oh, as she has almost a cheater moment. That was an absolute save and a half. Too much sausage. Golly gosh. But yeah, the same thing happening. You going, I'm like being Chris Withers in front and having someone like Bruno Gallo behind you. You got to. This is where the decisions come like into fruition. You need to think, am I going to lose time by letting them through as Bruno goes through on the inside? And Megan says, thank you very much. I will take that as well.
Yeah, very opportunistic. Chris made a little error there at turn 2. I nearly called it turn 1, but I get in trouble because turn 1's the kink.
You get a stop go 30 for calling it turn 1.
I held on to it. So, yeah, down there at Crowthorne, turn 2, a little bit of a mistake from Chris, unfortunately, and he's lost out a couple of spots there.
But I think that is the perfect strategy, what Bruno and Megan were doing there. They're just racing. They're racing their own race behind a car who will be towing them along and helping in a way. And you just wait for those opportunities, because at the end of the day, everyone is human, and those opportunities do come about sometimes. And as this Mercedes, that's not a Mercedes, that's a Bentley of Timothy Brook, who is also another North American entrant, goes up the inside of Lecop and bit of hip and shoulder. Touch. I don't think it's redress worthy, but I think that's a bit of play on. Bit of Dusty Martin, don't argue, from that Bentley. As Bub now also thinking about making a move, goes to the inside but gets blocked. Maybe a little bit of a late decision, but play on, I reckon. Umpire's hands are in the air as they go single file for another lap. See, this is great. See, this is the thing about these events, that almost anywhere on track, no matter your class, you will have those moments where you're following a bunch of cars. They're doing their thing. You're thinking about doing your thing. Like, there's so much that goes into these events. It's not just pedal go brr, other pedal go skirt, and you steer. There's so much thought and strategy that go into these events.
Can you pronounce Bart's last name here? I'm only asking because I've done my homework here, so I know.
I think it's Zervitz. It's something like that.
It's a very good effort. Peabody, do you want to have a crack at it?
Chevitz?
Yeah, very nice.
Zervitz,
yeah.
there you go. Is he Polish or something? What is that?
I can't see his flag there. I'm not sure, but I guess there is a bit of.
It's got to be something.
There's no Z in it. Can't be Polish.
Well, he is Australian, but
there is a Z in it.
Can we find his what's that thing? Ancestry.com.
Speaking of Polish, I do know we have a Polish ancestry driver. If aside from Bart, I don't know if I can see him at the moment, but Simo's in here. He's Simon. I can't get his last name, and he's going to butcher me for the.
Thank
you.
They're just sorry, I had a news alert with that unfortunate entry. They did have some issues entering the server, and unfortunately Simon isn't able to race today.
No. So is that the car that has been taken off? It means
I think because they joined and accidentally in the wrong order. I think that screwed with their entry list, and that means that
So that's Paul Boxall and Robert Fluke, the other two drivers in that car, with a disappointing day, I'm afraid. 2-man
entry now instead of a 3-man entry.
Oh, okay, so they are still racing though.
Yeah, but Simon won't be able to, because I
Okay.
think it shows up as him being offline when he joins, but the other
Yep.
two are online. So, but anyway,
I did see his name on the MFD before, so but yeah, of course, if he's driver 1, he's probably going to come up while someone else is in the car. So that's disappointing for him.
but we did see a DT. I didn't see who that was for. Maybe for track limits. Okay, let me find the penalties channel. I can do this. That was for car 82 for a collision on lap 19. They got a drive-through.
Thank you,
So-
chat, for confirming that he is Polish. I'm going to be butchering more than car shapes and driver names all day long. So if you could correct me as we go along, I'd much appreciate it.
So maybe they were alright. Well, maybe I'm wrong. But I was reading that in the chat room earlier, that there was a bit of a excuse me entering, as Skylie has entered the pits. So this is the time in the race where all these front runners are going to be starting to think about strategy. I don't think there's a lot of opportunity for free air, like Philippa Paquita has ended up in, just naturally, compared to the rest of the field. But I don't know. You're going to have to try and work some magic here. 48 entries does not make clean air easy.
Clarkie's still up there in the top 10 as the leading Pro-Am driver. It looks like they are well clear of P2 in Pro-Am, so they're looking really good at this early stage of the race, but easy to say that with 8 hours to go.
Okay, so poor Boxell, who misses out in the race today.
Boxy's the one missing, right?
You owe him a dinner date. Well, have you heard of YouTube Prime? No, sorry, that's not the right thing. What is it?
No, I think a scientific dinner will be just about perfect for that man. That will be fine. They'll carry on, but yeah, a little bit disappointing for Boxy, I'm afraid.
Yep, definitely. And good afternoon, Jan. Everyone in chat say hello to Jan.
Hello, Jan. There she is.
That's the stream nan. She looks after us all, especially Gibbo, Mull, and Pitts.
Yeah, Jane's normally one of the first on the YouTube chat for each
Also,
the sprint rounds.
definitely, she attends as many splits as she can. She probably has a busier life than myself, but also everyone, don't forget to support the stream. It's so easy, hitting that subscribe button, hitting that thumbs up to show some support. Don't forget, at 100 likes, Mullick's 12-year-old golden retriever Max gets fed 1 biscuit, so you know he will live another day. There's an asterisk there.
If I remember correctly, at 100 likes, Max gets fed. At 200 likes, Max gets fed on stream. And I think there was also at 300 likes, Mull will eat Max's food. So surely that's still on the table. I think that came up in Misano, and I'd like to hold him to that. I don't think we get 300 likes today, but at some point that's got to happen.
I concur. I think Mull could do with a dog Bicky right now, or a Schmacko, because dogs go wacko for Schmackos, even though Schmackos are terrible for dogs. As Pignata goes up the inside of what car was that? No, Clark goes up the inside of Pignata. Sorry, I am just absolutely useless here. As Rashuti is right on the tail, so this is it. This come down to the the late part of the first stint here at Kyalami. I don't think there was a pineapple tattoo bet, Jeremy, this year, because there are about 4 cars that were in the 39s.
You've done well, JC. The likes have just jumped by 10. So
No, that was all Pat. He called that out.
Team effort, everyone. It's always a team effort.
That's it.
This beautiful community tries and looks after us, even our animals.
No, as Pat said, it's really not hard to get around the like button and smash that. So good work,
easy.
everyone.
If you aren't already a part of the Discord somehow, be sure to join there and keep up to date with all of our other series and announcements. There's lots of stuff going on. Abdul, thank you for the subscription. But yes, there's also something that was announced the other day called the OOR Showcase, where Octane Online Racing are looking to promote some content creators that might go a little bit under the radar. So I think there's a bit of stuff going on in the works there. If you haven't already, check the Discord for the announcements channel, and be sure to talk to Neil, our beautiful co-owner. But yes, Jan, see, I love to see that stuff. Like, I don't know, my parents and grandparents aren't too hip with the technology and the streams. They're only just able to view my Twitch streams every other week for Sprint. So it's great to see people of all ages and backgrounds and whatever getting amongst it, you know? It's something that's a bit fresh to the world, I think, sim racing and broadcasting, and I think OOR are doing a fabulous job.
I was surprised when I first joined by the age demographic of sim races, to be honest. I thought it'd be a little bit younger, but there's a huge range of ages that participate.
Yeah, well, I think it's like motorsports fans don't. Well, I mean, because I don't know. Growing up, obviously, I wanted to race anything, but don't have the money, so I played sports instead. And now discovering sim racing in peak lockdown time here in Melbourne, I think it's opened my eyes to what like beautiful other avenues you have. Like the amount of communities that are out there that have any type of racing on any simulator or game is just fabulous. And I think it's great to see people of different age ranges and backgrounds and literally so many different parts of the world racing. Even in OOR, I'm not... Malik, you can probably enlighten me to this statistic, but how many countries do people come from in the OOR community that are signed up to racing? There was an astonishing number.
So a large amount of ages and, as I said, a large amount of countries participating. But I was the same as you, Pat. When I first joined, I wanted to be a race car driver. So I got a steering wheel and I got some pedals and I thought, oh, this is great. But then I realised how good and close ACC was to the real thing and battling other drivers. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I better find a community. And then after finding OOR, you're not wrong. It's one thing to be a race car driver, but to find people like-minded who all share that and to be a part of this community is just incredible. So spot on. And as you said, there's a couple of people in chat saying the same thing. It's got us through lockdown, hasn't it? It's been, especially in Victoria and I don't know where else, New South Wales has had a pretty long lockdown as well, but you've been cooped at home, you've had nowhere to go, you've had nothing to do. It's really gotten me, especially through lockdown. So
Yep. Now add South Tasmania to that group of areas.
I noticed that. Yes,
Yep,
Mull was
spicy.
saying that it's been pretty clear down there, and they've been able to do what they want. But that's not the case now. I don't know whether you're in North or South Tasmania, Mull, but yeah, it's just another one on the list. Queensland, I think everyone's had one by now, haven't they?
Surely, I think. I don't know about Northern Territory, but everyone else. We don't have to talk about politics, but Jeremy, you're right. More does come off the top of your head at 40. Sorry, shout out to all our drivers who might be 40 or over. Love to see it. I see what I could relate OOR to, I don't know, is like a sports club kind of thing. It's the same kind of vibe. You need volunteers to run the thing because at the end of the day you wouldn't survive without the people's time and efforts. And I don't know, you need, it's great. I could go on for days about that, but it's how I explain being part of a community like OOR.
And Hunter Page makes an excellent point there in chat too. I was just playing single player and getting, what I thought was amazing lap times. Well, this is great. I'm a race car driver. I'm so far. You don't realise until you get into battles with real people how much learning you've got to do and how much faster you can be. And joining in the rookie series was what a way into sim racing this rookie series is.
So many great resources in the community. Even if you don't want to race in a series, there are people that are willing to help no matter the car, the track, the combination, whatever it is. There will be another person that has had that question or that can answer that question. So,
and that's the beauty of the rookie series too, is this game doesn't have an instruction manual. It doesn't have, you can't just open up a book inside your. You used to get Xbox games and you'd open them up and there's a little book in there with all the buttons and everything, and it tells you what to. There's nothing for ACC. So if you've got a question in ACC, you don't know where to go, but in the rookie series there is an answer to every question, and then there's probably a discussion about that question, and you can get different perspectives as well. So incredible
awesome.
effort, the OOR rookie series. I can't stress enough how important that was for me. But if you're thinking about signing up and getting into OOR, that rookie series is definitely the place to start.
I can only support those comments. I'm in my second season of rookies. I'm one of the older guys. I'm closer to 60 than anything, and I only started last year with sim racing, and finding this community has been one of the best things that's happened to me. The help and the vibe of as they said in the castle, it's the vibe, it's Marbo, it's the help that we've got, the professionalism, the guys around here are awesome. So I'm just pleased to maybe give something back.
Yeah, definitely. And it, I don't know. We could go on and on and on, but what this community does, it gets rid of a Google search. Like, that's how I thought about it. Straight up, it's like you can ask a person, you can ask a real human, and you don't have to skim forums usually for the response. So yeah, it's I don't know. I think a couple of people might have been a bit unfortunate to miss maybe the debut season of the rookie series, but now that resource is there, they can always go back and they can ask the people. And even now we have a wonderful thing of Cam's coaching sessions. So for a really great price, for arguably not enough money, because Cam gives you so many resources and so much help in those sessions. I've had one. Yeah, if anyone in chat is looking for one-on-one private coaching, I would say definitely check out Viking Cam sessions. You know him as a man that talks a lot about sausages, but he's got so much knowledge that it can definitely help anyone of any skill. Sprint, rookie, endurance, special, whatever series you are in, go to that man.
What is worth its weight in gold is the sound of that man's voice.
Yeah.
You can't pay enough for that.
Especially when he talks about sausages.
Don't get him started on the sausages, boys. Come on. We've got 7 hours, 8 hours to go.
Definitely.
He hasn't handed out any penalties recently, so he's probably listening.
The usual suspects. Adva is closing slightly, but I think Andrew's just getting settled in here. He is probably calmer compared to his two other teammates in Daniel Hunter and Mitchell Hobbs, who are probably nervous as heck, looking to get behind the wheel. As I don't know who that lead Porsche there is, Bruno Gallo maybe. Yep. He's just towing along. We're back to this same thing of one car leading 3+ cars, and you got the job of either keeping up pace or letting them through and looking after your tyres, and it's so fun. As one of our next commentators, Braden Ross, has entered the party.
Hello, how
Pretty good, mate. How's your day been so far?
It's been good. I've just been looking forward to this race. Like, I'm not racing today, but it's been like any other race day. Like, I've had the jitters and everything. I've been excited to watch it. Watching this first hour has been absolutely killer. There's been so much going on. Such good battles so early on as well. Lap 1 was obviously a little bit of a disgrace, but that happens at every race, whether it's an endurance, a special event, or a sprint, unfortunately. But yeah, it's going just as planned so far, I suppose.
Yeah, this track kind of breeds that unfortunate first lap dilemma where it all funnels so tight into that turn 2, 3, 4, whole first sector basically. So
yeah, absolutely. It's that left right kind of nature in the first sector. When you're all bunched up and side by side, jostling for position, it's almost impossible to avoid contact. So yeah,
Yeah.
obviously someone's going to bear the brunt of it. But
Yep.
it is a 9-hour race, and we're only 1 hour into it, so there's a long way to go, there's a long way to recover. And there is nothing, in my opinion, there is nothing more enjoyable than a successful recovery drive.
Definitely putting that strategy and all that thought process into action is definitely a thing of beauty. But with that being said, I might love you guys and leave you. I will see you all probably within the next 8 hours. So enjoy, lads.
Yeah, we'll see you
Excellent
on
work
screen
from
in
you,
a moment, mate. Good luck.
Good luck in your
Thanks.
stint, mate. Keep it
Thanks.
safe.
See ya.
So, yeah.
Hello, Braden.
Hello. There's
Welcome.
been some big movers this race, and nice to see that Pro-Am driver in the Odyssey 219 car that's holding strong in the top 10. Still P9, started P9, so that's nice.
Certainly showing
these
that
are
his
just
quali lap wasn't a fluke. He's done really well to keep it up there. He's made a few moves too and had a few made on him. So he's been battling. It's not been an easy streak for him. He's doing well.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had my eyes fixed on the Odyssey cars, obviously being the guy who's managed all of these guys, and they gave them the space just to practice for the event. I've dealt with all the administration stuff, so I've just been fixed on these 4 cars. Obviously, one of them's seen a little bit of sadness, but yeah, it's a much better special event for 219 because the last time out for the Misano 8-hour midnight at Misano, they didn't even get to start the race because they were unsuccessful with the server joining proceedings. So I made sure I grinded into everyone before today. You are driver number 1 on the list. Make sure you are the person that is joining the server first. Yeah, they've got it all together. So all they have to do is focus on driving and not killing themselves or each other.
What was your... Is there a reason you're not racing today, Braden?
It's my partner's 30th birthday today. And I feel like I would be in the bad books if I decided to do a 9-hour race. So I've traded it out for a bit of commentary.
Speaking of good strategies, that's one. Well played.
Happy wife, happy life, I suppose. That's what they say.
I see the 217 cars nipped into the pits.
Yeah, so being an hour into the race, I think your average stint is going to be anywhere between 60 to 70 minutes, depending on how the fuel goes in each manufacturer of car. So we are going to be seeing a lot of cars dive into the pits in the next 10 minutes and do a driver swap and shuffle around. So it'll be interesting to see who can have the most efficient pit stops and who's going to be... Ooh, race control. Happy birthday to the person who has put up with Braden Ross. Yeah, I'm sure she says thank you. She's not watching. She has no interest in this, unfortunately. I should yell out to her and tell her to put it on. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there's going to be any position shuffles over the pit stops.
I see you've got some love from the chat too there, from Hobbsy.
Yeah, he's probably the only one. Dan might jump in and say something nice as well, but that's about it. They're the only 2 supporters I have.
We're watching Min Nguyen here in the 717 car. One of the Alpha Venturi entries. He's also a very new... he's new to ACC at least. I'm not sure what sort of sim racing he's done previously, but he was in the rookie series for a small amount of time and was pretty rapid there and has come into the sprint series and very quickly went from AM to Pro-Am to, I think, Pro, and is in a Pro class car here. So certainly no slouch. In an Audi as well. So on for a good result.
Yeah, last rookie season, Min killed it in the Bentley. I was in the Bentley too, but I was about a lap and a half behind him in every sprint. So,
yep, I was a bit like that too. I thought I was reasonably quick, and then I think Min joined about halfway through my rookie series and took off up the front, and you just couldn't keep up with him. So very quickly stamped himself as a fast driver and earned his place as a pro driver. So looking very sharp here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of Audis that are looking sharp around this circuit. It seems like it's the car to be in for this one. We've seen some blistering times. I think, was it 7 out of the 10 cars in the top 10 shootout last night were Audis?
Yep.
That's a bit
speaks
of
a lot. Speaks a lot about the strength of that car here.
We've just seen Rashuti in car number 90, the Honda, dive into the pits as well.
And we were saying that the Audi's strong, but it also speaks volumes to the strength of O'Hara and Bakita, who aren't in Audis and still held that P1 and P2 position as they so often do.
Yeah, I've been watching O'Hara and Isadfa at the front there, and I feel like O'Hara's going to have some great straight line speed in that Honda, and that's going to be helping Isadfa's case with the slipstream being 4/10, and they've been within that second bracket pretty much all race. That slipstream is going to be helping their case, and then you've got Bokita in the Porsche, 6.2 seconds down the road. I dare say a lot of that delta has been opened up due to the straight line speed, because that Porsche is not great. I think there is about 9-10 kilometer difference at the top speed at the end of the straight. So yeah, it's that slipstream is really helping Brian there, and yeah, obviously Bokita, it's working the opposite way around, not having a car in front of her to get that slipstream.
Great
Obviously, traffic, back markers and stuff are going to help that, but I think a lot of the time they're going to be getting out of the way before they decide to help her all the way down the straight.
Great point. And that's why it was important, I guess, that Brian made that move in the early laps to get past Bokita, because it would have been his aim was to tuck in behind the Honda, and it's certainly working out for him. You'll have to give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back, boys.
Not a problem. We've seen Dan O'Donnell come into the pits as well, so these pit cycles are starting to get a little more active. We start to see who the second driver is going to be. I think commonly the strat is either you get your fast driver in for the first stint to go as long as they possibly can and just get a good track position and then try and hold it for the rest of the race. Or the strategy is sometimes get the slower driver in to deal with the traffic and the mess at the start, and then second stint, that's when you get your quickest driver in to start crunching delta and chasing down those times and see if they can just make position after position, just chasing the cars ahead instead of being part of a mess and wasting the resource that is their right foot. It'll be interesting to see who's going to be out there. Obviously, the car at the front, O'Hara, they've decided to go with their fastest driver to hold position, which is really a very wise move if you're up the front. But when you're in the mid-pack, sometimes it's a little more wise to get one of the slower drivers in for the first stint.
The gap between Bokita and Samwise Holmes has been opening up just consistently. So this, going back to your point about the speed of the Porsche versus the Audis, bit of a gap forming there, and between Bokita and Holmes and the rest of the team.
So I've just seen a 5-second penalty for ignoring blue flags for Hunter Page, which is car number 58, come through. So that's a bit of a no-no. And if you're already dealing with blue flags, if you're already a back marker, you've got to be pretty good with it, because you're going to be dealing with it for the next 8 hours. Especially being, they are actually a two-man for this race, so they've got their work cut out for them. There's not many two-man teams going on. I'll give you a count. I'll just give you a brief count of how many two-man drivers we have. I have done this event as a two-man, and let me tell you, it is one of the hardest things I've ever done. Just due to the sheer pain that I started to get in my knees from like hitting the brake and the throttle so hard. Just being so active in the legs, the ankles obviously started to go for a while as well. And the thing that starts to go that you really need is your mind as well. You start to go a little bit insane, I suppose. I was lucky enough that I was doing it with a guy named Mitch Pittard, who goes just as insane as I do. So it was good that we're on the same page when the insanity kicked in. But yeah, two-manning a 9-hour. I definitely do not recommend, and if any of these two-man teams can pull a good result from this, then it's hats off to them, because it's a big task.
I think there was about 11 of them, Braden.
Really
12.
ups the amount of
12. There you go. Yeah.
It ups the amount of respect you feel for the guys who do this in the real world too, because we're sitting here in our non-motion, non-G-force sim rigs with, air conditioners on and as good conditions as we can manage.
Yeah, that's right. You don't hear someone like Christopher Myers yelling out, "Hey, hun, can you please bring me a can of Coke?" when they're midway through a race.
But you make a good point too, though. I've done only 3-man teams and 4-man teams so far, and every time I finish those races, it feels like I've just about reached my limit. So to do it in a two-man team, as you said, it's something I'll probably tackle one day, but yeah, it'd be a supreme effort for two guys to come together and pull a good result out today.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of those things. Try it once, but don't ever do it again. You won't want to. We're just watching Washington give Kingston a bit of grief here, and Kingston runs a little bit wide. Yeah, Washington really trying to find that position. He's getting right on the back as he comes through the last bend. He wants to get a really nice exit so he can latch onto that slipstream, see if he can make a move coming into turn 2. As I'll say, without getting in trouble, because this is turn 1. Not quite close enough. We will carry on. I think there's obviously a bit of a straight line speed difference between the Aston and the Audi does top a little bit. Just going through the back marker there. I'm not sure there was the orange Audi. I believe that may be another back marker behind them that's keeping up with them. So good job to that back marker for having a bit of pace on him. Washington showing his nose, showing his presence. Wants to try and force a mistake out of the Audi. He has seen on the previous lap that a mistake can come from his Audi. So if he keeps showing the nose, putting on the pressure, maybe the pressure just might get to Kingston here. But at the same time, you don't want to be too aggressive and then end up making your own mistake, because then you start losing precious time and you've got to work really hard to get it all back.
So both these drivers have just stepped into the car, if I'm not mistaken. I think Washington's replaced Smithy and Kingston's replaced O'Donnell. And if I'm not mistaken, Smith was in front of O'Donnell before the pit stop, so there might have been a bit of shenanigans with some blue flags or something as they came out of the pits, perhaps, because Jeremy's certainly putting Connor under a bit of pressure here early on in their stint.
Yeah, very possible. The other possibility is just the efficiency of getting on the blocks in the pit. Sometimes it can save you. It can waste quite a number of seconds if you don't get it right, because they shift the car over and the car drops, and then they lift the car again, and then the pit stop starts, and it does end up costing a lot of time. So practicing pit stops for these events is definitely paramount, because you've got to do it maybe 7 or 8 odd times.
Page up there in P2, he's just enjoying the fact that he's yet to pit yet. He's up there in, as I said, P2, so he'll take a photo of that and say, look at me, I was P2 in the 9 hours of Kyalami. It's his home race for Peach, so give him a shout.
Yeah, he'll want to be getting into the pits within the next 25 seconds, otherwise that driver stint timer is going to punish him, and I believe the penalty is 130 seconds for exceeding a driver stint time.
That's nothing to sneeze at. You don't want one of those.
No, absolutely not. I believe race control may alter it a bit. I don't think they'll leave 130 seconds hanging over someone's head. They may just alter it to possibly a drive-through. I'm not too sure. That's up to them to decide.
So we've got O'Hara coming out of the pits now. And I don't know if that's Coase. It is. I think we're watching Coase. I think they've just undercut them. I think O'Hara may have been undercut, if I'm looking at that correctly.
So no, O'Hara's unless the timetables haven't updated yet. But it is showing Hunter, which is driver 2 for Andy O'Hara, in P1 at the moment.
No, I think it's the other way around on the track.
Yeah, I think it is. Yep, that is an undercut. Well spotted, Mel. So nice work by the Audi team.
There you go. It goes to show that's a pit stop that wasn't as efficient as it could be, because it's cost them the lead of this race. And now it's up to Coase to do whatever he likes with this race. Look after the tyres. If he wants to save some fuel, if he needs to save some fuel, I'm not too sure how the Audi is on the tank. But yeah, it's his race to conduct now.
Also shows you the difference a fresh set of tyres can make to your lap time, and how much more important that is than a full tank of fuel. People are thinking, if I've got 120 litres, I can't do a fast lap. That shows you old tyres on a low tank is nowhere near as strong as new tyres on a big tank.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't really make the call that this is going to stay like this for a while either, because it's two completely different drivers, completely different pace. We don't know who the stronger driver is out of these two, and we may not find out until about half an hour from now, when one tries to make an overtake or if someone makes a mistake or not. But yeah, we will see.
I do know Rico and Dan are both very strong drivers. So I am interested to see, as you said, the Honda had the straight line pace. So now with the Audi in front, how does that change the dynamic of this stint?
Well, it's going to come down to how much traffic there is on the road as well. They're going to need a little bit of clear air if they're going to have a clean battle, because you don't want to scream into turn 2 on the inside going for an overtake only to have a back marker sitting there just trying to let you by, just trying to do the right thing. Sometimes battling and trying to get around back markers can lead to absolute sadness.
Speaking of back markers, I am interested to see how the back marker battlers are going in their BMW and the AM class. I think I saw that they were leading before the pit stops. And that's after, obviously, the McLaren... Oh, they're in the pits now. I think the McLaren was leading early on, but there may have been a mistake after the first sort of 15 or so laps. And then the BMW was leading AM class there for quite a while. So here they are in their pit stop. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, particularly Odyssey 218 as well, where we got caught up in that turn 2 incident, the first braking zone incident, and got sent all the way to the back of the field. And I noticed it was about 5 laps in and they were already being passed by the leaders. So they're currently sitting P38 in the pits. We'll have to see where they filter out, but it looks like they're working pretty hard to have a bit of a recovery drive.
As we watch the boys in question now, and they're very distinctive. Oh, they've gotten a little... That might be a disconnection.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it. There was one of the cars was starting to go through them.
That's
through there.
Very unfortunate if that's what's happened. As I said, they've been a staple of the last couple of events, that distinctive blue livery. Here's Oliver Kitching in the 24 entry. I think they're potentially a little bit lower than they'd like to be in the pro class, but...
Yeah, absolutely. Oliver Kitching is one of these drivers that we see through Sprint Series that's consistently up in the top 5 and occasionally getting those podiums as well. So it's pretty odd to see Kitching so far down, P33. Obviously, they're the bottom of the pros at the moment as well. For being a pro class driver, you'd expect them to be a little bit further up. So it must have been a little bit of sadness happening on throughout that first hour of the race.
Yeah, they started up in P11, so I won't be surprised if they got caught up in the melee at turn 2 at the beginning.
Just on board with Omar at the moment, who's currently chasing down Withers, who, by the looks of it, has just taken that position. There's about 4/10 margin between them. Odyssey 220 also have had a fairly decent start to the race. They started back in P44, up to P23 now.
That's an excellent effort. I think they are before their pit stop, but even with the pit stop, that's a great shakeout from their starting position.
I think they have taken a pit stop. I don't think they've done a driver change though, because this is a 2-man, so I think they may be doing a few double stints throughout the day.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, otherwise we probably would have seen a penalty come through, because maximum driver stint time is 70 minutes, and we have exceeded that so far, just over 75 minutes from race start.
Right, so the stint time only counts as the stint time will reset if you come into the pits. Is that correct? I always thought you had to change drivers, so that's another new thing I've learnt today.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, coming to the pits. I don't think it counts for a drive-through penalty, so you can't really cheat the system that way. Grab yourself a drive-through and just go through the pits and start your stint timer again. I don't think you can do that. You are governed by how much fuel you have in the tank, obviously, as well. But yeah, I think we'll be seeing a few of these 2-man teams do some double stinting as well. You want to hope that they're going to stay hydrated and keep the sugar levels up, because losing concentration in these races can be the devil, and it can happen very quickly. You think you'll be concentrating, next thing you know, you've missed a brake marker and you're way off the circuit.
We were talking about how multinational OOR is before. We're flying through some different flags here at the moment. We had Aziz Omar, who's, I believe, from the Middle East, and Connor Kingston flies the Irish flag. He was born in Ireland, moved over here when I think he was 3. And we've gone through a couple other flags there. I'm not even sure what that little white flower is. Someone in chat might be able to help me out. Is that Singapore, potentially?
Good question. It's worth a quick Google, I think.
And then we had an American driver before that. So it is a very multinational event we've got going on here. And all the different levels of ping coming together to... It's amazing how you can have 300 ping in a game like this and it be nice and smooth and still be good. But if you've got any more than 30 ping in an FPS, it's rage-inducing.
So that flag is the flag of Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. Thank you for that. Nice one. I don't think I was far off. Singapore and Hong Kong, they're probably pretty close. But yeah, very large range. Here's another one. That's good luck with that one. Estonia. That's my guess.
We on board. Yeah, that's Estonia. The Flying Estonian Rico Koze. That's what we call him.
So yeah, you love to see it.
Yeah, motorsport's one of those things. When you watch enough of it, you start to learn a lot of flags, and it helps in trivia. But Khairudin, that's a Malaysian flag, if I'm not mistaken. I'll take a point for that. Thank you.
Another one, Dominic Poon from Hong Kong, and yeah, kind of flies the Irish flag. So yeah, a vast array of flags on display, including the South African flag on the corner back there.
Canada. Good to see
That's
Canada
Age.
floating around.
Is that Canada or Canadian?
No, that's Canada.
Okay.
Well, as we see,
there's someone
McLaren pointing
around.
the wrong way at turn 2.
Oh dear. I never like seeing McLaren point in the wrong direction, and that looks like we had one back there at turn 2.
Yeah, almost looks like a driver error there. It kind of seems like maybe they took a little too much curve or something.
I hope there's not a lot of damage, because more than most other cars, the McLaren doesn't like front damage. It is a very aero-dependent car. It looks pretty tidy, a little bit dirty, but that's to be expected. Getting out of the way there, knowing they've got cold tyres and aren't up to pace, so doing the right thing there and getting well out of the way. But it looks pretty tidy. I don't think it's a whole lot of damage going on there. Maybe a little bumper scratch.
But yeah, there's a lot of cars where you just get that little bit of aero damage and you really feel it, and you feel it in the corners. You get the understeer so violently and the top speed just plummets. I think the Bentley is another one of those cars as well, where just a little bit of aero damage can really destroy the performance of the car around the circuit.
Would it be the best car for managing damage, I guess? I'm sort of thinking the Skyline, but I'm guessing. I don't know. Do you know what the best car for managing damage would be?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I don't think I'm experienced enough to have an educated answer. At a guess, I'd like to say the Aston. I feel like the Aston can be a little bit of a tank.
Yeah, that'd be up there in my guesses too. I'm the same as you. I've only ever really driven the McLaren, and I
There we
saw
go. There's a little bit of contact. Just
bit of
sorry
love.
to cut you off.
Synchronized swimming.
Yeah, just a lot of real estate on around that corner, and they both wanted the same little piece. So unfortunately, it's turned into sadness.
Sean Madison in chat saying it's 100% the Nissan, and that man loves his Nissan, so he would know a fair bit about that. So yeah, it looks like a big chunky boy capable of taking that sort of damage, and also has the best looking bum in the game. I don't mind following a Nissan around.
Yeah, you just know that there's not a whole lot of air resistance when you're behind that thing. See a 10-second penalty come through lap 40. That may be the incident that we've just seen on our screens on the replay. It's good to see that the stewards have caught up. The well-oiled machine that is the stewards' room is caught up with the incidents from the start of the race and are able to start focusing on incidents as they come through.
Yeah, you'll have to see that. That'll give them a break. They'll be in there now and enjoying the race like the rest of us and having a bit of time to themselves, which is nice. But it's, as I said before, it's always very tricky through those first couple of laps when incidents and call-outs are coming in left, right and centre. And so, yeah, as you said, a well-oiled team in there in the steward's office, and we always appreciate their work.
We've just jumped on board with Tom Jones, who is giving a little bit of grief to Chris Withers here, who will be getting a little bit mentally fatigued now that he's about an hour and 20 minutes into his stint. The pressure is on. I don't think he really wanted this to happen to him this late in his stint. But too bad, so sad. This is racing. You've got to deal with it. Tom Jones putting on the pressure. Just watching back a replay here. Bentley going a little bit wide. That's the Bentley of Jerry Yu, who's just got into a little bit of slide and had a bit of contact with Gales, I believe it was. And yeah, contact has just sent him all the way out to the wall. So that'll be a fair bit of damage, and he'll want to get that fixed quick smart, because that'll lose him a lot of time throughout the stint.
He did really come off second best there too. It's always a worry when the car coming through is the one that gets punted, but unfortunately it was the Bentley came off second best there. Is this going to be a little send down here into turn one? No, pulls out of it. Look at the brakes on that Porsche. That's unreal.
Yeah, Chris is working really hard to break that toe. Maybe working a little too hard. I'm pretty sure the rules are you can weave once and to break the toe, and then you need to rejoin the racing line. I'm not too sure you can rejoin the racing line as a weave. You just kind of need to fade back into it. Chris Withers probably overextending how much he can break that toe.
As we said before, it'll be up to Jones in the Porsche to call that out to the stewards, because they have got their hands busy. So if he does call that out, it'll be one that's looked at for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the rule should really apply, particularly in a race like this, because there are going to be cars scattered everywhere and back markers. You don't want to be weaving and the car behind has a little less vision because the back of your car is filling up their screen, and then they weave to try and keep that toe, only to put themselves in the path of the back marker who's just trying to let them by. So it's one of those things that can be a little bit of a hazard. So yeah, drivers should really be just applying the rule of only weaving once and then fading back onto the race line, or wherever their defensive line is going to be into the corner. And it's just a little bit closer now. May not be close enough. Withers definitely behaving himself with the race line now and with the weaving, but he did have a toe from the Bentley up ahead as Bentley just jumps out the way. That would be the Bentley of Gale, I believe. Porsche taking a lot of curb. Just really trying to find the most efficient way through the circuit, but sometimes taking more curb is not the most efficient way to do it.
It's a really tricky corner there at Barbecue. I really don't enjoy that corner, because it is, you see some cars just can monster that curb and get a lot of time out of it and really straight line the exit, and obviously there's a straight line up to Sunset. But I don't know, I just never find that I can get much of that curb, and then I'm compromising my line, and especially if you're in a battle, it gives someone a really good chance to get up alongside you before Sunset if they can take that curb while you're missing it. So it's just a really tricky curb there at Barbecue.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's a big curb, and it comes out of the ground quite a bit. So there's definitely a sweet spot depending on which car you're in. You just see a 10-second penalty come through for Yuk B Chan. That was for causing a collision back on lap 38. That may have been one that the stewards had to look into pretty deeply to be able to find a verdict on what the result was going to be there.
On board here with a fan favourite, O'Gold, Zachary James. He's up behind Jeremy Washington, who looks like he's cleared Connor Kingston and has made some nice positions as well. I think they were down there together, so I don't know whether Connor's fallen back or Jeremy's moved up, but O'Gold doing very nicely here, and it's a interesting colour on that Lambo.
Oh, there's some disgusting liveries. I'm just going to throw that out there. There's definitely some disgusting liveries floating around. There's also some clean ones. Not a big fan of that grey, yellow, and blue in the background. Although O'Gold's livery, not too bad, to be honest.
No, it's not horrible
an
by any
eyesore.
means. I'm just trying to work out whether it's a brown or a grey, or it's a bit of an army camouflage sort of khaki carbon fibre looking. I'm not sure what to give it. Peabody, you've been in here with me for, an hour and a half or so now. Have you come across a livery that you think is really good, or any that sort of offend you more than others?
Oh, you're going to have to give me a minute to to pull my thoughts together on that one. I hadn't really been looking at that. I've been watching for movers and shakers, and been going backwards and forwards between starting positions and current positions, and just trying to spot who's making the moves. I don't
Have a little time to have a little look around, because I think Mull's made his point here that he's not a massive fan of Chrome, and I don't think there's many in OR who do enjoy the Chrome. But there's a couple who bring it out every now and then, and I think a little bit of Chrome is tasteful, but that one is a mirror.
Yeah,
that one's a golden mirror.
That's what you get when you open up a baby's dirty nappy and wipe it all over the car.
Mull making it very clear his distaste with his cinematography there. But yeah, if you catch that one in the wrong light, you are being blinded.
Yeah, Mason, very quick driver, pro spec, but gets class because of the livery design. Disgusting.
Tactical. Yeah, the blinding of the opponents.
There's a bit of sadness on that McLaren that we just got a quick image of. Not too sure how long that's been there for, but I'm assuming it hasn't been there for long, because I dare say that kind of damage would get fixed in the first round of pit stops. I'm not too sure what happened to that McLaren that we just saw on screen.
So we discussed this one before. This is not too bad. I don't know whether we discussed this in qualifying last night, or maybe it was earlier on today, but I don't mind a bit of pink. And it's a pastel sort of pink. It's not a horrific highlighter pink. I think that one's pretty well done. And I've got 2 daughters, so I'd never used to like pink, but I'm pretty inclined to it now, and I think that's well done. I don't mind that one.
Yeah, I don't mind it either, but I run similar colours on Rocket League. I don't mind the bubblegum scheme.
I have seen your car in Rocket League.
We came across each other randomly. I saw the OOR in your name. I'm like, hang on.
That was only
the Octane guys.
Only a couple of days ago, wasn't it? Yeah.
And I think we won, for the record, if anyone's wondering.
I'd contest that. There was a couple of games in a row, actually. It finished 1-1, maybe. We'll
I think you're right, actually. I think you got the first one, we got the second.
We might have to go in there for a tiebreaker. I like Kitching's, I think that's Kitching that we're watching there in the black and red one. I like that. That's a nice little firebolt looking thing happening there on his Lambo as he goes up the inside of...
It looks like it may have been for... Yeah, right. It looks like that was for position. So Kitching is obviously one of these mover and shakers that Mr. Peabody was talking about. Have you found anything worth noting in terms of the movers and shakers, mate, just while you're going over those stats?
No, it's we had early on. We had the car 217, which we talked about earlier, making significant sort of gains, but there's been a couple of drops, but it's been pretty stable. Apart from those that got caught up in the lap 1 melee. It's not really. It's been quite a stable top 10. As a few cars have moved into the top 10. I'll get you some details in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to know an hour and a half into this. So that's 1/6 into the race so far, and just see where everyone's decided to filter out. As we just we have some scenes on board right now of Yukbi Chan going side by side with that's the Aston Martin of Nichols, I believe. So there's a bit of hard racing. It's a pretty tight gaggle that we've got here. It looks like there was about 6 cars side by side. As we just see a dive on the inside, that will be that'll be one of our leaders, I think. Having a bit of a dive on the inside, just getting through.
Just came out of nowhere, that one. But yeah, it was a good battle back there through the S's. It's very hard going through the S's side by side because there's sort of only really one fast line through there. And especially if you really want to get on the gas up towards the hairpin, that sort of off camber out towards the exit. So it was pretty brave going side to side. I don't think we've seen any certified cheater moments yet, have we? Has anyone really come and hit that sausage hard enough that they've caused themselves an issue? I think everyone's pretty clean through there.
No, not that we've seen. I've been watching since the start, and yeah, I don't think anyone's made contact with it yet. If they have, they've survived. So if anyone has hit the sausage, good on them for surviving. But yeah, we haven't seen any sadness yet. If anyone in chat has any different information from an external source, please let us know. Yeah, so far, looks pretty good.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Piper. The race is young, but if you asked me to do 90 minutes of cheater dodging, I'd probably get myself into trouble at least 3 or 4 times. So I'm super impressed that all of the drivers have made it through there clean. As we see the certified cheater camera in screen there, just keeping an eye to make sure that there's a lot that are being very safe around there. Maybe that's got a lot to do with it. There's not a lot of kissing happening. Oh, it's
we're
in
just
the
in
main
McLaren.
screen.
Yeah,
We missed that one. I was too busy looking at the sausage.
Yeah, sorry, there was McLaren spun around, just a little bit of contact. Again, just a big cluster of cars trying to find their real estate on circuit. And it's just a mixture of back markers, this midfield battling for position. And then there's also, I think there was one of the Sneakers boys that was in that purple Audi that was just punching their way through the field, just trying to get out of the traffic as quickly as possible, because that's the kind of thing that's going to hurt your race. You don't want to run into that too often, and when you do, you want to get through it as safely and as quickly as possible. Yeah, I believe that was that Austin Carpenter that we saw go around previously. Now my attention's on this sausage cam as we come through it. It's so tantalizing.
It's hard to take your eyes off it, isn't it? But no, I do enjoy watching the different lines through there, because there is a lot of time to be gained through that corner by being brave and getting on that apex nicely and getting on the gas early down towards the last corner. But to hit that line consistently over 9 hours, as I said, I think you'd have to be a brave man to be really trying to find time there, when there can be time made up in other parts of the track. So maybe that's my problem. I just got to take it a bit easier through there.
Yeah, I think in lead up to a special event like this, it becomes a mental game with that sausage curb, and your consistency can be fantastic coming through that section of the circuit, but it becomes a mental game when it's down to the last few laps of the event, and you start to think of that sausage curb. Please don't touch it. Please don't go anywhere near it. That's going to destroy me. And it's when you start doing that and you start being overcautious coming through there, that's when you're going to touch it, or you're going to steer way too clear of it and run out wide and put yourself in the position that it would have sent you anyway. So we just have an overhead view of Rico Koze here. Going back to the different paces of drivers after the driver swap, I think we're seeing that Rico has got the pace on Hunter now, because that gap has extended out to almost 10 seconds. So that's quite a large margin. And I think driver number 3 for car 30 is going to have their work cut out for him to punch this one down. Driver number 3, I believe, is Mitch Hobbs as well.
I think that speaks more to Rico Koze's pace than Hunter's, though, because Vecchio is still 8 seconds behind Hunter. So it's not like Hunter's going slowly. He's keeping that gap to Vecchio at about 8 seconds, which it was at the start of the pit stops. But as you said, Koze has just pulled away here, looking very strong in what we've already discussed is a very strong car here.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to give you a bit of insight on how strong that car actually is, driver number 3 is going to be Ryan Houlihan, and he is not slow by any measure whatsoever. So yeah, car number 1 is looking like the car to beat at the moment, but yeah, obviously 9 hours, and there's a sausage curb on this circuit, so anything can happen. As we're just on board with Kingston, the Irishman, who's starting to see the rear of Adam Jurecki in that Audi in Odyssey 219, the leader of the Pro-Ams. They're only down 1 position since their starting position, so they're doing really, really well. Yeah, Adam, obviously, different driver. Adam Jurecki is going to have his work cut out for him to try and fend off these quicker pro drivers just behind him. Little chain of Audis, all for position, these 3.
Looking a little beat up, the front of that Audi there, Connor. I'm not sure whether that's damage I'm looking at, or it might be just a scrape. But we were talking about age differences before in sim racing, and I'm not sure how many really young drivers have got in him. Connor's only 15, so it's an incredible amount of pace and potential in this young man, and really showing his strength here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, even just within the Odyssey cars, we've got Alex Bowen, who is driving alongside Zachary Smith and Jeremy Washington in the 217. He's 16, 17, if I'm not mistaken. He's the youngest out of all of the Odyssey drivers. I'm nearing 30, so I'm almost twice his age, and I'm not the oldest in Odyssey at all. So yeah, it's definitely a massive stretch of ages. I think we've also had a bloke around 50 years old who's competed in some Odyssey events as well. So yeah, absolutely, it's a massive stretch between the ages.
we've got a fair bit of that going on within the Alpha Venturi team as well. As I said, Connor's only 15. We've got a couple down there around the 16, 17 mark. But then we've got, and I won't name their ages, but we do have a couple of the boys who are a little bit older than that, shall we say, around the 40 mark. And I'm the same as you, Braden. I've just turned 31. So it just goes to show that sim racing's really for everyone. And I mean, even in OOR, we've got girls and boys and women. And Jan, I don't know, Jan, you in chat, I don't know whether you drive, but get around it, get on a wheel. Show us what you can do.
I will sell Jan my wheel when I get a new one at a low price of like $20 or something. Whatever you got. How much you got?
I was gonna sell my wheel, so I just got a new one. I just got the CSL DD, and again, I'm very sorry to everyone in chat who's still ordered their CSL DD and still hasn't got it yet. I understand the problems with Ozpost. I was very lucky. I don't know why I got mine so early. I had mine delivered on a Saturday while I was having a sleep in, so I'm not sure why I was so lucky. But I got this new wheel, and so I have a G29 sitting there doing very little. And I was thinking of selling it, but what someone posted in a Discord that I was in the other day is a very small sim rig, like a built for a small child. So I reckon I might stick the G29 on this very small sim rig and hook it up to a computer and get my girls driving next to me. I think that'd be pretty handy. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I did see that actually. It was floating around. I think it was Dan Hunter, the man sitting in P2 at the moment.
That's him, yeah.
And he said, "Hey, you should get this, man." I'm like, "No, I spent a couple of $100 on building my own. I don't think I'm going to buy one for a baby." Why would I do that?
No, I reckon
it is very cool.
It's a great idea. I reckon because she's always trying to sit on my lap and she can't reach the pedals, but she's very interested in it. So I want to foster that interest. And if she wants to, and even against, if you don't want her to become a sim racer, I'm maybe just getting her to learn how to drive. Sometimes I chuck her on Forza, and obviously there's traffic in that game and there's traffic lights and whatnot. She just likes to cruise around on the correct side of the road, and why not get them in young?
Yeah, not bad. That's probably good for future learning when it comes to license time. Already having that knowledge behind you. There's definitely incentive there. It doesn't have to be all competition.
Richard's in chat. Rusty Nacky's got kids as well, and I think he just had his young 7-year-old build a computer. I think they did a case swap, if I'm not mistaken. And so yeah, it's very easy to say, oh, we want our kids to do the right thing, but what is the right thing nowadays? You know, computers are everyone has a computer. And I mean, back in my day, my dad would have said, get outside and go and play with some sticks and that. But for us, I think we have the potential to show our kids to let them do whatever they are interested in doing. And yeah, let them build computers, Richard. Let them get behind the wheel. I reckon it's a great time we live in.
I'm coughing a bit of flack in chat here. We've got Malik in chat saying a couple of hundred of my rig. Tight ass. Excuse me, I'm resourceful. Thank you very much. As a carpenter, I have access to materials that I can chuck into my car when no one's looking from the site. So I won't go any further than that. And it's saying that I'm scared that a 3-year-old would beat me. And one of my own teammates, Isaac, Rust comments saying, wouldn't be that hard.
Bit of sauciness.
Break.
Got a couple of bits of information for you guys. Biggest losers, or I shouldn't say losers, the biggest drop in positions.
Tell it how it is. Tell it how it is, Peabody.
Bush Took Racing, car 375, started 19th, down in 39th, down 20 positions. Race Simprints with Ryan Duong and co. Started in 6th and down to 20th or so, or 19th, I think now. And the No Idea team, car 24, started in 11th and now down around 29.
Yeah, that's pretty rough because there's some really strong drivers in those lineups. Car 375, you mentioned, that will be Gerardi, McIntosh, and our Polish friend Bart Cherviets.
Yes.
And then also car 24 is Paul Britt, Oliver Kitching, and Lamb as well. All very, very quick drivers. So yeah, some of these strong drivers getting punted all the way to the back of the field and have a lot of work to do to recover.
One of the couple of winners, car 846, the Shift Point #1 team, started right down in 29th, were the last of the pro teams, but they've worked their way up to around about P16. And car, what was the other one I was looking at? Yeah, and then we get back to your mates, 217 are up 9, and car 445, Maximum Pace Racing, with Mr. Pignata, is up 7 from P15 up to around about 8.
Yeah, they're doing really, really well in 445. So, yeah, as you said, that's Pignata and Zachary James as well, Mr. O'Gold. They are a two-man today, so they're going to be a little bit sore after this one. In 846, it's Dylan Lester, Crab, and Hall as well. Doing really well today.
Those two. O'Gold and Pigger love being behind the wheel, so they will handle it.
Pigger, is that what they call him?
Matt Pignata, yeah. So
I love that.
So just give him a Pigger and he'll be happy with that. I actually, when I first saw his name, I called him Pinata for, I reckon, the first 3 weeks. It's Pign, and I don't know. I probably misread it. I probably didn't give it enough attention, but I called him Matt Pinata for the first, 3 or 4 weeks, and then someone corrected me.
See, here's the thing. I called him Pinata as well, but I knew full well it was Pignata. I just prefer it.
Quality blokes, those two. On board with Connor Kingston. Alpha Venturi Isilvia.
Yeah, still putting the pressure onto Adam Jarecki at the moment. Jarecki's obviously holding his own. Race control just comes in saying Matthew Higamoji Nada. Well said.
You might have to rotate us through the Alpha Venturi teams, and we'll give Braden a crack at some of these names, because the Alpha Venturi boys have gone with colours. So Isilvia here being Alpha Venturi Silver in Zulu. Now, I think we might have got a couple of these wrong, just quietly, because I believe Zulu uses the letter E at the start of colours, which means that this one would be perhaps not a colour, it could be a currency. I might be getting that completely wrong too. I've done a little bit of sort of homework on the Zulu language, but not enough to know what I'm talking about. But as I said, Isilvia here is supposed to be Alpha Venturi Silver. And then I think we have Alpha Venturi Blue and Gold and a few others as well. But some of these names will not roll off your tongue nicely. If we can rotate around to those at any point. Trying to find.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, oh no.
Here's one.
I'm so bad at geography that for a moment in my head I was thinking to myself, oh no, they're hitting me with some geometry questions. That's shapes.
So I'll leave this one to you. I had a crack at Isilvia, which I've taken the easy one. Peabody and Braden, if you want to have a crack at trying to pronounce that, feel free.
Oh, all right. So the car 717 we're looking at. Bear with me. 717. A Kumlof, I'd say.
Yeah, a Kumlof is what I would go with as well. So that's Alpha Venturi white. So again, a Kumlof. Not sure if that is white in Zulu, but we've done our best here. Here's another one. Pat Oliver running the Alpha Venturi. That's the Navy translation.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
Just while we're thinking about that, I was just looking at that car. Tom Riley did a 12-lap stint and then came in to the pits and filled up and did another 34. So they're a bit out of whack with the sort of standard hour and 10-minute sessions that most of the cars are running. So Paddy Oliver didn't get in there until a lap 47 instead of being around about lap 38, 39.
At least he had time to do whatever nervous rituals he does. There's a few different ones floating around. A lot of them not G-rated. So car 616 pronunciation, I want to say, was Al Wandel, and I'll put that in a sentence for you. Now I am Braden Ross, but before that I was Al Wandel.
That's a great effort. Well done. Yeah, Wassel Wandle is what I would go with too for the Navy. This is Alpha Venturi Orange. Enchungwa is the best I can come up with. They're actually really like this livery, just quietly. It's, the boys came up with this. We do run a color scheme in Alpha Venturi, and this is a little bit different, but it's I think a little bit of orange goes well with almost anything, and they've just about tastefully done that. So I like that one. That is, as I said, Alpha Venturi Orange or Enchungwa. And I think there's one more, Alpha Venturi Blue. Here's Robert Fluke. Unfortunate car, this one today, with the disconnection issues they had at the start of the day. So Simo's not racing, unfortunately. But actually, it might be Boxy who's not racing. But yeah, Robert Fluke here in the Alpha Venturi Blue car. This was the most difficult one for me. Does anyone want to have a crack at that?
Did the last one. I think I'll step out.
Alright. Alpha Venturi Okululatsa.
Yep.
Okululatsa, surely.
So again, I've done a bit of YouTubing, and they are basically how you've pronounced them. You've done pretty well there, Braden, so hats off to you. Okulatsa is what I would have gone with as well.
I'm wrapped. I'm not horrible at English.
Great effort from you. So yeah, the naming rights for our next teams have been taken off the democratic process. That was voted on, mind you. Everyone in Alpha Venturi thought that was a great idea. So I'm not sure how that managed to get through, but yes, the democratic process has been removed from the team for the next event. We'll be going to Silverstone with much nicer names.
Yeah, it's definitely just to make us trip over ourselves, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they heard that I might be jumping in the commentary box and thought they'd play funny buggers, and yeah, unfortunately. But no, you've done pretty well there, Braden, ripping those out.
So the YouTube chat, everybody watching in, you've not only had a lesson in flags today, but you've had a lesson in Zulu, and you never thought you were going to get that when you came to watch a 9-hour race at Kyalami.
Take that lesson in Zulu with a very large grain of salt, because as I said, I'm not sure they are perfectly translated, and I hope we didn't do any injustice to the South Africans there, but yeah, that's just a bit of a homage, I guess, to South Africa. We were looking at sort of having, there was a couple of different ideas that were floating around, but there wasn't enough foods, and so that's what we landed on, and as I said, it got voted on. So
Just for a bit of payback, I think next event I might call my car Team Irish Wristwatch and see how the commentators go with that one. Good luck.
So how are we going in the race here? We're on board with Misson, the 111 entry. Chasing down, I believe Hall is there in, I'm going to say Aston and not Bentley this time. It is an Aston, isn't it? It is an Aston.
Yeah, that's correct. Misson just got a little bit sideways coming through barbecue there, but he's held it together.
So this
Held
pack
it straight
are
on
all,
speed.
they are all racing each other. There's no blue flags here. These four after nearly 2 hours have all kept this close to each other, and they're battling away.
Yeah, this is a bit of battle for P13 at the moment. Looking at Sandner, there's a lot of ends in that. A lot more ends than you'd hope. Sandner currently sitting with that 10-second penalty over his head at the moment. Yeah, that will be served in the next pit stop. And if he holds position here, he's going to lose it once that pit stop cycle has gone through. But we are about half an hour out from the next cycle of pit stops, depending on the strategy of people. If people are going for the standard strategy, then yeah, half hour is the time marker that we're looking at.
Smithy picks up a 5-second for an infraction. I'm interested to know what... Oh, no, as we see a little bit of a kiss there on Sandner, and he goes around. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, the Aston Martin's gone around the Aston Martin of Hall. And Giles going to have to rejoin. He's got clear track to do so, but that's a couple of positions lost.
So we were watching that close battle, but it got a little bit too close there, unfortunately, and a couple have paid for it.
Yeah, I think the stewards are going to be having a look at that one. I'm sure Sandner isn't too happy about it, and they'll be putting in a bit of a report for that one. But yeah, it was a bit dicey for a moment there because cars skiddling to avoid further contacts. They got out unscathed apart from the initial contact. It could have been a lot worse for a few more drivers than just the two of them.
Thoughts on coloured rims? BDE Kai Ruden car 732 coming up here with purple rims. I don't mind coloured rims if they're done tastefully, and this one works for me. I actually have coloured rims on my Sprint Series car.
Look, I'm not a big fan of it. I always get out-muscled by all the Odyssey guys, whether they want coloured rims. But if we flick over to any of the Odyssey cars for this event, all of them running completely white rims. None of them picked up on it. None of them said anything. So it's gone ahead. I win this round.
We have a message from Cam in chat about, I think it was that penalty that we were just talking about for excessive flashing.
Yeah, and also Zachary Smith in chat correcting that it wasn't Zachary Smith, it was possibly Zachary James. We just rewatched that contact. Oh, it's just...
Oh, good point.
He caused the contacts and they spun around and the Aston went to go around and just cops the aftermath of it. A little bit of rolling back into the Aston as he tried to go past and sent him around as well. So just a little bit of disaster, but an endurance can go worse. We'll take a spin over what else could happen in this in these events.
So that's put Sander right back in the clutches of Duong now, who's certainly no slouch in the pro class. And he will also be looking to make a move as he gets a little bit interested here in the sweep on the way up to barbecue, but thinks better of it. All those cars avoiding that curb as they come up towards Sunset. He is having a very nice look. He's got a very nice line Duong through there, just kissing the curb on the way and coming right out wide, carrying a lot of speed. So Sander will be feeling the pinch, especially with potentially damage at the back of that car, and in through the S's here. Again, Duong's line, very impressive. Carrying a lot of speed now, tucking in right behind. Is he going to have a look up into the hairpin? He just lets Daniel know he's there and gets it done pretty cleanly. So, yeah, that was coming for most of that lap. Duong is a very fast man, and Sander may be carrying a little bit of damage, so cleanly done. Sander did well to show him enough respect and leave the door well enough alone that, you know, he could have easily closed that because Duong came from a little while away, but better off keeping his race going and not causing a collision. That's half the battle of racing other people. You think you're doing the right thing and you want to close that door, but it can end up being well worse off for you if you do so. So very clever there by Sander to just allow Duong through.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a special event like this that goes for so long, it becomes a big game of pick your battles. You need to be looking at the name of the person who's chasing you down and whether it's worth losing that lap time to defending and holding that position, or if you don't think you're going to be able to hold them all race, you may as well just let them go now. You find your own position on the circuit and you battle the people around your pace. If there's someone much faster than you behind, more often than not, it's much better just to let them go.
And Ryan Duong's making a good move through the field too, because he was down 20th a short time ago. He's working his way back up after that early problem.
Just got a Bentley back marker as well, just letting Duong through. Trying to find his next position to let the next two through, because this is a battle for position here. As he finds the grass to let him through, as Brooks going to have a look up on the inside. There's not a whole lot of room there as he closes the door, avoids contact. That could have gone a little bit worse, but there was some pretty heads-up defending by Santana there to keep that Bentley from the inside of that corner.
Yeah, he's happy to let Duong through, but he's certainly not willing to let too many more through. He's clearly carrying some damage. He's got a couple of boys come up behind him, so he's doing well to handle that car, Daniel. But yes, he wasn't letting the Bentley through on that occasion. So we're closing in on the 2-hour mark now, and that will mean that myself and Peabody will be stepping out. But before we do, Braden, I just want to do a little bit of fangirling here, if that's okay.
Oh, go for it, mate.
Back in my silly years, before Children and Mortgages, I used to visit a friendly little place in Werribee called Mint Lounge.
Oh, I used to work there.
And they run an event called Power Fridays, and Masquetta Fall played there.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Doesn't ring a bell. So anyone in chat, do yourself a favour. If you haven't heard of Masquetta Fall, go and give them a look up on Spotify and probably YouTube as well, and have a look for an album named Golden, because that is an absolute banger. And I was seeing a girl named Chloe at the time too, so that's what actually drew me to this album and to you guys in the first place. But your vocals are on point for that album, mate, and it's no wonder you're a quality commentator with those dulcet tones. So I was actually just chatting to my wife about it before. She was in the background of one of your video clips, so it's a very small world.
Well, there you go. I had no idea. Well, thanks, mate. Thanks for tooting my horn. I'll try not to let my head explode after that one. Yeah, definitely a small world.
I actually gave it another listen to this morning, and yeah, brought back plenty of memories. It was a while ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's been 5, 6 years. I want to say 5. I think it's been about 5 years since we were heavily active, and yeah, then we hung up the microphone. We were just getting too old and needed to pay some bills. Yeah, like yourself, very, very similar back in the day. Now people have bills and mortgages, and gotta go about life realistically and find hobbies that are not as expensive and a lot cooler. Hobbies like sim racing. As we're just on board with Kai Rude and having a move on Vecchio. That goes up to the podium positions. Not a bad segue by me, if I do say so myself. Yeah, Kai Rude's been able to make that one stick. Vecchio down to P4 now. Just runs a little wide. I don't think he's going to be able to get back onto the rear of this Audi with that straight line speed of the Porsche. Just going back to fangirling, I want to do a little bit of fangirling of my own as we welcome Bart Chervietz to the commentary box. How are you, Bart? If he's present yet, there he is.
Sorry, I clearly have to push to talk for this one.
Right, we'll give you a moment to sort that one out. Seems like you've had a pretty eventful race so far. We were going through the movers and shakers of the race so far, and your car has popped up in that list of movers and shakers. How has it been for you so far?
Started okay, except for the T1 rear ending, but we're able to get up to maybe, I think, back up to 18th, but then decided to touch some grass and spin it into a wall.
Yeah, that's special events for you, but as long as you can keep the mentality of it's a long race, there's 7 hours to go, let's just keep moving forwards. You never dwell on the incidents, you always just focus on how you can push ahead. So yeah, being one of the big mover and shakers and having such a large recovery, such a big drop and then such a big recovery and then obviously a drop again. But yeah, it's good that you are able to recover the positions. Who have you got in the car at the moment, mate?
Richard's in the car right now, so he's trying to find some clear space, but there's a lot of lap traffic when you're down in 40th or 39th. So, well, we're the lap traffic, and he's trying to not impede everyone.
Yeah, that's right. You got to be good. You got to be good under blue flags in these events. Now I've got to ask, because I've never actually heard it spoken from the man himself. How was your last name actually pronounced? Is it Chervietz?
Close. I'm not going to hold anyone to account on it. It's one of the hardest to pronounce, but I think everyone's getting close enough. But the way you pronounce it is Chervietz.
Chervietz.
There's a little roll of the tongue on there, and I really struggle with those. So
that's so Polish.
Yeah, very Polish.
And what time of the day are you going to be cracking open a couple of pivors?
Oh, mate, I can crack them open now if you want. So that's the kind of feeling I'm getting with today. So
I'm not too sure the other drivers will be happy about that if you get back in the car and it's a little bit wobbly.
Oh, I think that's my normal driving. I might actually straighten out a little bit better. I'll watch out for the RBTs on the side of the road. Just cut the track somewhere.
Yeah, good move. Completely legal to drink and drive in sim racing.
Why not?
Just frowned upon, unfortunately.
Someone, if Mullet could come all the way from Tasmania, breathalyze me, then yeah, sure, I'll pull over.
Yeah, I wish him all the best. We're just on board with Brooke here. He's currently sitting P2 within the Pro-Ams. He's getting swamped at the moment, but I think that's just for backmarkers. No, actually, that's Hall we're getting past. We did see Hall just pick up a 10-second penalty as well just recently. But yeah, Brooke fighting very hard, holding on to that P2 position Pro-Am class. Currently sitting P17 overall. Next driver in line behind him is going to be Mahoney, which is 2.1 seconds margin. So he does have a bit of breathing space at the moment. He might try and tack on and just hold on to the slipstream. for a while. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that Delta and see if that crunches down at all.
It's nice that Audi is sponsoring this race with all the free cars everyone got.
Yeah, mate, there's so many rings. So many rings on that list. I mentioned before, I think there was 6 or 7 Audis that took out the top 10 for qualifying. That's a lot. Large ratio.
Are we playing ACC or Sonic the Hedgehog?
In all seriousness, it is a bit of a free advertising for Audi, isn't it? So I'm always interested to know whether the car manufacturers do change some dollars to make their cars strong in this game. Like, the Bentley's so strong at so many tracks. As we see A Bentley give a little bit of a how you do to the 846 entry up into their hairpin. Both cars keep it on track and are on their way down to what I believe is the Crocodiles. But yeah, that was a little bit close for comfort.
Yeah, so that's just Brooke trying to retake that position from Hall, and it's not really helping the case with Mahoney closing up that gap. I mentioned earlier it was about 2.1 second margin. It is down to under a second now, so Mahoney is got Hall locked in his sights.
Not many people survive an oil tank hit, but seems it's okay.
Yeah, it could have turned out a lot worse with the kind of contact that it was. Could have very easily been a spin, but they've kept it together and positions are all there. The only person hurt is the instigator, and the only person that's benefited is Mahoney, who's getting onto the back now, just trying to fight for that position. See penalty come through for Jerry Yu. Didn't quite catch what that was for, if any of you guys saw it. Brooks getting very wobbly as well. We just saw him on the exit of Barbecue get a little bit squirrely on the exit. So we just jumped on with Ted Barrett, currently sitting down in a P27. He's only 3/10 behind Fowler at the moment, so Fowler's got his work cut out for him. The pressure is on.
It's been said in chat already, but that transition graphic, that's a new one. That's quality.
Yeah, it's really nice. I do like it a lot.
It's very pretty. I was a bit confused with what I was watching here. Bit of Fox Sports action.
I need to see more of it. Even if we don't change where the vision of the camera is, just give us more. Give us more of that
just flash one up every now and then. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
Don't worry about the racing.
Miss some quality overtakes while that's going, but it's fine.
This is the 9 hours of overlay.
Oh, you'd love to see it.
But yeah, in all seriousness, Dan Hunter's intro videos have been on point as well. Actually, Smithy just coming in chat now and bringing that point up. We've got some really creative people in OOR. It's a 3,000 strong community. You're always going to have someone who's good at something, but I used to consider myself, someone who was really good at art, and I watched these boys go about it, and some of the photoshopping and the video editing and stuff, I can't come close. There's some really creative people in OOR, and it's great to see. You love to see it.
So that's the thing. Daniel Hunter hasn't come from any kind of creative background. I think one of the things that he was interested in growing up was journalism, and he's just kind of fallen into this creative space, and he's only just starting to learn how to do video editing, and he's obviously designed the safety car livery for the Sprint Series as well, and he's done a really good job of that. So yeah, Dan Hunter's creative streak it's coming out late in his life, but it's coming out strong, and he's doing really well with everything that he touches.
I think that's the same for another one of our commentators, Tom Riley. I don't think he was born into it, but he's certainly taken it upon himself to. He does a lot of the Alpha Venturi work that you may see floating around, and he posted for the safety car competition that was recently run, and he was in that as well. So, yeah, as you said, you might not be born into it, but you can just sort of find your way into it, and all of a sudden your work's getting shown around. As we're watching a replay here of Youngie washing up behind Zachary James. What are we watching here as we come into sunset?
These are actually live pictures at the moment, so Young's putting on some pretty immense pressure onto Zachary James, both with a 5-second time penalty over their heads. So this is a real-time battle even after the pit stop, so we'll see this battle unfold over the next couple of laps.
I see that transition, and I think replay, but no, that transition's just
Someone's just
Yeah.
playing around with buttons.
It's fair enough. So fucking lucky.
Yeah, that's a team name that you got to avoid saying. Lead car averaging around 141.5 to a 142.5 around the lap. I dare say those 142.5s are going to be when they're dealing with the back markers. Those 141.5s will be slightly less back markers because I dare say they're not seeing many laps that don't have a back marker that they've got to deal with. But yeah, that is some blistering pace. We saw qualifying times that weren't quite that quick. Did you see Young dive into the pits? It's nice and early, still about 12 minutes before we see the optimal runners jump in for their pit stop. There's also Washington is in the pits as well, doing a driver swap. That'll be swapping over to Alex Bowen. Young is one of the two-man drivers as well, if I'm not mistaken. Young is driving with Rashidi. Yeah, Rashidi will be getting back into the car. Feels like he's had enough of a rest and wants to get back out there.
I've been watching the battle for first and second a little bit, and that gap's been opening up. I know that Seesaw's a bit due to traffic, but it has opened up sort of from 8 or 9 seconds to 12 over the last 10 laps or so. So it's becoming a decent gap.
Yeah, I will expect that gap to open up a little bit more after the pit cycle because it'll be, by the looks of it, it'll be a Houlihan versus Hobbs kind of battle, and I think Houlihan may just have the edge on Hobbs, but we're not going to know until we get a decent chunk into their stint to see how they're traveling.
Should remember that O'Hara will be jumping into that car for another 1 or 2 stints as well, and I will never count that man out. He will find a way to close that gap regardless of how large it gets, and especially creeping into the final hours of this event. As you said quite accurately before, Braden, it's all about the mental game and how fit you can be, and O'Hara's done plenty of these, so I wouldn't be counting him out by any stretch. Him or his team.
I'm just saying...
Surprised the Honda is doing so well.
We've got a replay here. I'm Andy, not too sure when this one, but I think we're about to find out.
Whoa! I must go, my people need me.
I'm not too sure you're allowed to put the flux capacitor in the Lamborghini in this game. Seems like where he was going, he didn't need roads.
That is definitely a double jump when I've ever seen one. Are we playing Quake? What is this, Quake?
Very, very low grip. So low grip that those tyres don't want to be on that road whatsoever. So yeah, we were just on board with Dowd earlier, and Dowd was chasing down Glenn Jones. Has now been able to get the move done. Glenn Jones obviously is in that 220 Odyssey car. He was driving Chris Withers, so they've done their driver change finally. Chris has decided that he's had enough and he needs to rest his pretty little head. So Glenn's gone out there to let Chris do what he needs to do. Another two-man team for the event today. A bit of damage on that McLaren. It's looking a bit worse for wear. I feel like he's going to be seeing that in the lap times. I'm not too sure he's going to want to stay out with the car that beaten up for very long. See if he dives into the pits or if he wants to let it sit. It does look like he's staying out.
Yeah, we talked about how the McLaren doesn't like damage. That one's got a fair bit of it. So he's doing well to wrestle that around Craig Dale. Another one of our rookie series promoted drivers. Not that you have to be promoted to get into these events. He's done the right thing and thought, you know, I'd enjoy the experience. I think he was at Misano as well. So great effort by Craig to put himself up for this event. He gets nicely out of the way of the other McLaren there, of a probably G4 going past in the Pro-Am car. But yeah, Craig's only recently joined up with ACC and came through the rookie series, so doing a stellar job at the moment, especially, and as I said, that damaged McLaren, he won't be enjoying that. That'll be hard to wrestle around, especially this corner.
Yeah, it's really exciting seeing these drivers come through from rookie series. You see them come through to sprint series and see how well they do. So, like a lot of the time, you'll see a rookie series driver. They might not have the greatest first season, but you wait till season 2, you wait till their second season in the sprint series, and they'll start climbing the ranks. So, it's exciting to see that slow development of these rookie drivers come through. Obviously, there's also rookie drivers that already have absolutely ridiculous pace and have been able to plant themselves up into top 5 positions. And yeah, obviously you got the rookies that are game enough to jump into these big special events and tackle it and see how they fare. I know my very first event in ACC for Octane was a 6 hours of Nürburgring, and that was a bit of a culture shock coming from F1 because it's a very, very different game. Yeah, threw myself in the deep end for that one, but I feel like I've come a long way since then. Good when you get friends as well that come through the rookie series. I've got a mate who did rookie series last season and he's just joined sprint series this season. So he's just learning the ropes on what it means to actually compete in these races rather than just learn and get better. Oh, as we see Bentley of Patrick Oliver run a little bit out into the grass and it compromises the braking zone for him, sends him off to the outside of the circuit.
Oh no, Poe.
Not quite enough room on the outside of the circuit there as you had to look around the outside of Cicluna. That's the last name I won't be able to pronounce right. I'm not confident in that.
Yeah, I'm happy to butcher some Zulu colour names because no one's offended by that, but I'm always tricky with last names and yeah, I can't roll an R, Bart, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to give up on yours.
No, it's okay, mate. My wife can't even do it properly, so...
And yeah, wow. Yeah,
your first name's easy. It's just Bart. That's what I meant.
Yeah, just everyone calls me Bart. What's the point?
Surely your parents considered bought on the birth certificate.
Well, no, because see, I'm an '85 born child. The Simpsons weren't around then.
Ah, okay. So
I'm an old man.
You would have been early days.
You would have been looking for the license plate at some point during your life, though.
Oh yeah.
So you caught Simpsons in the early days when they started, back when Homer was all like,
Mate, I'm just
born.
I'm just going to go outright copyright, mate. You know, they just stole my name.
How dare they? Is it short for Bartholomew or is it just Bart?
Nah, it's short for Bartosz. So it's OSZ at the last 3 letters, but I cut that out just to make it easier.
There you go. Poland. Making things hard.
Oh, got to do something. Well, my wife's surname was Allen, so I don't know why she married me when she had such a simple name.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough one if she's struggling to pronounce it and it's now her surname.
Oh, she said yes, so it's not my fault.
We've got word from
She'd have
Bryce.
to try and... Sorry, go on.
We've got word from Bryce in the chat that poor old Car 4 has had to retire. George's PC froze, and as I say that, George has joined us. So it's going to be sad hours in here for a little bit, George. If you're here, mate, can you let us know what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. It was ACC, unfortunately. The rest of my PC was fine. I was alt-tabbing, no problems, but ACC had completely frozen. No idea. Just at the end of my stint too. Another 10 minutes would have been fine.
Yeah, that's real rough. It's just one of them really small things that only happens during massive events. My first event was denied by a PC freeze as well. I was playing race control, and next thing I know, the guy who was I was playing crew chief. That's the one. I was playing crew chief, and the guy I was crew chiefing for just didn't brake and drove directly through a wall and just kept going into the abyss of the game, and that was over. That was all it. So yeah, the pain sucks. So I know how you feel at the moment.
Yeah, kind of frustrating. We actually regrouped a bit because we had a bit of death at Cheetah in I think it was the first lap, and then sort of regrouped ourselves into the late 20s, and we're sort of running well actually. And then yeah.
Sorry to hear that, George. That's unfortunate for you and your team, for Bryce obviously, and Fergie and Mitchell as well. I'll return later, Braden, if that's okay with you. I might duck out. I think Peabody's going to come out with me, and we'll leave this to you if that's okay.
No worries. Thanks for joining me, boys.
No worries. All right, we'll talk to you later.
Take it easy. Yeah, apart from the mishap of the PC freezing, how was the first 2 hours or so of the race?
Oh, it was good. It was good. Bar the incident at Cheetah, we were actually going okay. We'd sort of made our way forward, and yeah, everything was going good. Pretty clean driving out there as well from everyone as well, which is really good. People knowing where if they're your pace or not, and letting you through if they're not. So yeah, it was all very well.
Yeah, we were discussing that before. Like, there's a big factor in these special events where if someone's chasing you down and they're clearly a faster driver than you, 9 times out of 10, it's much smarter just to let them go, because it'll end up costing you more than what it's worth. We're just currently seeing all of the pit stop cycles come through at the moment. We've got about 6 or 7 odd cars in the pits at the moment. A lot of them being front runners too. All of these penalties are being served. So it's going to be a clean slate once all these cars come out. And we'll be able to get a bit of a gauge to see who's sitting where as we near the 2.5 hour mark of the race. About 6 hours 45 to go. Just watching Sean Madison come out in car 99, freshly at the helm of that vehicle. We get a bit of an idea of exactly where they filtered out. In the next 5 minutes or so, once the rest of the drivers have served their pit stop.
Yeah,
but it's looking like they are holding P3 at the moment.
Yeah, just gotta wait for everyone to stop, and we'll wait and see what happens from there. Interesting the tactics, obviously, whether people are going to start to stretch their stops out to try and do a short stint right at the end, or how they're going to play this.
Yeah, because you'll see some teams opt for the short stint at the start just to get through the traffic phase, and then bring it in and then get themselves some clear air and just punch out some laps for 70 minutes while they've got that space up ahead. But yeah, there's definitely some very different strategies. There's not one smart way to go. It's sometimes particularly smart to do that short stint at the start, just in case you're involved in any sort of early on contact that causes damage, and you can bring it in pretty early and not compromise what was meant to be 70 minutes.
And one thing you need to capitalise is on when you do have that space on the track, is to really just focus on your lap times, because it's quite rare to get a bit of a gap somewhere on the track. Generally, you're caught up somewhere, either by lap traffic or someone in front of you going a bit slower than what you could be doing. So when you do have that space, you really need to capitalise.
Yeah, or you yourself being lapped by the front runners as well, because they come around a lot sooner than what you hope.
Yeah, they do.
Well, I'm going to be a sad sack as well. We've had to retire it.
Oh,
What's happened, mate?
One of the guys' computers crashed as well.
Oh, so we just see a bit of contact with... That was the Porsche of Sean Madison. May have been a backmarker just trying to let him through. That's not ideal. I think it would have been a McLaren that was contact with. Is that Johnston? There we go. On screen. So, yeah, a bit of nasty contact just with the backmarkers there. Not quite ideal, especially at the start of Sean Madison's stint there. And I'm sure that backmarker is going to be calling their number out on the radio. Well, not on the radio. There will be a report put in for that one. We'll see what the stewards think of that one a little later down the track once they've been able to analyse what exactly went on. So we only caught the tail end of that. It's hard to say what exactly happened.
That's a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because we had a very close camera angle of that. We had a pretty low field of view there, so we weren't able to see what happened. We just see a replay there. Yeah, it's just...
Oh, that car went flying.
Yeah, it's hard to say what's even happened there.
Porsche just didn't know he was there.
I can't make comments on that. That's really hard to break down.
Yeah, leave that for race control.
Yeah, that's not on me. I don't want to make anyone look bad when in the stewards room they might be seeing something completely different. So I'm going to leave that one. Take it for what you will, viewers. It's it's up to you to decide what you think. I'm not gonna put any words in anyone's mouth because yeah, that's a confusing one.
Hopefully it doesn't impact the battle up the front. That would have been for P3 time. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It also comes down to who was a back marker there as well, because if that was a battle for position with the other two cars involved, then maybe Sean should have steered a little bit more clear of it. But yeah, I don't know if that was a battle for position or if that was just a back marker passing a back marker passing a back marker. Really hard one to judge there. Just on board with Wong at the moment, currently with a 10-second penalty hovering over his head. There's only 2 seconds clear to Ryan Green up ahead in the Audi in the 818. It's battle for P9 at the moment. Yeah, not too sure if Wong is still due to come in for a stop or if that's a penalty that they've picked up pretty early on.
True.
But back markers approaching him as well. Is that possibly back markers with a little bit more pace? That's one that you gotta play carefully. You can't just if you're a back marker and you've got someone ahead of you that's a lap up, that you have a bit more pace, and you can't exactly just muscle your way through. It's pretty rude. I'm not too sure it's within the rules either. You really need to request it. There you go. Wong's just made the position on green, taking it through the inside. We'll be up to P9 now.
I think Green realised that he's a little bit faster and he's probably going to compromise his race by just trying to defend.
Yeah, absolutely. You do lose precious tenths in a battle, and if that battle is going to go on for longer than you hope, then you may as well just let it slide and then start finding those tenths again without that pressure. Mahoney's just picked up a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Practice your pit stops, ladies and gentlemen.
I did not expect the speeding one to be given out tonight.
Yeah, I think you'll see a lot of the drivers coming pretty safely into the pits. They'll slow it right down before they cross that line. Then you'll see other drivers that just cut it really fine. For what reason? To find a 10th on a driver through the pit cycle. You've got more things to worry about with stopping on the blocks correctly, rather than slowing it down as efficiently as possible before the pit limiter line. It looks like Green under pressure from Karud here. Karud's having a look on the inside, and it looks like a done deal. He's swinging out quite wide. Green's got the switch back. They're going to be going side by side into barbecue, but no, Karud's taking a little bit more curve than he would like, and he's going to have to sit back into that position and try another time. So play on at the moment for Green. Yeah, so I think there's been Michael Young just saying there's been a bit of sadness. I think they may have disconnected and they've reconnected by the looks of it, nice and quickly. But yeah, unfortunately, the game does lock your controls for a while before it sends you out. We're well and truly very deep into this race now, just approaching the 2.5 hour mark. I think we've got a much better gauge on who's sitting where in terms of position. I'm just looking at Sean Madison. He's still sitting in P4. So is it possible that car 999 has inherited that position through the pit stop cycle? And there's only a 10th between Moore and O'Hara. So I think there is a battle for P2 that's spicing up at the moment. They're sitting right on the back of Andy O'Hara.
I think O'Hara was behind 999.
Maybe something that we've missed. As far as I was concerned, they were P1 until the first set of pit stop cycles, and then
yeah. But I think the previous driver had a bit of an off prior to the pits, from what I was told through my teammates.
Yeah, I think we just witnessed a Bentley hitting the sausage curb. I saw him way out wide after the sausage. That's no good. But yeah, if we know Andy O'Hara, that gap is going to extend very quickly. He may have just found that position Yeah, he's found that position back, and the gap's already up to 1.3 seconds. So O'Hara's just doing O'Hara things and going super fast, faster than what the game thinks she can go. That's just what O'Hara does. He's got a bit of work to do to try and crunch down that gap that has opened up with P1. And we saw within the first stage of the race that Ozadfar was very, very similar on pace to O'Hara. So O'Hara's going to have to work really hard to try and crunch that gap down. It was through that second cycle and the third cycle that the second cycle. We're in the third cycle now. It was in that second cycle that gap really opened up when it was Rico Koze in car 1 and Dan Hunter in car 30. As we're just watching this overtake again of O'Hara.
Very clean.
Walked around him.
Yeah, walked right around him.
Yeah, it seems like Moore knew that was inevitable, so didn't want to waste any time on trying to hold him back. By the looks of things, car 30 are holding off and putting Hobbs in their car because they know that crunching that gap down is dire. Looks like car 1 also had the same idea, so it's back to the original battle between these two. O'Hara's got a lot of work to do to try and crunch that down. Just on board with Karud again, still on the tail of Green here, trying to find that position. He hasn't been able to get close enough to make a move like he did on the previous lap, where he sent it on the inside and ran a little bit wide, and obviously the switch back took him back down to P11.
Green seems to be struggling with something because he's a little bit off pace. So Wong got through before, and now Green is exposed again here. Karut just behind.
Karud just trying to find a way through. It seems like he's being held up a bit, and he just wants to find his way through. But Green doesn't want to let this one go. Karud's just trying to find any opportunity that he can. Looking up on the inside after sunset is not the ideal place to be doing it, but when you're getting impatient and you just want to find your way around, that is one of the spots where you will stick your nose out and try and force a mistake. But Green might not be too hindered on top speed if he has damage or if it's tyre wear, because he does seem to be holding him off on the long straights. Looks like he got a little bit sideways coming through the sausage there, Green.
Here we go.
Closes right up onto the back of Green, coming through the last corner of the circuit. He's right on the back. That is close enough to have a little bit of a sniff and have a little bit of a look. He's going to capitalize on that slipstream. He's going to take as much of it as he can. And he has declared the inside of the track as his, as he gets on the anchors nice and hard. He learned from last time and he's got the car rotating around. And now Green has lost the position and is now under fire from Backmarker, who doesn't exactly want to let this one go. Yeah,
Fantastic.
well done to you, Karud. That's done deal. So yeah, really good job to him. Sized him up for a couple of laps and then got it done.
Yeah, now he's got at least a gap on Green, so he can't fight back on it.
Yeah, there's a back marker separating him now, so gives him a bit of breathing space just to run away with it. You can see that the on the track map, the cars are well and truly spread out. It is very unlikely to find your own real estate here. It seems like car 191 is one of the only cars that has a bit of clear air around them. You'll be able to punch out some of those laps. Just on board with Justin Clayton for Odyssey 219. Currently still leading the Pro-Ams, but has dropped down from P9 where they started in the race. They are now down to P13. So nothing's gone horribly wrong. I think they've just had a filter of pacier drivers throughout the driver stints to be able to take the position from them. But Justin Clayton behind the wheel, a very, very aggressive driver, very quick driver. So he's going to be pushing pretty hard to keep that car where it is and hopefully find those positions back.
They're in amongst the pros, so really good position for them, considering. Fantastic drive.
yeah, Justin Clayton can sometimes be his own best friend and his own worst enemy. I've done events with this man before, and I've seen firsthand just how aggressive, falls like reckless he can be when it comes to making moves. But whenever I've witnessed it, he's been able to get it done and get it done safely. So yeah, hopefully he doesn't get the best of himself and end up taking anyone out or himself. We did see him run a little bit wide after barbecue and touch the sand, so he's pushing very hard to try and get those lap times as quickly as possible. Sometimes too hard will definitely affect that, though, as we see him run into the grass earlier.
We were in the same split in the Jag last year in the sprint series, and when he's got his bit between his teeth, he wants everyone to shut up on comms. So looks like he's in that situation right now. Looks like he's pushing, try and catch Brits and Green, obviously down a little bit further down as well. They're all closing up on Green, so it looks like Green may be suffering from some damage.
Yeah, he must have some kind of damage, because yeah, he's definitely much quicker than that, and he shouldn't be getting swamped that easily. Didn't quite get a good look of the car earlier because we were either far away in terms of the camera angle, or we were on board with Karud, who was sitting behind. Yeah, Clayton very close to the back of Brits now. He's crunching that delta down very quickly. So it looks like he might be making a move sometime in the next couple of laps. It was a long race, so hopefully he doesn't do anything silly. We did have a bit of yellow going on the course for a moment there, but it has cleared up. We've gone green again. Unfortunately, just having a look at the weather forecast, it's looking quite clear over the next half hour. I wouldn't mind some rain to spice this one up.
Not going to be blessed by the rains, are we, in Africa?
That's the thing. A lot of the time we do when it comes to Kyalami. A lot of our events do end up raining. Something about Africa and being blessed with rains.
There's still a long way to go in the race. There could still be rain. Don't worry about that. Maybe right at the end of the last dip.
I really hope so. I know a few of the Odyssey boys said that if it rains, it's going to be bad because the setups are not catered for rain whatsoever, and they're going to struggle. Particularly the guys in the Lamborghini as well. But that is not my interest. My interest is to see an entertaining race today. And the rain will provide that. It always does. I remember Imola was definitely eventful when it started raining, the Imola 8 hour. Everyone starts stressing out. Clayton getting very close to the back of Brits here. It's only 4/10 the margin now as they come past the sausage. Brits runs a little bit wide. He's out into the grass, almost into the pit lanes. Jazzy Clayton takes the outside lane, takes the safe way, and he has got a great exit out of the last corner, and that position has been taken. So good heads up driving there. He takes P12.
Brits still has the inside.
Oh, how are they on the anchors? I don't know if Brits will contest that one. Yeah, no, he's on the brakes at a pretty responsible part of the circuit. So I think he's going to let this one go just for a little bit. And just the way Justin Clayton's been driving, he may be able to run away with it. Unless he does that, runs a little bit wide, touches the grass, he does the same thing. Does the same thing as what Green's done. Sorry, as what Brits has done. And Brits has retaken that position into sunset. And Clayton's going to have to work just as hard as he was before, and he's going to have to get it done on merit next time, because I don't know if Brits is going to make that mistake again.
This is a good example. Look, Green, the gap to Green now is pushed out by 2 seconds by these two battling. It just shows what happens when you get caught up in a battle. It was down to 3 seconds at one point, now it's out to 4.8, almost 5 seconds.
Yeah, but they weren't really battling. They both made mistakes at the wrong time, so no one was diving on each other.
No, that's true.
I don't know how many people noticed him, but when we were sitting on board, I think we were on board with Justin Clayton. I think he's touched his wiper button because the wiper did run across the screen for a moment.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's for aerodynamics, or I don't know if he's done that for a reason.
Well, we were talking about rain at the time, so maybe he thought there was some rain, giving us some hope.
It's a sign.
Maybe he's wiping away the dust.
Yeah, I'll be getting a little bit of that brake dust from the car that was ahead.
Maybe it was like, if I put my wipers on now, it'll distract Brits in front. Brits will run wide.
Oh, the wipers were to push some of the air away that was pushing onto the front of the car. Was to give it a little bit more of a slipstream. Just to clean up that dirty air that he was copying.
Cut through the air, you might say.
That's right. Miles putting on the pressure to Crab now. Crab working really hard. I think Crab was one of the big movers earlier. Oh, as he just takes a little bit too much curve there, and that's always going to be death. I don't care what car you're in. That's going to hurt when you touch too much of that curve. We've seen cars get airborne on that one. He's lucky that it was just a spin and it's just a little bit of scuffing on the tyres. He's been able to get it going again pretty quickly. But that battle's over, unfortunately, and he's going to have to try and find that delta again. But Brook up being hunted down by Leonard Scott. Sorry, I'm looking at this completely wrong. Being hunted down by Moras in the Ferrari, car 36. Battle for P27 at the moment. This is where the big chunk of the Pro-Ams are in the fields. So this is big Pro-Am battles going on. Brooker just getting on the inside of the back marker there, just trying to get through the corner as efficiently as possible. Doesn't want to be looking at the disgusting golden livery of that Bentley. Also got battles forming with before here. It's a 720 car. Just on the rear of David Neighbour in the Ferrari car 19. Only 7/10 the margin. Before driving with Megan D and Kefford, I believe. James Kefford. Seems like they have a common theme with their livery. It's always the white with the pastel blue and pink as the trim.
He's got his blue flag ready. He's waiting for the next one to wave at.
I don't know if you've seen some of the videos floating around, but these flag marshals are crap. We've I came across an Octane video the other day of a race at Zolder, I believe it was, and there was an incident that involved about 20 cars, and the guy was waving the green flag as just a parade of skittling cars came past. One of the cars even went through his flag, and he just remained on green. Was that Imola? Thank you, Malik. Yeah, hilarious clip, and Malik's reactions to it just top it off. If anyone has quick access to that clip in chat, chuck it in there because it's for everyone to see. It is hilarious. Onto page for the people in Asia and Australia. What time is it for you? Currently, for me, AEDT, it is 3:47. I'm on the eastern side of Australia, on the east coast down in Melbourne.
Yeah, 12:47 for WA.
Yeah, so some of these drivers were up a little bit earlier than others, those that are over at the west coast. And some of these drivers are going to be up much later than others, being drivers from New Zealand. And as we were going through the field earlier, there was a lot of drivers from different regions around the world. So some of these people are absolutely destroying their sleeping pattern to be part of this special event. We do have an American, we have a Canadian as well floating around. Yeah, a lot of guys from Asia.
And then the East Coast decides to put daylight savings into it.
But yeah, even the guys on the north side of the East Coast, there's an hour difference between some of them.
So Clayton's got by Brits, and now Brits is putting pressure back on him.
Yeah, this is a really spicy battle. Seems like these guys are really matched for pace, so this might be a bit of a yo-yo battle going on here, a bit of back and forth. If Brits keeps making little squiggly mistakes like that, then that gap's going to open up a little more than he would like. But as we saw earlier, Clayton is no stranger to the small mistakes that may just cost him that position again. So let's get an update on the margin between P1 and P2. Let's see how Andy O'Hara is faring against Brian Ozadfar.
I was just looking at that. It's out to 26 seconds, so it's actually increased slightly.
Well, there you go. Those two drivers are pretty similar on pace. They were pretty matched as we saw throughout the first stage of the race. So I can't help but think maybe back markers are playing a bit of a role in that. Maybe O'Hara's being dealt a slightly worse hand when it comes to getting through the back markers. Just depending on what part of the circuit is, it can really cost you a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to lose a second or two here and there. So it all play out when the back markers are cleared.
It's still a long race.
Oh, yeah.
Although in saying that, looking at the gap behind him, he hasn't seen a back marker for a while. So yeah, maybe this is coming down to raw pace. Maybe Ozadfar just does have a slight edge on O'Hara. Or it's just possible that O'Hara's made a mistake, but I highly doubt that. I mean, it's perfect.
He's double stint. This is his second stint for O'Hara. And
Yeah,
Brian
correct.
as well.
Correct. So O'Hara started the race and they put Hunter in the car for a full stint. Then O'Hara's jumped back in. And Mitch Hobbs is their third driver. So you suspect that Hobbs is going to be in the car at the end of this stint.
Do you reckon it's a tactical move?
Oh yeah, absolutely. If I was with these guys, my mentality would be alternate the stints. So O'Hara, driver 2, O'Hara, driver 3, O'Hara, driver 2, O'Hara. Just really maximise the amount of time that he's in the car. Obviously, he's going to be the fastest driver there. He's one of the fastest that we've got in the league, if not the fastest. So you'd be silly if you were going to share the load evenly when you've got a driver like him at your disposal.
Or what happened? They all moved into O'Hara's house, and he just jumps across into their sims. So he's just doing it for 9 hours straight.
Yeah, look, that would be smarter to do. However, the the prize of winning this isn't quite worth the money you'd spend on the travel and the logistics of making that happen. So if they have done that, whatever, I suppose. It's on you. You're at a
You
loss
gotta
of
win.
money.
You know those little tenths, the little tenths in inches to win it.
It's not exactly worth P2, is it? You can't only do that if you want, if you know you're gonna win. But at the moment, there's quite a big gap between them and P1.
Yeah, but there's still a long way. You just got to be off a little bit here and there. Pit strategy might work out in the end.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see how long the pit stop is. Maybe he's quickly logging out of Steam and logging back in and jumping into the car under a different name. We'll get that investigated. Cameron Farmer, that's on you, mate. Look into it.
Go to O'Hara's house and make sure he's there. It's not 3 other rigs or 3 keys that he's using from Steam.
And you know what else? We saw a couple of bribes coming through from Daniel Hunter.
Oh, Mullock's never said anything about not bribing.
Look, I've just got some insider information here from the car in question. And look, I believe it. Dan Murphy has come through and said, sorry, it's the Murphy. Dan Hunter has come through and said, we are not at Andy's house. His internet is too shit. Fair call. I've heard a lot of stories about how bad that man's internet is. Yeah, lives out in the middle of nowhere. So that's why he's so good at sim racing. What else is he going to do? Maybe milk a cow or something, I suppose.
God, if O'Hara had actually had good internet.
I thought he was playing from the space station.
No, he's just got an old Nokia 3310 just dialed up.
Just tethered to the Nokia. Get some of that 1G action. For it. Look on the inside. Has a look up on the inside. Takes. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, it takes beginner of a position. That was a pretty ballsy position up to P21 now. Pretty ballsy overtake rather. Racing for car 24. No idea. Don't believe him. Just watching the way he's driving at the moment, it seems like he does have some kind of idea on how to get that car around the circuit and get past the other cars that are in his way. Next target on his sights is Lucas Dowd. I'm just getting an update on the margin of that, but it looks like Dowd is just coming into sunset now, so they are very close.
Yeah, it seems a bit of a battle up in this section here. They're all quite close.
Yeah, these special events, midfield is where it's at. This is where all the spicy stuff happens. I think Misano was pretty good in terms of the lead battle. Tristan Moore working really hard defending against Sean Madison here. Madison really wants that podium position back. That Porsche really struggling with the straight line speed. It's so hard. It is so hard to find positions and fight with that Porsche with such a low top end. Kind of makes Moore's job easy. Yeah, it really does. Did you see that the Audi of Moore was still pulling away from the Porsche, even with that Porsche having the slipstream? Although Madison much closer now. He's having a look. He's showing the nose. He's putting on the pressure. Wants to force that mistake.
Porsche is just so good in the corners.
Yeah, you can see the pace advantage coming through Sunset there. He just needs to find the real estate on track to place his car and make that move happen.
Yeah, look
see
out
5 second penalty. Sorry, mate. Go on.
Look out for the top of the hill, I reckon.
Yeah, that's what you're going to want. They're going to want this section because it comes out of a very fast-paced left-to-right weaving section of the circuit. It might be beneficial for the Porsche. And that exit as well, capitalising on those corner exits might be where it's at. If he can just get side by side and put the pressure on in lead up to the following corner, that's going to be what Madison needs to do to try and find this position. As he goes for a big lunge on the inside. Oh, they're side by side. It looks like it wasn't quite enough, but I'll eat my words because it looks like it is enough. He has the inside line coming into the sausage curb. And there's sausage contact. He's kept the car. He's done really well to keep that going in a straight line. They almost collected each other there. That could have been absolutely horrible. Yeah, that was some dicey racing there. And Madison's done well to keep the car going there, but he's going to have to work really hard to get onto the back of Tristan Moore again.
Was it sausage contact, or did he get a little kiss just when they went single file?
You could be right. I thought it may have been sausage. It looked like the obvious culprit, but yeah, you might be right. It may have been car-to-car contact.
Yeah, it's just that.
Thought Cheetah bit him.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. It's just they both were like separate, and then just before Cheetah, they came close to it.
Yeah, it's possible that it wasn't quite a death touch of the sausage, but it was. You can just nip that sausage safely and just have a little bit of roll in the car. Maybe just that small roll in the car was enough to get those cars together and have that really slight contact. Yeah, it's amazing that Tristan Moore was able to keep that as well, because I believe he was on the outside line when that happened. So it's incredible that not only did he save it, but he was able to keep the position.
Yeah, Cheetah's sausage curb, it's just all brown flags through there.
Oh, absolutely. Code brown all the way. Never wear white jocks at Kyalami.
You have to clench every time you go through there. Definitely clench your cheeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying earlier, it's one of those corners where you can be consistent for 8 hours and 55 minutes, but then when you get into the closing stages of the race, that sausage curb starts to be tantalizing and it scares the shit out of you. And when you start getting scared of it, that's when you can make that mistake.
I still think that curb moves, honestly.
Tell you what, Sean Madison's really crunched this gap down very quickly. It's only been one lap, and he's brought it down to 5/10 now. So it just goes to show the pace over the lap for that Porsche is so much better when it comes to the cornering. It's just that straight line speed that makes it really hard to get the overtake done.
Yeah, come on, Porsche. Let's get rid of some of these Audis. There's too many Audis in this top 10.
Make it happen. I want to see the same battle transpire as what we saw between these two in the same section of the track. I just want to see it done a little more clean. Right on the back of him now. Now the pressure is on. Moore knows that this is not something that he's going to be able to hold forever. So how hard does he actually fight this one now that he can see how quickly Sean Madison was able to crunch down that gap?
But the question is, has Moore learnt not to leave that open for that turn?
Yeah, absolutely. Because that was a bit of a Madison caught him napping and just really cinched it up on the inside. So I dare say Tristan's going to be looking at that now and catering for that and just placing his car in the middle of the track. Point in case, there we are. He's making that Audi as fat as he possibly can. Race control, just celebrating the 100 laps that we've now conquered around this circuit. We just watch a replay of the event from before. Madison up on the inside, so we're going to see if it was sausage or car contact or a little bit of both. Yeah, it looked like sausage. It kind of looked like Madison had that done. It was just because he was in the middle of the circuit on entry to it, he just kind of misjudged it a little bit and had a bit of a tap with the corner. And Tristan was right on the back of him, and I think there may have been a little bit of nose to tail contact, which has sent Madison out.
Yeah.
No, not quite. Tristan's nailed it. Tristan's absolutely nailed it through there, and Sean Madison has just made his own mistake just by having a bit of a confusing entry onto the sausage.
Yeah, very rarely do you hit the exit of the sausage. Usually it's like the midway to the entry.
Yeah, we're nearing 1/3 through this 9-hour race, nearing the 6-hour mark, 3 hours in. And I want to say a little bit of a warm welcome to one of our newest commentators, Tom Sanderson. Welcome to the booth, mate. Good to have you here.
How are you?
I'm very well. I suppose I'm not going to speak for the other boys because they've been hanging out with me for the last hour.
Yeah, that...
Hasn't been that bad.
It's alright, I'll give them some good company for next hour.
Yeah, sorry, just to cut you off, we've got Sean Madison and Tristan Moore side by side again, just coming through the hairpin. This time, the roles are reversed. Tristan is on the inside line. Madison is using as much as the outside of the track as he possibly can. Oh, they get so close. Tristan is not letting him through. He's making that Audi as fat as he possibly can. And he holds on to that position. So I think that goes to show Tristan, he is seeing how quickly that gap is closing, but he's not willing to let that position go. As you would. It's P3. You don't want to let P3 go.
Well, he learned it from that overtake to not keep the inside open.
Yeah, so he's playing his cards very well here, and he's keeping Sean Madison on his toes, keeping him guessing. They're just approaching some back markers here, so back markers may come into play on whether Madison can capitalise on it. Depends on when this happens.
Yeah, Madison will be a bit frustrated because he should be way ahead now.
Yeah, by the looks of it, these back markers may just slow this battle down, so it might stretch over the next few laps. I'm not too sure we're going to see a whole lot of side-by-side action this lap. I think Madison's going to have to bide his time a little bit.
I don't know, it just feels the push in these few corners. That's where it does the best work.
Yeah, it's just so good under brakes, as you were saying before. And then the corner exit as well, to kind of latch on and just keep that distance as small as he can. You see it stretch out a little bit there as the Audi gets a little bit of top end on it. And then you come into the hairpin, there you go, close right back up. The Porsche will get a great exit, and that gap is pretty much gone. Yeah, some really good hard battling here. This has been going for a number of laps now. I think 4 or 5 laps we've been watching this.
Just where's he going to make his next move? That's the question, really.
He's pushing really hard. You can see him running really wide in the exit of Crocodiles there. He can't be doing too much of that if he wants to hold on to P3. It might be all good and well. He might be able to get this move done, but if he keeps driving like the way he is, those little mistakes is what's going to cost him that position, and he's going to have to work just as hard as he did, if not harder, to get it back.
I wonder how all the drivers are going for track limits.
Yeah, that's one thing that you stop thinking about a little bit in some of these special events. There's some circuits like Paul Ricard and Misano where you're really vigilant. You're really looking out for those drivers that pick up those drive-through penalties. But Kyalami isn't quite notorious for the track limits. It's not often that you'll get it. You'll probably pick up some track limits maybe around the S's. I think on the exit of the S's is a pretty popular spot to be picking them up if you run a little bit wide there. But yeah, I think we have seen one car with a drive-through. Can't confirm if that was track limits or not. I dare say it was. But yeah, so far, one out of, what have we got, 48, 49 cars started the race.
plate that's
Yeah,
in
and for
front of
the
the green.
yeah, and for these endurers, it's pain with the track limits because they don't reset per driver, so you're just carrying it all through the race.
Yep, I know that part. Green
As
in
we
the
just see
pits.
green into the pits. Maybe that damage that he's been sporting or whatever's been wrong with his base, maybe that's going to get ironed out here as they dare say this will be a driver change as well. About 33 minutes until we see the optimal pit stop cycle come through. So this is not your usual pit stop schedule, but seems like Green's had enough and wants to give it over. Wants to get that car nice and fresh and get a fresh driver behind the wheel. So the first 3 hours of this race, it's been very eventful. I'm going to be honest, I haven't been bored for 1 minute of this race. This has been spectacular. Just the battles throughout the field and just how the lead battle has been transpiring as well. It's really been flipped on its head after that first pit cycle. And yeah, even this battle here that we're on board with Sean Madison and Tristan Morph, the battle for that final step on the podium at the moment, P3, has been absolutely insane. I'm going to head off and I'm going to leave the helm to the you three gentlemen. I'm going to go enjoy this race in my own time and see what else happens. And enjoy it as a bit of a spectator. So yeah, good luck with the rest of the race, guys, and hopefully it stays as interesting as it has been for us.
Thanks, mate. Have a good one.
Just take it easy, guys.
So Madison's still looking at the back of that Audi, struggling to find a way past that deficit in a straight line. Let's see if he can pull a move somewhere at the end of the lap here.
There we go.
He absolutely looks for a big look up the inside, and they're almost side by side out of the crocodiles, and the Audi's just staying ahead again, and it just looks like he's getting more and more frustrated now, but still a long ways to go, 6 hours, so just got to be smart about it. Not worth ruining your race, causing a lot of damage with this long to go.
I might be thinking about maybe a change in strategy. Rather than passing me in track, passing by the pits, coming out, fresh tyres and maybe cutting some fast laps, potentially moving his way forward by the pit stops.
Yeah, definitely an option. Some of the cars out there, they're planning 8 stops, some planning 7, so there's always the ability to change it mid-race. You get stuck behind the car. Just got so much speed through this part of the track, and he just can't utilise it because he's got an Audi stuck right in front of him. But I'm hearing it's been an interesting opening 3 hours. Haven't been tuning in too much, been busy up full neck full of uni work, but hopefully this next hour can deliver for us. As we're looking over the rear wing of the Audi, that's a good shot. And he's got a Porsche all in his mirrors. How are your boys going, Bart?
Might have stepped away from the microphone.
Yeah, might have stepped away. You're racing as well, aren't you, George?
Yeah, unfortunately, my PC crashed, so we're out, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Yeah, don't want to relive the moment.
Let's,
I will leave it at that.
Let's not talk about it.
No.
Tech issues, it's an unfortunate part, but it's a bit cheaper than going actual racing.
True, very true.
Plus you can do it in your pajamas at home. The benefits.
The benefits, that's right.
And we're hearing that the cloud cover has been increasing in the last 15 minutes. Could we have some sort of weather on the way? I'd love to see a little bit of moisture later on. Spice things right up.
We haven't got much wind around.
Oh, no, we haven't. Well, we're actually indicating 0 at the moment, so... If it's going to come in, it's going to come in slowly, George.
Very, very slowly.
I think this is the closest the Porsche's been for a while now. It's right on the back of that Audi. But Tristan just doing a brilliant job of defending.
Traffic play a part here? That's the question.
It could. We've got that interestingly coloured Bentley up in front. And oh. That was a little bit too close for comfort, I'd say, for Madison on board in the Porsche. A change of underwear might be required.
Gaps open up.
Yeah,
Just that little bit.
just a little bit, just give him a bit of breathing room. But we've seen the Porsche just be able to close up that gap and look for a move and then drop away and then edge right back up to the 999 car. At the front, it's that far, it's just absolutely killing it in the Audi. Got a sizable lead over Andy O'Hara, who's doing an excellent job in that Honda.
Gaps opened up just a little bit, but I reckon that's probably playing out through traffic. That it's going to be yo-yoing around that 25, 26 mark of leaders.
Yeah, that's right. You've just got to get through the traffic as quickly and safely as possible in one of these endurance races. But it's going to take one hell of an effort for the 30 to claw that back. But still a long ways to go. Anything could happen.
Definitely.
As it's the Lamborghini just ahead of these two as we come down through Mineshaft. What do you think Madison's thinking at the moment, George? Because he's trying and trying, he just can't quite get it done. As a driver, you've just got to try and keep a level head in this sort of situation. As we're looking at a replay of the 130 Audi just pulling off in Sunset. Some sort of issue there for that car.
Forgot to put fuel in it, maybe.
Yeah, it didn't look like it'd been in the wall, so here we go, the Lamborghini.
And traffic again.
Gets out of the way quite nicely. But Bart, how are your boys going through?
We had to retire it. We had to retire it. One of our guys' computers crashed as well.
Well, the curse of the commentary box for the commentators.
Oh, yeah. We're down in like, I think 40th or something. Struggling a little bit, but yeah. I don't think a lot of us are too sad about it.
Madison's really working that steering wheel behind the Audi.
I think his best chances at the top here.
Yeah, I was about to say under brakes, the Porsche is so strong, and you might look for the outside here.
To the undercut. There we go.
He just needs to get a better exit in this point, and then he can get the run down the hill.
We saw him go for a very bold move down here at Crocodiles a couple of laps ago. So I think he's just, once again, he's a little bit too far back. You see him close up under the brakes, but he just needs to be a tenth or two further up the road to pull a move.
Yeah, Moore's learned from it. I think it gave him at once an opportunity to overtake and he didn't take it, so he won't make that mistake twice.
Yeah, Tristan is a very good driver. Raced against him a few times on the F1 2020 and 21 game. Always a pleasure.
So the gap's opened up a little bit here. A little bit of breathing room for more.
The ebbs and flows. Here's a battle for position for 13th. That's 130 Audi, which we saw parked just momentarily ago, back out on the circuit, and in a little battle here with that green Aston. And holding on for now up through barbecue. It's also the 717 looking to take advantage of this.
I do wonder what happened to that 130 car. Parked up. Seemed like race was over, but he's still out there.
Yeah, unusual. Actually, a question has come through in chat. How many laps do we think it's going to be the final count? How many laps do you reckon this race is going to be?
I crunch the numbers, mate. Give me a second.
I'm guessing 310. But my guess is probably pretty poor. 310.
I'll go 324.
I go 316. Why not? Something in the middle.
Perfect.
I called the quali cutoff last night, so maybe I'll get it again.
Mold says 318. But he's got the magic calculator.
And the man with all the knowledge. Well,
Perfect, Pat. 1,000. Spot on.
I think we need a few more hours to get that done. And we might need an extra 14 hours or so. And the number 36 not having a good day of it. Another drive through. So we're watching Sanikis just threading his way through that traffic that are battling for position. It's not the most comfortable place to be when you're trying to pass under the blue flags. Having a look at the timing screen here. The 219 under the helm of Clayton at the moment. They're doing a great job at the front of the Pro-Am class at the moment in the Audi. Obviously a lot of Audis out there on track. As the
9 hours of Audi.
The 9 hours of Audi around Kyalami. There's a couple of reskinned Audis.
They're up in 10th, aren't they?
That's it. A couple of Lambos.
Which is really just an Audi.
Yeah, just the reskinned. Just with worse visibility out the front window.
And then maybe a Porsche and a Honda, and that's it. Oh no, there's an Aston Martin up there.
It's a Ferrari flying the flag up there in 11th. Speaking of cars, what is your guys' favourite car on the ACC game?
Well, I'm a freshman
I'd say-
at ACC, so I still haven't tried all the cars, unfortunately.
I find anything with a motor in the back, really.
Yeah, also pretty new to the ACC world. I'm enjoying the Honda in the Sprint Series, so come over from the Lamborghini. I'm just enjoying that a little bit more.
I enjoyed the challenge of the Jag last season in the Sprint Series.
That's right. I was racing you every week, George.
It was fun.
I still don't understand, why did you guys pick the Jag? It still baffles me.
For the bands.
I probably chose the Jag because it was my first Sprint Series for me, so just thought I'll be teetering around the back there and learning what it's all about, and yeah, bit of a challenge as well. Oh, if that's the worst to come, then only better from there, I suppose.
Long live the Jag, I say. It's missed. Its steering wheel isn't,
Hey.
but the Jag is missed.
You got it as a safety car.
That's right.
That's true. When it doesn't blow up for split red. But yeah, the Honda it's a challenge, but I'm enjoying it. Just put all the cars in a random wheel generator and it spat out the Honda, so it was working well in Bathurst last week.
Oh yeah, that Honda is impossible to pass at Bathurst.
Yeah, it didn't matter how slow I was. Couldn't get past me. Speaking of not being able to get past, Madison still all over the back of that Audi. And that's not doing any wonders for his race.
I feel Madison's over looking at that Audi.
Or can we see a move up the inside here from the Audi? Looking, showing the nose, and they're going to be side by side towards the S's. But the
He's
Audi
got the inside.
takes the inside. The Aston isn't going to let him have it easily, but oh, he's got a little bit wide there. And he's going to lose 2 positions there to both of the Astons.
Thought he had the deal done actually. And he just must have been a washout at the front end and then oversteer at that point.
Slots back in behind the second of the Astons here, fighting for 15th. This is a great little battle. And I like that black and green Aston. That's a nice livery.
Oh no, I'm liking the grey one. It's just a bit more subtle.
I'm all for a bit of colour.
Well, where's the pink and blue Aston?
Caught my eye last night. So here we go, freeway battle in Sector 1. Who's going to be the winner, who's going to be the loser? And it's the Aston you prefer the look of coming out on top this time around, but I don't think that's going to be the last time we see these ones changing position in the near future.
I know, he's starting to walk away now.
Yeah, as he got off barbecue there very well. And this Audi and the Aston resume their battle.
What happens when you get a prettier colour car? You just got the extra horsepower.
That's right. Anything with purple's got my heart. I love a bit of purple.
I think that's why we struggled in the Ferrari today. There's not enough red in it.
Yeah, red on a Ferrari gets you extra horsepower, didn't you know?
I'm not going to lie, but I've been doing, because I've been racing in the sprint with a reddish Ferrari, and then I went into the black Ferrari for this one, and I still think I lost about 2/10 in quality just because of the colour. I don't care if it's a placebo or it's whatever, I still think 2/10 was at least due to colour.
Yeah, that's an ACC bug. Or feature. You have to be in red for Ferrari. Go faster.
That's why you're always fighting me in that yellow Ferrari last season. Just didn't have the extra horsepowers.
Oh yeah, the yellow Ferrari. I'm like, what is this?
Little washes wide.
Oh,
Audi.
now he's going defensive. He's going to pick up those marbles.
That's to say, interesting line all over the marbles there down the straight. And he didn't really need to break the slipstream. He was well and truly past the Aston, who made that mistake.
Yeah, and that Audi just has so much top speed.
And we're having a look at the battle for third. And this is the closest it's been down this main straight. There's a Ferrari coming out of the pit lane as well. What? Oh, no!
Oh!
Oh! Heartbreak for Madison. That's his, what's happened there?
He's just cut the white line.
He's just... It just looks like he's gone... He looks like he's just got a pin and he's shot it straight at the Porsche.
Is that a
looks like
netcode error?
Yeah, netcode definitely with the internet. It just jumps.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, you don't see that in real life.
Well, that's going to give Tristan Moore a bit of breathing room, and Madison is into the pits to get that Audi, so that Porsche repaired. So that went into the barrier very hard.
Yeah, I think it's going to be taking a while to get a Ferrari removed from that Porsche.
They're all buff out. Just an update on the leaders, actually. The gap's opened up to 29 seconds, just over 29 seconds. So, looks like it's opening. At the moment, Ahara doesn't appear to have the answer to close that gap.
Yeah, that number 1 Audi's just got such impressive pace, and here we are seeing it on the screen. A lot of traffic around. Moving out of the way quite nicely. And it's going to ebb and flow the gap with this traffic. Who's going to get the better of it? Who catches them at the right times? It's important. If you catch them through the S's, you're just going to have to wait. And speaking of Andrew O'Hara, here for Team Happy Laps on the Honda. Coming down the straight, VTEC in full effect.
Well, it's not like O'Hara's struggling. He's still doing high 141s.
Oh yeah, he's killing it out there. Just losing a little bit of time every lap to that Audi. That's why that gap's just slowly eking out towards 30 seconds now. Jumping on board with Declan O'Donnell. Sorry, Daniel O'Donnell. As he's looking at the back of grid in the Lamborghini. So I think he's just jumped back into the car recently. After starting. So let's see where he can bring that 818 to. They were offset in terms of the pit stop strategies, not going at the optimal time, so let's see how that plays out for them. They made that early stop. He's just caught a bit of traffic here. And not able to get it done on this occasion, but if there's a man who loves getting up and about, it is Daniel O'Donnell.
You got a replay.
That's why you do that!
Oh, T-bone.
Crash.
So he's a bit of damage there, for sure.
Yeah, look at that. The front end is just taking a big hit there.
Whole rear's just lifted itself up.
Yeah. Stopping with force.
That's going to shake up the top 10, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Both of those cars will have to... Oh, little touch there from the Lamborghini on the Bentley. But yeah, both of those cars are going to struggle to hold on to where they were.
Oh, that has to be an instant pin for those two guys. There's no way you can drive through that.
Definitely. There's no reason to drive like that on an endurance race. Just going to get back and get the car fixed. And there you go, you can see that purple / pink Audi pulling in from Sneakers. But that's just so frustrating for him, just an innocent bystander and all of that.
Yeah, he had nowhere to go.
Yeah, the yellow flags weren't waving, and the blind approach into sunset, you've got to have very good reactions to avoid that.
But just going into sunset, you don't want to kind of jerk out the steering wheel because you'll go spinning because it's a very, you have to commit a line.
Yeah, that's right, you'll just wash wide and then you'll probably lose the rear end, so it's, you're just left with no options. And speaking of sunset, here we go through again with Mr. O'Donnell. See if he can find a way past that Lamborghini in the next coming laps. But yeah, there's that Audi, and that's looking very sad.
Fresh coat of paint, go astray.
Bit of buffs and duct tape.
I was about to say a bit of duct tape and send it back out.
So, not like there's any spare parts out there. There's a lot of Audis.
Yeah, just walk down to the next garage and steal their bonnet.
99 Porsche after its decent Ferrari whack. He's in ninth.
Yeah, vacuum on the wheel.
So I wonder how it's going to affect their pit strategies.
Well, there you go. It's back on the back of the 999 Audi almost again, but a lap down this time around. And that's all the time they've lost due to that incident. And that's the familiar sight for Tristan there in the Audi to have the 99 behind.
Deja vu.
I wonder if this time he might make it a bit easier as he's not fighting for the position. Oh, look at this traffic for O'Donnell.
And well done, them backing out just before sunset.
We don't need to set another sunset incident so close together, mate.
No.
So out of all of that, Clayton's been promoted up into the top 8 in the 219. Driving very, very well.
Yeah, you definitely need luck in these long endurance races.
Five-second penalty to Wong. Car 367. Avoiding line blue flags. Just come up.
You're just better off adhering to them because you're going to lose less time adhering than getting the penalty. It's a bit of a slide there through cheat up for O'Donnell. It's always nerve-wracking as a spectator watching your car go through cheat up.
It's nerve-wracking driving for a cheater, let alone being a spectator.
Yeah, but at least you're in control when you're watching your fellow drivers drive through there.
Are you really in control? Are you really? You just...
Oh, in
your
my
teeth
case,
hoping.
absolutely not. Some of these drivers would have a bit more control. As we've
I think
seen Lay here of the Porsche.
I think really the Bentley's the only car that's actually the safest through there because the steering's on the other side.
Well, there's a brake board, not
That's
where
the
it
100
belongs.
metre. How many people are going to outbrake themselves now?
Probably a couple.
That's why you don't use anything that moves as a brake marker.
Is that?
How's
as
there
a
two
result
150s?
Is that a result of that Ferrari?
Has
and
to
the
be.
Porsche? I think so.
Well, the 150's from the other side of the road, so who knows where that one's come from. That must be a separate incident.
What are we looking at now? It's the spit speed limit board.
Are people now just deliberately hitting signs?
I think they are. This is great.
Tactic.
Is there any more out there? It's always fun when someone takes out all the brake marker boards.
This battle continues. Will he get a better run on the exit?
The Lambo's going to have the benefit of a slipstream as well if that Audi that's in front. Not quite sure which Audi it is. There's about 375 of them out there.
Here we go.
Looks up the inside.
So he's pulled it off.
That's a great move there from Daniel. So he is released from the back of that Lamborghini.
And then he just has another Audi to overtake.
Another Audi. If this were the DTM, he'd get waved through, but it is not.
Did you watch the DTM last week at Norris Ring?
I did, and a bit of a sour taste it left. I was really enjoying the season up until then, following the Liam Lawson and Alex Albon.
Yep.
But
What happened? I never got to watch it.
Give you a little summary. So, in both races, Lawson's championship rival just absolutely sent it up the inside of turn 1. And in the second race, he damaged the front suspension of Lawson's car. He was basically out of the race at that point. He was 20 seconds lap slower on a 45-second lap.
Ouch.
And then with less than 10 minutes to go, the third championship contender, Maxi Gotts, in the Mercedes, was waved through by 2 other Mercedes who weren't in the same team. About 15 seconds they gave up to let him win the championship. So, I mean, that's not his fault. He deserves the championship. He had a great season, but Lawson had just had no chance to even go defend his title lead because of the incident on lap 1, turn 1.
And Lawson's racing for that Red Bull entry, right?
Yeah, the Red Bull AF Corsa Ferrari.
Oh, I think some Mercedes F1 team management's going on there.
Quite possibly. But yeah, the Ferrari just had no hope, and with only a 5-second penalty dished out for ending his race, it was just heartbreaking for Lawson. But regardless, he had a great season there in the DTM, and hopefully he can mount some sort of title challenge next year in F2 after he's had that experience of challenging for a title outside of the junior formula. And he was saying in interviews that he just enjoyed the experience of being treated like a professional rather than a junior driver on the rise.
Except for getting T-boned, clearly.
Well, that wasn't very professional, and I think that's why Red Bull won't be returning to the DTM. As we've got quite a few drivers coming into the pit lane now. Who is that just absolutely storming in? The black and red Audi there. But it is pit stop time, and we'll see how those who made earlier stops are going to fare out of all of this. The 818 is one of those cars. But race leader is into the pit lane.
But will he jump him in the pit stops now?
Watching another battle here.
Well, there goes that battle, unfortunately.
It was looking good for a second.
I was getting interested, but saying there in the Ferrari continues on.
What do you think of the burnt orange Ferrari?
Not a fan, honest. I like cool colours. So I like blues, I like purples, I like greens. Not a big fan of the reds, yellows, oranges.
Yeah, orange is a very unique colour.
It's very hard to work with, especially in sort of graphic design or liveries. I just find it quite hard to incorporate.
What about the orange from the McLaren?
I think that's very well worked. It works very well with the blue.
As long as orange isn't the dominant colour.
You've got to work it very well to make it work, and that's why I think when you have a great orange livery, that's why it quite often is iconic. You can think of the 80s and 90s McLarens, or the current McLarens. They're quite stunning. There's the Aston here, looking all over the back of the Bentley in front.
But he's got blue flags by the looks, so he's going to have to yield somewhere and resume the battle after the blue flags.
There it is, so maybe on the main straight they might yield to, is that the race leader? Or the number 1 car? I think it is. So do they yield this time around as the number 1 Audi is very closely behind, but these two have got their own battle going on, and these are the sort of moments that can unravel your race.
Turn his racing on its head.
if something were to go wrong, which we've already seen in the last half an hour for Sanikas, so the first of the two moves out of the way.
Yeah, backmarkers. You don't really want to ruin someone's race.
So they've got a 30-second gap to Hobbs in second, so they've got time to just be patient and slowly make their way through.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Nothing
Stop.
too
Stop go
critical.
30.
Stop go 30. That's a very hefty penalty.
Is that the Ferrari?
I think
Number 36.
let me look here. Yeah, that is a Ferrari.
Well, yeah, I
So
think that might have been that Madison one.
It must be, because that was a very serious incident. As the Bentley now moves out of the way, or does it? Just opens the door there for the Audi to slip through. And then you've got the Aston on the inside of Cheetah.
Guessing that Aston's not in the battle?
I think that's Zach Smith's car, correct me? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, it is Zach Smith's car. So
he's just been lapped, and then he's now lapping them as well. So.
Yeah, so he's a lap down to the number 1 Audi, but he is a lap ahead of these two, who are fighting it out for 15th at the moment, and it's a good little battle here. And the Bentley is just doing enough at the moment, but now that the traffic's been put through, the battle will resume in anger. And the Aston looks like he has the legs, but just needs to find a way past. I just find it really interesting coming over from the F1 game, where all the cars perform equally. Still new to ACC, so I just enjoy seeing different cars and their strengths and weaknesses throughout the lap, and how drivers need to utilise those strengths to get the positions.
But not only that, all the cars are very much suited to certain driving styles.
That's true.
That's right.
You get your front engines, and then you get your mid, and you get the Porsche with its own unique style.
Yeah, but then say you compare like a Ferrari to an Audi, similar kind of layout, but that's still a very different driving style required.
Yeah, that's true.
You got to try the cars out, figure out which one suits you. Because, as you're saying, driving style does not mould into the cars at the best of times if you want to extract the maximum pace.
It's about to get spicy. Here we go.
Do love a bit of spice.
He's left him room. Oh, this could get into tears here. Don't curb. Sausage bites there. Good job.
Oh, he's going to go in. Ah, just
dear, oh dear. Unlucky.
It's not close enough to pull that move off.
He went for it, and the Bentley wasn't open to letting him up the inside.
Yeah, it's not one of those turns you can late brake into and then just turn.
No, it's one of those you brake early and roll the car through.
Yeah, you have to really be side by side on that corner.
Yeah, and the opportunity is there if you can hold it up through turn 3. Some good battles we've seen in the past up through there. As Al here for the 999's taken over from Tristan, and come out well and truly clear in 3rd position.
Yeah, he's really got no one behind him. Smith's 21 seconds behind him.
He's got a little bit of a clear track in front of him. He's got one car, then a bit more clear track. So good opportunity for them just to pull out the quick laps and break away from Smith. Potentially close up on Hobbs, but Hobbs is a little way down.
Just perfect scenario to start your stint. Just a bit of clean air and no pressure immediately behind. Just get back into the groove of things.
Yeah, you can get into a rhythm, get the tyres up.
That's it. And one thing, I don't know if we've talked about it so far, but if the team's running smaller driver lineups, two drivers versus 3 or 4, it's just easier to keep that rhythm as you're in the car more. You're not waiting around as much.
The only thing I would think with that is that you do get driver fatigue towards the end.
That's
on a
right.
9-hour race.
It's sort of comparable. I don't know if you guys play sports, or I played a bit of basketball over my time, and when you're running a 5 or 6 man team for the game, you can just keep that rhythm for the entire two halves or 4 quarters, but then that fatigue can kick in at the end. So advantages and disadvantages of the different driver lineup amounts.
Yeah, it'll come down to the last like hour or two, that last stint, how tired you are.
Yeah, that's right.
Because this track bites if you just zone out for a few seconds.
Especially when you're out of the car, then you're spotting, and then you're back in the car, and then you're driving, then you're spotting. You know, in a 2-man team, that's pretty much how it would roll. So you never really quite get a break. Rest your legs.
Yeah, it's not like a spa track where you get this long straight. You can just kind of relax a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. No big opportunities to relax the mind here, as that Lambo almost went right up the back of that Aston. But yeah, not much time to ease the mind here around Kyalami. Always in the thick of it, unlike a Spa or your poorer cards.
You barely get a chance to set up your pit stops around here.
I
Take your eyes off the road for a second, and the next thing, looking at your MFD, and you look up and you got a corner in front of you.
I almost crashed at Bathurst last week, even though you do have some straights there. Just the wet conditions there. I was eyes glued to the circuit for all 60 minutes.
Yeah, Bathurst, it's just that hill, up in the hill, you just can't not focus, and then when you go on the straights, you kind of start relaxing a little bit, and then you're back into focusing.
Try through a penalty for 911, causing a collision. So, penalty up there. Looks like there's no rain on the radar at the moment. No wind, no rain.
Yeah, well, if it's not blowing, it's not coming in.
We need some Toto. Where's Toto when you need him? Bless us with some rain.
Maybe we'll
Spice it up.
send Michael an email, see what he can do about it. Where's Bender when you need him? Do the rain dance.
Oh yeah, we need some Bender rain dance. He did well on that tier red at Bathurst.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about that after I let him have the win in class. And by let, I mean I absolutely crunched the car at the dipper.
Well, the guy's always wanted wet races. He's got one. He better start winning in them.
I'm more than happy to have wet races every week for Split Red. Yeah, some of the people are calling it the curse of Bender. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I had one season, I think, with Bender, and every second race was wet.
It's good stuff. On board with Bob now, and he's looking at the back of Chalmers here. Just closing up under the brakes. So lots of battles developing throughout the field as we've just come through that round of pit stops.
Yeah, sometimes in these long races, you get a bit lonely if you're stuck in no man's land.
It's always nice to have a car to follow, I find. It doesn't matter what game or what type of race, I just like to have someone to look forward and chase down.
Yeah, you want that car in front. You want to see, even if it's a 6-second gap, you just want to have something to aim at.
Yeah, just something to relatively match your pace towards over the laps, especially over 9 hours. And there are a few cars running out there in no man's land. The 999, as we're speaking of, came out in a lot of clean air, and with sizable gaps on either side, might find themselves a little bit lonely out there on the circuit.
Though I feel Madison, what is it? No, what was it? Morris that was in it previously. I think he's enjoying the fact that he doesn't have a Porsche up his butt anymore.
Yeah, Tristan Moore. It's
Yeah,
now in
Tristan.
the hands of Al. But yeah, he was under the pump there for a number of laps from that Porsche until a Ferrari got involved. Put it politely.
Very politely.
There's another 15-second penalty for the 192 for causing a collision.
Afternoon,
It's
lads.
definitely working today.
Good
Afternoon.
evening. Good
How we
evening, Cut.
doing?
How are we?
Afternoon.
I'm good. That was a really fun first stint. It's so much nicer not being that first driver out there to find your little place in the race. It's so much nicer just coming out of the pits and being able to kind of do your own thing.
How is the team going?
Pretty well actually. Got a bit unfortunate in the first lap. Got a little boop. Had a little boop. Got a 10-second penalty and some damage, but fixed it early, and then extended that stint. Came in at about P35, and now after we handed back over to our first driver, we are now in 25th. So as we see a car off in the weeds at Cheetah, that's a certified Cheetah moment there by Rico
Is it?
Koze.
Yeah,
That's the leader.
the race
Yep.
leader off at Cheetah. So Rico's back in the car after he had been handed over from. Is it Fat? But
Brian Azadfar.
that's the one.
Yep. How have you guys been enjoying the names? Do you just guess most of the first names? Because that's what I did in the first stint.
Oh, it's good to have a little bit of a guess. Even the
Yep.
ones I know you get wrong. So apologies to everyone.
Nah, that's half the fun. I called
That's it.
Skylie Steve and Lie for the first half hour until someone corrected me in the chat.
I'm used to commentating on PlayStation, so I don't even get names. I get gamer tags. So
Oh,
that's always fun.
that's way more exciting.
You get some good gamer tags.
Yep.
Some
I'm
good
sure there are
nicknames out
some
there.
questionable gamer tags in this community, that's for sure. Especially with Cameron Farmer.
Hey, don't throw my boy under the bus.
I will throw that man under the bus. That's my job.
I love it.
How have you guys been finding the comms box? Is this your first special event?
My first Combox appearance for OOR, so loving it. First
Oh,
time
nice.
doing some commentary on the ACC. It's a nice change, refreshing change from F1.
I've done a
Nice.
couple.
This is my first time, so I did the qualifying last night, and then obviously today. After.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys have been keeping a good conversation and minimizing that dead air, which I found was a really tough thing to do until you really start getting to know, firstly, the people in the comms box, and then secondly, the people in the chat, because at the end of the day, you wouldn't be here without them, so keeping them entertained is really the key thing for me, personally.
Gosh, I haven't actually been looking at the chat.
That's half my gig, because when I came into ACC, I didn't really know too much about racing and like all motorsports, so I was really, I don't know, I found myself more just having conversations with Mullick and Space Dog and Bender and Franco and then the chat room instead, just because I didn't have that knowledge yet, but kind of been picking it up over, I think I've almost been in OR for about a year. So yeah, if that's one thing that I can share, that's kind of the way that I went.
Yeah. So trying to apply what F1 knowledge I have to ACC. It's my
Yeah.
second sort of season in sprint season now. I just jumped straight into the sprint series. Didn't bother with the rookies. Probably should have.
Oh, what a send. You
Just
should-
jumped in and played with the big boys.
Yeah. Well, I was lucky in that I initially came into OR straight into the sprint series, and then they created the rookie series. So I had that opportunity to go back and learn, take a season to myself to really like get the ins and outs of the sim, and then get stuck into it, and I've been enjoying it ever since.
Yeah. I feel like it's starting to click now, ACC. Just a sort of different driving style versus my extensive time on the F1 games.
Yeah, definitely. It's so strange.
I still do love my F1, but I'm thoroughly enjoying the challenge on ACC. Trying to match my Honda
Definitely.
teammates in split red.
How good's Honda? I'm in the
We
split
love-
green Honda.
And we got a big representation for the Honda
Yeah.
boys in split red.
Got to show up for the VTEC power.
That's it.
Good afternoon, Juzzy in chat. The stream's been great. I think we've had maybe 6 or 7 commentators through the box as well, so it's been nice to see some variety of voices that you may not have heard much until now and might hear more of in the future. Good to see people getting amongst it and volunteering for all the different things like stewarding and commentating, especially when you're in the spotlight for commentating. It makes it a bit more challenging, I guess, to get thrown in the deep end, because I guess there's no real way to learn without either doing it before or jumping head first. So it's good to see people stepping up to the plate.
There's only one way to get better at it, and that's by doing it.
Yep.
So, although it's my first time here for OOR and for ACC, got quite a bit of time on the F1 game, so just trying to get comfortable here on ACC and with the people. That's the biggest thing, just trying to build a relationship with your fellow commentators, and then it just flows naturally.
Definitely.
Just a natural conversation, and that pays off with the viewers. But speaking of the viewers, hello to everyone. You got Trin in the chat. Hello, how are you, my friend? Might see you out on the circuit tomorrow night for AFR.
Yeah, it's been. I think that's what I find one of the trickiest things is it's really hard with online commentating to not trip over the other people. So that's where like getting to know the guys and how they talk about whatever they're talking about makes the job a little bit easier.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Just picking up on the cues of when they're coming to an end of something, and then you can just pick it back up. Speaking of picking up, Sneakers here is trying to claw back after that unfortunate incident, and that Audi's still looking a bit sad on the front.
Wow, looks like a pug. It's had its nose bonked.
It hasn't had a lot of loving, but he's still going strong up there in 7th, so still a long ways to go, not even halfway through the 9 hours.
Gap at the front is still remaining the same as well, still around the 29-second mark. So I just changed up front there, and back at P3 around 50 seconds behind. So yeah, the top 3 look pretty settled in at the moment. It might spice up towards the end. We'll wait and see. Maybe a bit of rain might change it all.
Yeah, looking up to like, I think everyone in the top 6 are split across maybe 10 seconds each.
Yeah, how consistent are all of these team members? Like Koze to Houlihan to the other member Izadfa, that's the name. And then like you got a team like O'Hara, who has Murphy and Hobbs, or Hunter and Hobbs, sorry. So like, they've just been so consistent team wide. It's so good to see. They're not just a one-trick pony.
Yeah, that's right. All 3 of the drivers in those teams showing consistency, and just seen that we've had 5 retirements so far, and unfortunately 2 of them are here in the commentary box, their teams. But we've vowed not to speak about it anymore. But
What, we were racing today? Nah, lies.
Wait.
We don't need to talk about it. But still 43 going around. Mighty strong.
Yeah, a bit sad to see a few technical issues. In my first stint, I got passed by the leaders and I was following James Vecchio, and in one lap saw 2 cars go to the moon. It's quite exciting. It's good. I guess I'm glad in a way that the cars decide to go just up instead of just like sit on the track and scare the living daylights out of you. But it is very odd.
I don't know, we've seen a Ferrari go through a Porsche.
Yep. And I don't know, who was it? I think it was Stephen Raschuti went straight on, and then another Lamborghini just went straight to the moon. So
Yeah, that was me.
yeah, that was it's odd. It's so odd.
Had to go back to his people.
Yep.
That's right.
You phoned home.
What was it? That last Bathurst sprint, we had quite a few people flying off.
Yeah, that was our Rico Koze, our race leader. So praying there's nothing like that today. It's one of the bad downsides, I guess, of this hobby we call sim racing. That being, it's on the internet, and like technology is just technology, so it gives up on you sometimes. But look at these two. Sonicus right on the back of Vecchio. Is he going to be able to get him into turn one? That Porsche has absolutely no legs. It's about as fast as me down the straight here, but he's going to defend to the outside. Is the Audi going to be able to do it? Trying to switch back? Not quite. Go another lap.
But even when you think about it, with all the technical issues and this and that, that's still like real racing. A lot of these cars have broken gearboxes, motors that you never can predict.
Definitely. I found that in the Bathurst 12 hour where our engine light came on about 7.5 hours in, and even in the GT4 series, I had the red engine light on the GT4 Audi somehow. So the things do happen. It's just whether you can try your best to look after it and not have it happen.
Yeah, well, it's an endurance race, so if you're flat out for the whole time, you can. If you're sitting on a limiter for too long, the engine can go pop.
Yeah, definitely.
Get a replay here.
No.
No, we've just switched
Cut
over.
back to the other PC, yeah.
Just
That's
cut
the
back.
leader. I think that's the leader in front.
No. Yes.
Oh no, P2.
That's
P2.
Hobbs in
Hobbs.
the Honda.
Oh, don't talk to me,
Fast.
Cameron.
That tennis ball coloured Bentley.
We don't talk about brake pads here. Thank you very much.
Brake pads.
Was someone running brake pad 4?
No, I might have done 2 endurance series races on brake pads 1.
Well, that's not ideal.
Yep. Well, at Hungaroring they lasted 2 3/4 hours, so I almost got there. But at Donington it was about an hour and a half. So.
Yeah, you don't really want to take them any more than an hour and a half.
No, I just forgot. In all that setup time, practice time, I just forgot.
They're good for the sprint series.
Pads 2 aren't actually that bad for the shorter stuff either. It's just I'm so used to being on pads 1. It's just a habit, force of habit.
I like pads 2 in the wet. They seem to hold in the heat a little bit better than the pads 1 when it's wet and it's cold.
Welcome back, JC.
Thank you, friends. What actually happens, Pat, when the brake pads that you're using die? Do they literally just die off a cliff, or do
you'll
they...
see on the little HUD where your brake pads are. They'll start to go orange and then red, and then when the pads fail, there will be a little red square in each brake pad on the HUD to show that your brakes have failed. So they basically won't work, and then your tires start to heat up, and then there's a lot of sadness. Yes.
So it does become undrivable. It's not like you can crawl
Literally,
home and maybe
no,
coast
you
into
can
corners.
brake, but it almost like doubles the braking distance. So at Hungaroring turn 1, I broke at the 150 or 120 mark, and I pulled it up just before I hit the wall on the massive runoff. And then I decided to box that lap because we were thinking about extending to get to the end, but we just stopped, and then I was hot lapping for the last 15 minutes.
Alright, gentlemen, I am going to leave the comms and go cry somewhere.
Well, don't do that, but nice to talk to you, Bart.
Yeah, unfortunate
no
to you,
problems.
Bart, and to you, George. Really unlucky for you guys today.
Yeah, that's alright. Go focus on the sprint series now.
That's it.
Still 5 hours of this amazing event to spectate, so apologies, but thanks for your commentary abilities and
No
Can
problem.
we,
See you
can we
guys.
potentially get a prediction from you before you go? Any race-winning predictions, perhaps, or maybe is the rain coming? Give me that. If you can give me that, if you can tell me rain's coming, that'll really see me through my next 2 hours.
I'm gonna go out of this. So there's gonna be rain in the last hour, and it's gonna be what is it?
You
a
are
Porsche
a
is gonna
masochist.
win. I just don't want an Audi. There's too many Audis. Okay, no, let's go with Aston Martin in the rain last hour.
Wow.
I like
That's a
it.
bombshell.
I don't mind that. All right, boys. Thanks very much.
All right, see you guys.
Thanks, lads.
Just one other thing. Just saw Sneakers get past Pacquiao just then, and then
Oh.
I'll give you my prediction, which I think it's going to be O'Hara for the win. The rain's going to come.
Oh,
He's going to make the magic bullet.
O'Hara.
Yeah.
That's a bombshell too. That Honda is so strange on like a hybrid setup. As we have one of the drivers just enter the box, so maybe he's saying, "Shut up, our setup's perfect."
Hello, everyone.
Thanks,
leave you
George.
guys
Thanks
to
for
it.
your time.
Thanks,
Sweet
guys.
George. Hello, Daniel Hunter. How fare thee?
I fare thee good. I have just been in contact with my team, just making sure they are all good as we are currently sit in P2.
Really good position to be in there,
Fabulous
mate.
stuff, mate.
A couple of predictions coming through that you guys are going to pinch this at the end. Are you feeling strong? Good start to the race, but Co started to drift away from you there for a little bit.
We're feeling pretty good in the car. We've experienced some minor issues. We're currently experiencing some engine damage due to some lackluster driving from yours truly.
Wait, so the light came on?
Yes, we do in fact have a yellow engine.
That's what I did at Bathurst.
Yeah, it's an interesting car to drive.
That's strange.
We've done quite a bit of practice in Rhino. We've all tried the setup in the wet, and the car feels fantastic. So we are hoping for a little bit of rain now, and we think Brian and Rico are just a little bit out of touch from us. Even Andy wasn't able to pull back much time, so we're doing our best.
Yeah, no, it seemed like a pretty good first stint, and that Audi just is so dominant around here that I don't know. As long as you guys can pray for consistency and some luck with traffic, I'm sure you'll be in for a shot.
Exactly, we're all trying our absolute hardest out there, and I guess that's all that really matters now. Sit down, get around the outside of Vanderlei.
Doing a nice job of defending into turn one. God, I think they must have had damage in their first stint, Van Vliet, because I was in front of them for about 10 laps and just extending and then closing the blue flag distance in front of them. So I don't know, might have been unlucky and tried to extend their pit stop or something at the start, but lots of fun racing in front of Marcus. I don't think we're going to see any weather, let's be real.
I think I'm going to agree with you, mate, but it's also time for me to depart until later on. I'll be back with an hour to go. But I'll leave you with a prediction. I'm going to back my boys down at BDE, the 999 car. I think they might claw it back. And also sending my love to the 445 Lamborghini.
Well, that's a bombshell of a prediction, but I appreciate you jumping in, Tom, and nice to get to know you, and hopefully we can do some more commentating soon, even today.
Absolutely. See you guys a little bit later on.
Mate. Enjoy.
Cheers.
Yeah, look, I think that weather call's a bit of a stretch. It's dry as a bone out here.
A man can hope. The wind has increased within the last 5 minutes. I'm going to say increased generously.
A prediction from Eden.
Surely
she's got the goods.
So the only thing...
what, like they do at the World Cup with like a octopus, like picking the winner kind of thing. Surely she
get her to reach into something and see what comes out.
The only as we see some door banging from
there's
wow.
multiple door bangs. Yeah.
Oh, someone's knocking, and that car in the middle is just zoomed straight through. I don't know if they're racing for position. I think that's Leicester, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that is Leicester in the
846
Bentley-shaped Aston Martin. He's come through nicely there.
It is. He said, "Thank you very much."
Yeah, no. All I can get from Eden is smelly, and Ryan Garrity's not in this race, so I can't trust her predictions at the moment. Yeah, it's like pesto. I'll be honest.
Isn't it like tar the first few days for
it is, and it scared me because I thought it was blood or I didn't know what was going on. So it was, it is dead set like tar, the first one, and doesn't smell at all. Incredibly.
Sorry for the poop chat.
No, that's where we've drifted into that realm now, haven't we?
It gets weird in here when we're running it. Wait, Dan, when was the last time you commentated in OOR?
This is my first time commentating in OOR.
Oh, get around it.
Is it really?
Chat, if you haven't already, be sure to support the stream and to support one of our brand new commentators, Daniel Hunter. He is a big supporter of this community, so, you know. I didn't mention the pesto, okay? That was JC. Cam? You can blame JC for that.
Sorry, Cameron. Yeah, we were discussing your artistic skills previously, Daniel, and how you weren't necessarily born into that, but you've sort of picked it up as you've gone along. How did you drift into the world of what is some serious creation? Some of the work you're doing for the safety car and for the previews we've got before the race. It's all good. How did you step into that world?
So I stepped into that sort of area of expertise pretty recently, actually. The first ever ACC cinematic, quote unquote, that you could say that I made was the Sprint Series 7 intro video that you see at the start of every Sprint Series race. That was my first time ever making something like that.
Is that the one that's at the start of the current Sprint Series races? Because that is a
with
banger.
the yellow cars.
Yes, with all the yellow cars.
Yes, excellent.
So that was my first one that I've ever made. But I've recently been getting into it more and more. As you've been seeing with the new Kyalami intro and a couple of other Twitter and social media related videos that you see on the Octane Online platform. Is just an amazing experience to be able to make things for a community which I hold so dear to my heart.
Yeah, dude, you've been doing a great job, and it's good to see that you're also enjoying it. It's not something that, like, I don't know, some things like that for some people eventually can sort of suck the life out of them, so good to see that you're enjoying it. As Van Valet looks like they move up the inside. Are they going to go too wide all the way down the straight? No. It's like Dowd pulls in behind and gets the big suck, as that looks like the leader, or is that a Lamborghini? No, that's Pignata. Thinking about them beans coming up the outside. Wow, this is going to get spicy as Van Valet loses the rear a little bit on entry. Oh, this area of the track just breeds sadness, so I don't want to talk too much about it. Oh, as Lester gets a little bit squirrely on the exit of barbecue there. Dear oh dear.
I might have to step in there. I actually jumped into TeamSpeak before with the Maximum Pace Racing boys, and I spoke to Matty and O'Gold in there, and he corrected me. It's not actually Pignata, it is Pinata. The pronunciation of that man's name is actually Pinata, and so therefore you have my apologies, Matty. And I hope everyone out there's So there's a little tidbit for you.
That's a great last name.
I get a lot of names wrong. I thought the man on screen was Van Vliet, but I've been corrected on that one as well. So yeah, there's a couple of tricky ones out there. In saying that, Mull calls me Cornboy, and that's not quite where it's at.
James Cornboy.
James Cornboy. So I get that that's probably a Tasmanian accent, but every time I hear that, I get a little bit cringe.
Yeah, look, he tries it. He's got a lot going on, this Mull guy. As you can see, like, I don't know, it's amazing to me that like a two-man team, basically, one man, Mull doing most of the work and Cam looking after the rest of the Discord, can put such an amazing event together. Like, I don't know, it's so, there's a lot that goes into these events, and so much of their time and effort putting it together is just, I don't know.
No, I
Jamie
totally agree.
Sorry, Dan.
No, I was just going to say, I totally agree with you, Pat. It's pretty amazing what Mullock and the volunteers over at OR do to put on such an amazing race that we are all here enjoying. It is definitely one of the best communities out in the Oceanic region and probably the world.
Nah, SRO do a better job, don't they, Mullock?
That sounded a little facetious. I don't know enough about SRO to if it's that fact or not, but I caught a little bit of a tone.
You don't like corn? What? I'm not the biggest corn fan, to be
I'm
honest.
just
with you.
exactly. I can eat it, but I'm not.
It's
I'm
like
not a
baby
massive.
food.
Yeah. No, I can think of better things to do with corn.
Yeah, no, it was funny. So let me. Nah, I won't get into it. But it's just some things that were said on their stream the other night that are a little bit questionable.
I missed most of the middle of that. I did catch Jakey Baldwin getting on the podium though. That's the one we're talking about, yeah?
Oh yeah, that was a great race. Yep, that was Dan was also a part of that as well.
We got plenty of our boys and girls in that one, so yeah, very interesting
Yeah.
to jump in there and have a watch of the last sort of 20 minutes I caught. Interesting
we won't-
conditions too.
Yeah, oh, yeah. to
Jamie
say the
Cornboy,
least.
hello. Hang on now. That's uncalled for.
What do you mean?
He's made my name Cornboy. Come on. He's even made it a little bit larger. Look at that.
Race
Good.
control bot is just on one today.
Goodness
This is his
me.
new favorite thing, I think. Instead of commentating, he's just gonna direct and race direct.
Malik
not
is
a
a
bit-
man of many talents, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout, that little race control pop up. I don't mind
Yeah,
it.
good memes last night in quali too. Especially, I mean, it makes it hard to commentate over 4 cars qualifying for 20 minutes. And I don't know, it just brings some more spice to the whole show. Is that what he said? I thought he said I can think of many better things to eat than corn.
This is getting a little outrageous.
I
Mark.
think that's what he said.
I'm not
Can't put
living.
words in your own mouth, mate.
I don't think I'm living this down now. I reckon that one's going to stick, unfortunately.
When Neil doesn't have to commentate, he can direct his energy on being sassy. Exactly. And cosplaying as the race control bot. Like, he can do it under the cover of that. But, look at, like, I don't know. I feel like this battle has been going on for a very, very long time. These 3 cars have all been in the vicinity of each other for a while, so... Obviously some matching race pace here, and it'll be interesting to see what happens with strategy as we are steadily approaching the middle of this event.
Either of you jumping back in the car at some point?
Yep, in like an amount of time that I can't remember. What did I say? Like 30 minutes, I think.
30 minutes, wow.
Something like that. Yeah, our stints have been a bit scuffed after we stopped the damage a bit early on, but we've got it back working, I think. But yeah, in about 30 minutes, I think I'll jump back out.
Just the one stint to go then?
Yep.
What about you, Dan?
I have the second last stint for my team. As our sort of goal has been to try and run similar pace drivers to those around us, trying to maintain the gap where we are. So yeah, I'll be jumping in the second last stint, just after 8 o'clock is where I'm scheduled. I will mention that Andy O'Hara is an absolute machine of a human being, as he will be also competing in the Lamborghini Real Race esports event just after his next stint finishes at about 6:55. He is a man of many talents.
Sorry, Jamie's just getting disrespected on the
Fucking
stream.
getting destroyed.
But yeah, Andy is a madman doing qualifying for another series and this at the same time. It's mental. I couldn't do that. One's hard enough. I don't understand why this begun in the first place, Malik. He didn't say anything bad about you. Just about corn. Unless you're a corn fanboy. Hates pineapple, loves corn.
In saying that, what is everyone's favourite type of popcorn? Do we like such
Fucking
caramel
hate popcorn, I'm
popcorn?
sorry.
Don't
I'm
like
sorry to
popcorn.
stop you right there.
Yeah, you're going to have to ask chat that one, Dan, because I'm not a massive fan of popcorn either.
This is heathenous.
I'm more of
This
like
is
a
heathenous
pods and
behaviour.
M&M's man at the movies.
My missus dead set froths popcorn, and she's always asking me to go downstairs and make it for her. But I can't stand the smell. I don't like. You know what I actually like is after it's been cooked, I like going down for the little kernels that haven't popped yet. I like crunching on them, but that's about as far as I'll go for
What
popcorn because
You like eating rocks, dude?
they are. Yeah, they're pretty crunchy. Am I what?
Are your teeth okay? Are you like?
So I've got a bunch of holes in my teeth. Fillings have fallen out. I got terrible teeth. I probably should take better care of them. But I guess they're good for crunching into that. And I just like the crunchy part. I don't even like the taste. I'm not sure. Just like the salty,
the pain.
the salty
So
pain. That's what I'm all about. Yeah.
Oh no, we've got some interesting answers coming through. We've got salted caramel popcorn. Oh no, as hot off the press, Sonicus car 191 has disconnected. Looks like we are probably going to see it in the replay here.
F's in chat for that.
Did they hit the? Oh,
Yep,
oh
he's good.
no, submarine Audi. So we've had a flying Audi and now a submarine
We
Audi.
have had a bit of everything today, haven't we?
Oh
Goodness gracious.
no.
That's really sad. They had a great qualifying. Peach put it on, I think, P3 yesterday, didn't he? Or something like that.
Yes.
And now had a reasonable start to the race. He's been in a good spot, and that's, you hate to see it.
Let's try and shortcut the heavy.
I'm sure the team of JP Sneakers, John Sneakers, and Carl Johnson will no doubt feel the pain of that one. It is not the most amazing thing to happen.
Oh, a bit of a brown flag there as the Aston goes past the McLaren. That McLaren had a bit of a spin somewhere.
Renault Gallo.
Bit of a clench on the way through.
Popcorn with chicken salt. See, that would probably be alright.
Get out.
Chicken salt's good on like chips and stuff.
Ugh.
You don't like chicken salt on chips?
On popcorn, Patrick. Goodness me. No,
I'm saying it'd be a similar. Surely it's got to be similar.
there's not a lot of improving popcorn, but chicken salt, that ain't it.
No, those track marshals don't miss arm day. Oh yeah. Look, we don't talk about track marshals in this sim, especially Mario from Imola.
I feel slightly more intelligent as Benderfax has entered the chat.
Bender, it most certainly has not even looked like a singular % of precipitation in the area, so sadly no. You're not liking this. Well, look, funnily enough, Abdul, there are always going to be people that probably hate what you love, so Cam, that is also questionable. I heard of a combination last night. Now, shoot me down if you think this could be a strange one, but peanut butter and fried egg on a sandwich with sriracha.
So
Apparently, it is a banging combination.
I don't know what sriracha is. You'll have to coach me on that
Hot
one.
sauce.
Oh, okay. All right. So I love a fried egg. I'm an egg connoisseur, and fried eggs definitely up there at the top. Peanut butter, yeah, it doesn't really fuss me. I put some on. It's okay. So I can do those two together, and then add the hot sauce to it. Now I'm playing with that. My tongue's playing around with it. It's not bad. I reckon I'd give that a go.
Apparently, it hits all of the umami. Yeah, apparently, it's just, oh, sorry. Yeah, as we see, Sean Bubb now absolutely sending it around the outside of, I think that's another Kovacs car. Talk about no love lost. Ooh, might be a little bit of love lost here as he gets the move done, and the car behind also thought about making a move as well. This is the Sadness Avenue. If they can get through that and get into another lap, this looks like a fun battle to keep an eye on. Sean's doing a great job. They started around P30, if I'm not mistaken. So, doing alright.
Yes, Sean Bubb now one of the more improving drivers that we see throughout our split yellow sprint series. He's an amazingly quick driver, but he has been improving extraordinary. Apologies.
How hard are words? Words are hard. Don't you worry. I'm with you.
Yes, it is very difficult. It is extremely difficult.
English is as hard enough as it is. And yeah, throw in talking to people about stuff at the same time. Look, it's tough. But look at this battle is just there's burnt orange Ferrari right on the back of that Kovacs. I don't know if it was that Kovacs blue. That probably make the most sense. It's about to get spicy.
Good point, Raj. I think if we get 10 Bender facts, that will equal 1 hour of rain. And I'm all for that. So Bender, keep spitting them.
As rain falls, it changes from a spherical shape and morphs into more of a flat hamburger shape before it contacts with the Earth's surface.
So you've got a 2-for-1 combo there from Bender. He loves rain, he loves facts. He's brought the two together.
Wait, does that mean the Earth is flat?
That's peak Bender. I'm not going there.
Does that mean the Earth is flat, Bender? Sorry.
The Earth, we actually live inside, and the sky is the roof. Shout out to Tom Malone. Tom Malone, if you're watching, that's for you, mate.
Shout out to the boys. Your mouth sounds moist. What are you eating there? What are you
Sorry,
eating there,
I've not had a lot of time today between babies and commentating, so I am snacking on a banana. So moist is not far off.
So it's healthy, that's alright. He cannot confirm nor deny that, so we never know. All you flat earthers out there, Bender isn't denying your opinion.
I feel like if there is anyone who has answers to the world's most puzzling questions, David McNulty, Bender himself, will have the answers.
Yeah, there's too much knowledge and too many opinions out there that we'll never really know the answer to these questions. As Sean Bubdown looks to make it around the outside of the cop, around Withers, but just gonna live another day and go down through Mineshaft towards the Crocodiles. Now he's plenty close.
He's got his aggressive pants on, our man Noski, and he's having a look again here.
Oh,
a bit of a concertina behind.
That's fine. Play on, says the umpire, and they go up towards Cheetah. Surely no big sausage sadness. Nice. See, this is what we were talking about earlier on in the race. Is like you get these fights of 4 to 5, even 6 cars that were at the start there, and there's not a lot of options for the person in front, because if you let one car through, you're going to lose out to all of those cars. As we see Lucas Dowd getting a 10-second penalty for collision on lap 148. So I dare say that was that incident into turn 4 that we saw. Oh, as the Kovacs car almost gets into the back of the Audi as they are letting someone through, I think. Is that the leader? Koze? I think that is. I'm going to say that's the leader. Yep. Geez, that was a spicy little turn 1 there. Almost mega sadness for Bub now. But luckily that Kovacs car had enough ability to get the nose out of the way. Earth is clearly a sphere. The real conspiracy is that we live on the inside face of the sphere. Let's look. My 2 brain cells are working overtime thinking about that, so let's not get too deep into it, right? Oh no. See, this is tricky also here for all these guys racing and trying to let through the leader. But oh no!
That's Noski.
That's
our
not
man.
how you put shoes on caterpillars. But I think there could have been a little bit of help from a car behind there.
I wonder if there's another one off there too. It's getting a little bit calamitous now.
Oh, I think we'll have to see a replay there, but I think that Noski got a little bit of help from a car behind there.
So
That
Neil,
is
Mal's just been
not-
shaken awake, and he's going to have to go through the archives for a couple of different replays there. It was all happening.
That is not how you put shoes on caterpillars. Oh no, Glenn Stimson, drive
Gary
through
Stimson.
collision. Gary, oh yeah, sorry, Gerald Stimson, drive through for causing a collision. Well, that was something. I think the mixture of trying to let the leader through and not realizing that cars will be slow up ahead. I think there might have been a bit of a oopsie from a car behind, but I could be wrong. I'll wait until we see a replay.
It is extremely unfortunate for car 1 with Rico Koze at the wheel, as he and Brian have been otherwise faultless throughout the race.
Yeah, and they did have some technical difficulties there too.
So this is Noski coming up to the hairpin. He didn't get any help, no.
help.
But in saying that, the orange Ferrari didn't really have the anchors on either, so
and it ended up in the grass as well.
So I don't
Hey,
know
that's my
whether the orange Ferrari just got caught watching what was happening in front of him and sort of just lost concentration a bit, but he was going well too quick into that hairpin.
I'd say our amazing team of volunteers in the stewards box will be putting their drinks down and picking up their replay files and getting to work once more. That was a 360 no scope up the hill there. You hate to see it too, because there's some really good racing out there, and I don't know, at the end of the day we're all human, so we do make mistakes like that, and it's a slight rip.
I said it before when I was in. I do like that livery from the Lambo boys there. The No Idea team have come up with a nice little fiery number.
Yeah.
I also think this is one of the better looking cars from the inside. I love that suede.
Except, I mean, I hope you don't want to look out the left.
All sorts of A-bar, yeah.
That A-pillar is as big as the Bentleys, and also the banner on the livery takes up about half of the windscreen. But, you know, yeah, Mike, you're not wrong, but I mean, stuff like that happens in real life as well, so it's also not like it was malicious or anything. It's still 4.5 hours as we almost cross the halfway mark for them to race and fix their damage and get straight back out there.
That's it, mate. That's racing. There's been plenty of unlucky people today, and unfortunately, as you said before, you've got to have a bit of luck coming into these events. You've got to keep it clean, you've got to be patient, but you've got to be quick. You've got to have a bunch of things go right for you, and unfortunately, it just doesn't happen for everyone every day.
It can be said that. Sorry, no.
No, you go, mate.
No, you
no,
go.
you're all right. No, you hang up.
Okay. I was going to say, typically it's said that a race is won based on a 99% preparation and 1% luck. That 1% luck is the thing you need the most.
I am going to deny those comments because I don't need your shitty attitude in the chat, Matthew Hewitt. But yeah, definitely.
Tell you what, Clarkie's still doing pretty well. I don't know whether they just quietly should have snuck into pro, but they've really outshone the rest of the pro-ams today, those boys up there in the 219 entry. They've never looked once like dropping outside the top 10. Obviously had a quality qualifying yesterday, and just really showing the pro-ams how it's done. There is a couple of boys closing in the number 5 car, I think, and everyone else in pro-am was outside the top 20 before, so those guys are making some moves, but I don't think they're in with a shout of catching Clark unless something horrible goes wrong for those guys, and as we've seen today, that's potential. But no, they're driving very well for the leading pro-am car. So we watch Lamb come around barbecue, chasing after Van Valet. He's got that 10-second penalty hovering over him, of course, so that'll be served in the next pit stop, but he won't be worried about that right now. He'll be looking for an on-track pass.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I don't know, maybe we'll start seeing some more moves and shakers with, especially with the pits coming through soon.
I have a question to pose to you both. Who do you think has been the standout drivers, or team of today so far?
Well, so
I'm
far
gonna
for
say-
me, as I said, I reckon Clarkie for me.
I
Pat,
was
sorry,
literally
I'm
going to
jump
say
in.
car 219 as well.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think it can be argued. I think, as I said, for a pro-am team to be that far up in amongst the pros, well inside the top 10 after this amount of time, we're nearly, as you said, Pat, 4.5 hours in. So, yeah, they're my shout for drivers of the day so far. And again, when I'm not sitting here trying to put the moz on them, but a lot of things have gone wrong for a lot of drivers today with disconnection issues and a bit of blue flag shenanigans. So, still a long way to go, but yeah, they're my shout.
Definitely couldn't agree more. They showed up in the quali and they seem to be putting their foot in the right place in the race, halfway in. So hoping they can have some luck go their way and hold on to that Pro-Am lead position that they're in. Now this battle has been going on for ages. And it looks like, who's that in the background? That is not for position, that Audi.
What is to note here is that Davis in the Bentley is just behind these boys and will be looking to pounce on anything that does happen, because while they are second in Pro-Am at the moment, they've got Hughes in the 505 Porsche behind them, so they'll be looking to make some bit of headway. If these guys do happen to come together for any reason, once they come back on track, there's a 23-second gap, so that'll be filled and maybe a bit of a chance for them to stretch their legs and consolidate that second position in Pro-Am. But at the moment, you're right, this beautiful looking Lambo just hovering around the back of Van Vliet.
Yeah, done a great job with that livery, as we've mentioned a few times already. But you got to shine some light where you think people have done nice things, especially when it comes to tough stuff like art. I don't know. For me, it's really hard to match colours and be happy with it and get other people to congratulate you or at least like it. So I just wish YouTube chat would just calm down a little bit. I don't think anyone's particularly pointing any blame towards Rico Koze. I think the accident happened and they will get penalised for it. Unfortunate that it was the leader, definitely, but they're still in the lead by 1.5 seconds, so I wouldn't say. Just think there's a bit of nonsense going on in the chat.
Bound to happen. Long day. People have got to find ways to entertain themselves, and unfortunately it's probably not the right way to go about it, but anyway, we move past that. There's plenty of interesting racing going on track, and that's where my attention will be.
Van Vliet lets the, I think that was one of the leaders going through, so doesn't seem to let Lamb through as someone is trying to unlap themselves, but I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately.
We've just seen Bub now get a stop-go 10-second penalty for the incident that has lit chat up, unfortunately, so hopefully those guys are appeased. Bub now will jump into the pits. He will serve his pretty significant penalty. That's not a light penalty by any means. A stop-go 10, that's going to really hurt their chances of any sort of result, so we hopefully can move on.
Bruce, it is Rico Koze of car 99, I think. I think that's what. No, car number 1. There you go. As Van Vliet thinks better of it, get in the pits, get some new tyres on, and give another crack again. Yeah, just remember, chat. Neil has put on this event, so I'd say he's been quite under the pump, doing all the things that he does for this lovely community. So, if you can cut him some slack where possible, you know, I'm sure he'd appreciate that.
For goodness sake, throw the stream a couple of likes so he can go and feed his dog. Poor old Max. Speaking of people who put a lot into this community, Max does a lot for us, and he hasn't got himself fed yet. Goodness gracious, someone hit that like button.
We just need to get to that 100 like mark, and then Malik's 12-year-old golden retriever will get fed, and RSPCA will get off our back.
We are halfway through. Keep it up.
As we just hit the half-hour or halfway through race mark at 4 hours and 30 minutes. This field has well and truly been shaken up by the events of the entire race, essentially.
At the 50% mark, how are we going in the AM class? I'm always interested in seeing how the AM class drivers go because they're generally rookies, and I love seeing rookies in these events. I reckon, you know, it's always a great way to find your way around faster drivers, and sure, you'll get shown the blue flag. But speaking of a blue flag, there's the black backmarker battlers in their blue, distinctive blue livery behind.
Mobile blue flags, thank you very much.
Who am I speaking of? Oh,
Linton's Twitch name is Backmarker Battler.
My apologies. The mobile blue flags, you're absolutely right. So yeah, if we can get a look at how the AM class drivers are going, I think the blue flags are leading the show there for a little while.
Speak of the devil, Linton enters the chat halfway, looking where long way to go. The blue beamer is still churning out laps at the rear. Things you love to see. Like, they've obviously picked a car that they enjoyed maybe for the first special event that they did, and they've stuck with it for the rest. So it is probably one of the worst cars around this joint, I'd say. It's there with a couple, and they're just having fun out here, enjoying themselves. They have had their fair share of technical difficulties. Oh my god, technical difficulties. I saw in that first stint, I think their driver disconnected and just parked it up in the middle of the track at turn 2, which you don't like to see. But they're here enjoying the event, just like anyone should, no matter what class they're in. So good to see.
I have an update on the AIM class leaders. You got car 959, which is Craig Dale and the Stephen Lewis team, doing an amazing job up in P34. Currently leading Mason in car number 2.
Currently watching Matty Pinata come around the cheetah, doing his very best to hit that with pace.
Well,
Matty
lads,
Pinata is the correct pronunciation.
Yep.
Yep.
I am going to step out, get ready to get back in the car, and then I will join you if needed for the rest of the race.
No worries, Pat. Good luck,
Thanks,
mate.
lads.
Best of luck to you, my friend.
Have
Good
fun.
luck, Patrick.
Go on,
Enjoy
boy.
your stint.
Nice to chat to you, Dan.
Corn
As
boy.
is
Goodness me.
Adios.
What have we done? What have you done, Mal? Corn boy. That's going to stick. Not even sure. You go, Dan.
No, I was
Far
about
away.
to say, I'm still dumbfounded at the fact that you do not like corn.
Again, look, so there's no food I won't eat. If it's on my plate, I'll eat it. Don't worry about that. There's definitely foods I prefer, though, and I think corn's down the bottom of the list. Yeah, I think the problem with corn is there's really good corn, and then you can get some really bad corn, and you never really know. I think sort of Woolworths has got it right, whether I don't know whether they're genetically modifying it or whatever, but it all comes out the same. All their corn looks really good, and I know they've got a selection process, but then you can get some corn from other places, or you might go out for a restaurant or whatever, and it can just be sour sometimes, and sometimes it's a really weird consistency. It doesn't come off crunchy and juicy. It's more like a mushy sort of thing. So I don't know. It's just never really landed anywhere near high on my list. But again, if it's on my plate, I'll eat it. Well, the point I cook my own dinners now. I'm an adult, so I get to choose whether I have corn or not. But yeah, back in the day, if Mum chucked it on there, I'll eat it. No worries.
Exactly. So we have a look at the Pewee Racing team, X, with a very great driver lineup from the Southeast Asia region. Skylive being one of their standout drivers, competes in SRO and a bunch of other esports competitions. He is a lovely dude. So big shout out to those people.
Had a really good stint too, Skylife, for that first half that I was watching. At least he was putting his car in all the right places and making some moves, and I think he made one little error at one point when they might have picked up a penalty for it. But yeah, Dominic's in the car now, and as you said, looking pretty strong up there in P11 in their Porsche. They're well and truly clear of Lamb's Lamborghini back there in P12, although we did mention them before, and that gap was 24 seconds, so Lamb is closing in piece by piece. Dominic behind Connor Kingston, so those boys in the 818 car doing very well too, considering their early troubles. They're back up in the top 10.
As we are cut to Lachlan Nichols, driving the LNL Motorsports car, following Regan Herbert, another quick pace driver.
While Patrick's not here, because I know his answer to this question, and I've also checked, Mull's not here either, right? Everyone in chat, Mull's not here. He's not listening at the moment. So this is a safe space. Probably out getting a farmers union, let's be honest. I want to give everyone listening in chat a chance to get this off their chest, right? To understand there are those of us in OOR who will stand with them. You ready? Pineapple is actually quite good on pizza.
I'm sorry, JC, that's an absolute falsehood. That is absolutely disgusting.
I know that there's a lot of pineapple lovers out there who are hiding in fear under the reign of our anti-pineapple leader. And I want to give everyone a chance, and so does Thomas Frustuck, by the way. This came from him in Split Green. He's a classy driver, so this is actually from him, but I'm well and truly with Thomas when he says that pineapple is really good on pizza. And there's many different combinations: chicken and barbecue with pineapple. Your standard Hawaiian, but you can always change that ham to bacon. Bacon and pineapple, I'm telling you, is primo. Now, I'm not a huge fan of tomato sauce, and it gives me gout, so I don't eat much of that. But any barbecue-based pizza with, say, chicken or bacon and pineapple, I'm telling you, it's 10 out of 10. And I'm not ready to start a civil war, Sam Bugden. That's not what I'm about. I'm not here to pit everyone against other people. I just wanted to give the people who were maybe a little bit scared of our fearless leader. He's a great man. I give him the credit, but I think he's just a little bit too anti-pineapple, and he's scaring the pineapple lovers away and not giving them a chance to breathe within our community. So I'm seeing a lot of love for pineapple in the chat, and I appreciate that. But Dan, I'm sorry if I can't swing you. Then
I'm very, 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 very sorry, Sir Cornboy. I'm sure your beheading
look out.
would be one of painlessness from our great Lord leader, Sir Neil Alexander. It is no pineapple on pizza. Look, I can understand it, but I cannot respect it. It is it's not traditional, and I'm a very traditional pizza lover.
Not traditional.
I personally don't believe so.
The Hawaiian pizza is literally in the traditional section of almost every pizza store you go to. I'm not a pizza historian, but I'm going to call that as a traditional combo. The pineapple and the ham on the Hawaiian pizza. That's got to be an age-old pizza, that one.
I would suggest it's more of a modernization rather than a historical pizza. I'm personally a big fan of margarita pizza, just plain tomato, cheese and basil, and that is where my heart truly lies when it comes to pizza, unfortunately.
Pineapple on hamburgers. Yeah, look, Jason, it's not a bad shout, especially if you go to a fish and chip shop, because they get it right. The best sort of steak sandwich you can get isn't from a classy joint on Logan Street, or it's not a pub or a restaurant that you go to. I reckon the best hamburger or steak sandwich you can get is actually down at your local fish and chip shop, because they put way too much steak in there, and they put a tiny little piece of bread on top, and that's just mostly steak and less sandwich. So yeah, I wouldn't mind a slice of pineapple on that. That's a good shout from you, Jason. So I didn't mean to pull everyone's attention away from the race there, because we're watching a pretty handy one with lots of events. But as I said, I need to get that off my chest, and I appreciate Thomas Frustart coming to the defence of all us pineapple lovers, and he's given me the balls to come out and say it, I guess. Especially because, as I said, I think Miles not in chat. Luckily enough, I might lose my commentary position from here on out if I keep this up. But no, it needed to be said, and I'm glad I've got the backing of some people in chat. So feel free to share your love of pineapple pizza within the Discord now, and know that there are those who support you.
It's been a very interesting race up ahead with Lachlan Nichols behind the wheel and Regan Herbert up front, both of whom I feel are very similarly matched in terms of their pace, driver ability. They are both really, really quick drivers. It's just a case of trying to make it as far as you can together, working together with one another, and just increasing a gap to everyone around you for those two.
Took me a while to learn that sort of racecraft when I first started. I think I just wanted to beat the bloke in front of me, and that was about it. And it was, can I keep my car on the road? And then secondary to that, can I beat the car in front of me? But yeah, now that I've been doing it for a little while, you're not wrong. It's been said already today. You got to pick your battles. And if you've got, say, a really strong pro class driver behind you who might be in a faster car, Audi, and you probably let him go and just tuck in behind him and follow his lines a little bit, and all of a sudden you found 2/10 that lap, and you got 3/10 in the next lap. So it's not all about beating someone all the time. It's about, especially over 9 hours, it is about being as consistently fast as you can, and that might not be this lap, might not be battling this bloke. Which, as you said, I think Nichols is, well, he's got a good run on Herbert here actually in the Ferrari. I thought he might have a little look, but seemed to make better of it as they came down into turn 2. But yeah, especially over 9 hours, those pick your battles moments, and even getting lapped by the faster guys. I think the faster guys are going to lap everyone at this point. What do you reckon? The top 3 or 4? are probably going to be the only people who finish on the lead lap.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Jamie. I think I have a very good feeling that the only people that will finish on the lead lap will be probably positions 1, 2, and 3. P4 might be just out of reach, but I'm sure we'll see how that turns out with Zachary James behind the wheel of the 445 car. He's doing an amazing job in P5, or sorry, P4, to catch Jeremy Washington, who's only 4 seconds ahead of him. So he is doing an amazing job, and everyone in this race is doing an amazing job to make it this far within the race.
As those top 4 drivers, they won't get lapped, but everyone else is going to get lapped. And so working out how to best get lapped, not give up too much time. It's another tricky part for me. I'd never been lapped before. I'd never done racing. Oh shit, oh, here comes a blue flag. Here comes, I don't want to hold this guy up. I don't want to make his, so I'm diving off in the sand and I'm going off all sorts of dumb lines and I'm costing myself 10 seconds every time I get past. So again, that's a skill as well, is learning how to get lapped without butchering your own race.
Yeah, exactly. The art of the blue flag is one of mastery and practice. It takes a lot to get it right. But when you get it right, it is very useful. As we see Nichols going for a quick look.
He's been having a little sniff here for a couple of laps now, so as we move on to Kai Rudin up here and the 999 entries, these are very tricky set of corners, these S's. See him chopping away at the wheel there. I can never get a smooth entry and exit out of there.
Yes, it's definitely one of the harder parts to master at this track. But Ali Karudin, one of the most amazing drivers I've seen, competed in SRO on that Thursday night in the BMW. Did an amazing job there to get into the top 30. The Audi definitely seems to be the car of choice around here, as we've probably already said. But the Lambo matches it quite well, considering it is almost exactly the same car, just with a different chassis. So it's looking very good for these two, and I'm sure we'll see some exciting racing between Zachary James and Ali Karud.
What do you drive, Dan? What's your preference, by the way? I don't think I've asked you.
So I am currently driving the Porsche in this season's Sprint Series, but I do have preferential treatment to the McLaren, and McLaren and the Porsche are definitely my 2 favourite cars, although the Audi has always been my first love. As we see Ali going.
Yeah, getting a little choppy there. It's a tricky corner, old barbecue. Has that cost him position to... No, that might be another car coming back and unlapping themselves, I think. Yeah, we were teammates last year in McLaren, I believe, and I pitched a couple of your setups, and you were very handy in the wet. Oh my goodness, I never really had a wet setup ready, and you were always there coming to my rescue, so thank you for that. But the McLaren and the Porsche, they seem to be 2 very different cars, very different driving styles, and they happen to land up there in your favourites. Is there I guess you like the McLaren at some tracks and the Porsche at other tracks?
I think I very much agree. They are 2 separate cars with 2 very different driving styles. But as I had never driven the Porsche before the Sprint Series this season, aside from the Spa 6 Hour that occurred last year, which was my first ever OR race, was that special event. It's definitely become one of my favorites. Its technique and the ability to drive it is so intriguing to me and requires a lot of mastery and practice, which is why I find it very enjoyable and very rewarding when you finally hook up that really, really good part.
Or old Page has just come in the chat and resubscribed for his 3rd month here on YouTube, so thank you very much for that, brother, and unfortunate about the internet gourds kicking us in the balls today. So that's a terrible South African. I butchered that. I'm so sorry. No, unlucky for you, mate, especially at your home race. You were very classy last night in qualifying, put together an excellent lap, and you look really good on your race today, so condolences to you, brother. Very unfortunate. But thank you for subscribing again for the 3rd month in a row. Enjoy your little red emoji. I know I do. Here, look, have a smiley face. Nichols has sort of dropped off the back of Herbert here a little bit as they come up through barbecue. So all the cars seem to be pretty spaced out at the moment. It's pretty hard to find a really close battle. We had a couple of really good ones before, but they all ended in drama, and I think that's sort of spread out the field a little bit again. So maybe just waiting for the next round of pit stops to come through before this starts to kick into action again as we close down into 4 hours to go. That looks like a blue flag that parked it on the apex. It's okay. We've got away with it. I hope that Brian didn't get a track cut warning for having to go out there and avoid that, because that would be most frustrating. But he's done well to avoid him and carry on. So a 26-second gap now to O'Hara. Again, I don't want to write off O'Hara and that Team Honda, but that gap is building, and it's an Audi being the one stretching that. So it's looking good for the Team One.
Funny you mentioned that gap. That gap has actually reduced since Andy has got in the car. It was at 32 seconds at the stop, I believe, and has now come down. So Brian must be getting caught up in traffic. It's pretty incredible that Brian and Rico have managed to switch their strategy. Unfortunately, with Ryan Hallhand being out with technical issues on such short notice, they are doing an amazing job on that front, though.
You asked me before who our shout was, and Pat and I both gave you the answer for 219 as drivers of the day. What's yours? I don't think we got an answer from you.
I think my team of the day has to be, and particularly driver.
Oh, that's a death.
Huge crash.
That's a death. Straight into the pit lane. I'm not even sure he wanted to go in there, but he's going there now. Oh, and that's Kevin Lee. Unfortunate for those boys. No, this is going to be tricky. This is a really tough spot. Old mate there still waving his green flag. I guess he's passed the incident, so that's his job. This is going to be...
Oh, my God.
He's avoided it. Not too bad.
That is an amazing reaction from Brian in Zad 5.
It's a really tricky place to re-enter there because he's coming around Cheetah at a very high speed. So unless you've got your teammates calling that out for you, that's a tricky re-entry. So not sure whether the stewards will look favourably upon it, but no harm, no foul in my book. We'll see how that one lands, but unfortunate for the Alpha Venturi boys there. That was very close. That could have been much worse. So I think that was that the Ferrari of, we were talking about them before.
That was the Ferrari of the other Pui Pui Racing team. And I believe it's 669 is their car number.
So they've gone straight into the pits. They're not having any of that. No, they might have already had damage and just thought, bugger it, that's enough. Let's cut our losses and get a fresh set of wheels on and fix that bit of a bumper issue that we were having, and they'll go again.
I wonder if that was actually caused by the Pui Pui Racing team trying to get into the pits while there was a car already on the inside. It'd be very
we didn't really see the start of that incident, did we? So, as there's another yellow flag back here behind Clubhouse. I don't know what's happened back there around the corner of Sunset, but a yellow and a white going past it. So there's a couple of yellow flags creeping out, and it's totally understandable. People are getting a little bit tired in the arms and tired in the mind, and still a long way to go, but those little drifts in concentration will start to come in and cause little incidents like this.
Exactly. As we see Ali Rudin and Zachary James go up at it again, as they've closed down once again. But back to the previous question you asked me of who do you think my driver of the day is, I think I have to give it to Michael Pickford in the car 78 for the Kovacs Retro team. He has done an amazing job, as we see a replay. I will come back to my thoughts.
That's Kevin coming up. Oh, it's a bit of a cheetah Oh, no. Okay, so that's going to be an interesting one for the stewards, because the Ferrari has rejoined the track, and I believe the Audi's just seen him and lost concentration, just thought, I might have a little whoopsie as well. And I don't know how you call that one, because neither car really causes the collision.
No, I think that'll be a tough one for the stewards to decide. That is well and truly Audi teams. That is definitely an Audi teams at the moment.
Just had a bit of a snap on him, didn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. Speaking of Audi teams, you can get your Audi teams t-shirts at racingprince.com if you need it. It's Tussin Serpriel's business, an amazing human being, makes some really cool prints. Anything you really need when it comes to racing t-shirts.
Say that again. Is there an Audi Teams t-shirt that I can get my hands
In
on?
fact, an Audi teams t-shirt you can get your hands on.
That sounds excellent. Is there any other designs that relate to OOR in there? Have you got a link? You got a website? I might look that up.
I'm pretty sure you can find it at www.racingprince.com, and there are a bunch of designs, and you can even get stuff custom printed for you, including names, stickers, a bunch of other cool things that Tyson himself offers.
I might go have a look at that as we watch Kai Rudin get past Zachary James here. Zachary has a little look down the inside of the last corner, but thinks better of it. But he's got a lovely little run out here. Oh, he might have just lost some traction on the exit there because I thought he got a good run off the apex, but he seems to have fallen a little bit behind. But Ali Kai Rudin's done well and moved his way up into P4 now. They filter on down into turn 2. Zachary won't be willing to give that up, but unfortunately it looks like that move is well and truly done, as I believe we may be welcoming Thomas Riley back into the commentary box along with Glenn Germain. Or I may be mistaken, and I will continue on here at 6 p.m. local time. I say local because I'm local to Mull in Tasmania. That's not local to a lot of people, I understand that.
I do apologise for leaving you on hot mic, Jamie.
No, that's okay, mate. I knew you were hanging around somewhere. I just maybe introduced you a little bit too early, but I'm sure you were busy piecing together a last little happenstance before you jumped on. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good. Just jumped out of the car, and yeah, it's been an interesting race to say the least. We're going all right, but good to be in the comms box with you.
Yeah, mate. I've very much been looking forward to this shift. Don't get me wrong. Peabody, are you there, mate? How are you looking?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome back. Good to hear your dulcet tones.
Thank you. I have I've stocked up on pizza and I'm ready to roll.
Can I get a confirmation of the type of pizza you are eating? And don't be afraid to tell the truth if it contains less than, I'm just going to say it. If it's got pineapple on it, let me know.
Well, it was a Supreme, but
right.
It did come with pineapple, but the pineapple got turfed.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, is that because you don't enjoy pineapple on pizza, or is that because you're scared of Mull's God angry fist?
A bit of both, but no, I'm not a fan of pineapple on pizza. And then again, yeah, I am worried about Mull might just mute me if I said that I'd enjoyed it. So. Yeah,
you've been called out. You are MVP. You've got Mull's tick of approval. That's all.
Excellent. So I'm safe for the next hour.
You are safe. I'm not sure about my future in the commentary box, let alone OOR. I might have dug my own grave, but I'm willing to take that on board and give everyone a chance to enjoy their pineapple pizzas.
Yes.
So, what are your thoughts so far, Peabody? I understand that you've got the stats in front of you. You're our stats man for the day. Have you got anything you can shed some light on, or have you been?
I'm just astounded by what a great job the 217 car's done to make its way up the grid. I must admit I did take an hour away from the screen to pacify the family, and come back to find that P3. Is the 217 Aston, so it's quite astounding. I haven't had a chance to rip through the field and pull out my stats as yet, but I certainly will in the next 10 minutes or so.
Take your time, my friend. We do enjoy those stats, but they are not. They're not. I've minced my words a little bit here, so I'm going to pass you to preach. You just said you just got out of the car. How are you doing?
Yeah. It's been a fairly interesting race for us. I started the race and it was a bit of carnage. Lap 1, lap 2, and You know, had to box for damage, but no, we're running all right. We're up into P22, so that's up 8 places since we started. So that's good for us. And we got Pat in the car now, who's flying lately.
And any further predictions from you, Dan, before you leave us? It's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you, mate.
No, it has been an absolute pleasure. I don't have any further predictions aside from I just suspect the car 217 with Jeremy Washington, Alex Bowen, and Smithy will do an amazing job and hopefully keep off Ali Kairudan for P3 for that Odyssey racing car. Aside from that, it's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you all for having me out here in my first commentary experience.
No worries, you generous and good-looking man. We'll catch you around, I'm sure.
Thank you all.
So we have just been chasing around Kairudan for the last couple of laps as he did a really nice move on Zachary James, the maximum pace racing man. But we're currently on board or watching Adam Jarecki. I hope I'm saying Jarecki right. There's a lot of pronunciations of the Jurakai name. Is anyone actually sure what that might be? I might be butchering it again. I've done a lot of butchering of names and cars and makes and models today, so I'll happily take this one on, but I'm going with Adam Jarecki.
I'll vote the Adam Jarecki as well. I think that sounds good enough. Apologies to him when he finally watches his stream back and realises that we've been pronouncing his name wrong all day, but hopefully not. He's Pro-Am class leader at the moment, and it's very good to see them running up in P11. That's a great performance from them.
Really has been an excellent spot by them. The Pro-Am leaders at the moment, we'll talk about it before, they are well and truly clear of any other Pro-Am class driver. So if they can keep it together, they will be bringing home the chocolates, that's for sure. Oh dear, so we're ticking down to 4 hours to go. Goodness me, it's a long day, isn't it? It's long for us, but goodness me, these drivers put themselves through the paces trying to keep it all together, and still a long way to go yet. Anything can happen, including rain. Haven't heard from you in chat for a while, Bender, but we need more facts if we're going to get any rain at all. The wind has picked up a little bit, so hopefully it blows a little bit of spiciness in our direction, as I think we're looking at a blue flag driver get out of the way of Zachary and his Lambo. Can you help me out with what colour that is? I had a guess before, but I think this colour confuses me because every time it drives through a corner, it's going under a different light, and it looks like a different colour. Sometimes it's black, and then other times it's a light gunmetal grey, and I'm just not sure where I'm going to land on it. So I'd be interested to know where it lands on the RGB scale. If anyone can help me, goodness gracious. It's got those signature tints of gold, though. We all know that Gold is the golden man, and he's not letting us down with the golden tints. It is
got that matte finish, hasn't it?
I guess that's what's confusing me about it, is that it reflects light differently based on where it is on track, and I just can't quite land. I definitely love it, though. It's a very nice color combo, and the accents on the rims aren't, they're not over generous, so it's looking good. It looks good with the Lambo badge as well. It's just very well put together, this livery.
Nice work with the camera flying through the window there. It was perfect. But it looks bronzish from when the sun's shining on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, bronze is another word that I haven't used for it today, but fits perfectly. Again, there's just so many. It's like a Lamborghini rainbow, but it's only got one color. It's got 7 shades.
I think it's. I'd put it close to a gunmetal grey with a hint of the bronze and the gold in it, and I think it balances out the colours really well with my creative mind on. Which I have to say, thank you, JC, for your glowing words a couple of hours ago. My mum sent me a message saying that was that you'd mentioned that.
Well deserved, mate.
I shouldn't be compared to Dan Hunter. His safety car livery is next level compared to what I could produce. But yeah, all credit to Dan Hunter. He's done some amazing work for ROR lately.
He really has, but yeah, I certainly wouldn't compare you. I think it's just two blokes following up on what seems to be a really strong talent. And if you keep producing that sort of work, there's no reason OOR won't use yours and Dan's next to each other. And again, I'm just jealous, mate. That's why I keep harping on about it, because I'm jealous. I haven't got a creative bone in my body.
I can't design my way out of a wet paper bag. That's why I'm not the best guy to be judging liveries. That the liveries I've ever done deserve to be in the bin.
Might be a good point. Actually, here I am sitting and critiquing all these liveries, and yeah, maybe I don't know what I'm looking at. It's a great point. For instance, I love the blue flag guys, but I think that's nostalgic. I think that's because that livery is going to entrench itself pretty soon into OOR folklore. That blue livery of the BMW boys gets my tick. I love that one. Diabol's in chat saying it's black and gold. So I'm just happy to. I'm going to take you up on that, Diabols. Thank you for that. That works for me, black and gold, and I'm probably going to have that song stuck in my head for the rest of this shift. So thank you for that.
I suppose we should probably look at what's going on up in front at the moment. Izzard Far's got last time around a 24.7 second lead over O'Hara. So I would say their two fastest drivers are going toe-to-toe at the moment. Lap times are almost identical from the last time around.
Look at that for race pace.
That's pretty incredible.
It's pretty nuts. In the middle of a stint with a half tank full of fuel, probably some worn tyres, and why not even throw in some, there's probably a little bit of damage there. Doing 141s, that is something else. And you can see why he's pulled away from Zachary with he's doing low 142s at the moment, so that was only a matter of time. Philippa and the safety car team, South Africa team, have probably not had their ideal race today. They've fallen down a little bit, and it's interesting seeing that name in P6. Do we see them making a comeback?
I certainly think they can probably make it up to P3, but certainly with them only being about 11 seconds off that Odyssey Racing 217, I certainly think they're in with a shout up to there.
Yeah, they do seem to be, well, I mean, we all know that Porsche's so strong through Sector 2 here, but on the straights it seems it just hasn't got the grunt it needs to get the passing done at the end of the main straight.
And I think I can provide some input to why we're seeing Pat Oliver on the screen here. I believe that will be for track limits, unfortunately.
That sounds like someone who has experience in the car recently. Have you got any further clarification on what may have brought this upon, Thomas?
I think we've just shared out our track limits throughout the previous 3 stints, and this will be the 4th one. So when I jumped out of the car, we were on 3, and Pat was like, "Oh dear, okay."
Oh, yeah.
So unfortunate for us, but we'll keep running. We lost 2. I don't think we've lost a spot from that, but we'll see what happens. Long way to go still.
I am notorious for racking up the track limits. Ask Greenie and Connor. They will tell you that every time they step in the bloody car, they're sitting on 3. And I generally get those 3 within the first 20 minutes, and then I'm well behaved. So I don't know how I manage it, but I'm always picking them up. I actually don't know exactly where you'd get them on this track, aside from maybe the exit of Cheetah, and if you kept your foot in it through the grass. But where, I guess some people do run wide here at the exit of the last corner. Anywhere else you can think of where the track limits might be biting?
Not me.
Does the exit of Sunset get a ride if you go out a bit wide there? But I mean, if you're keeping your foot in and out there, then you're asking for trouble on the grass.
So end up a fence if you.
Yeah. So I'm just not sure where the track limits come in on this track, because again, I'm not very good at this track. I'm not very quick here, so I don't really pick up any warnings. But that means that I'm not going fast enough, doesn't it? It's got to be this corner here. I see a lot of drivers go really wide here, so in their interest to get the foot on the gas down the main straight, I guess they're going a little bit. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a good one too, I guess, down the exit of the what's that there? It's Crocodiles. The exit of Crocodiles probably catches a few people out. I guess I'm just not pushing the car hard enough.
I think the big one is probably the exit of the S's. It's not quite the same track limits as what a lot of the other corners are here with no red and white curbs. So if you put your right hand tyres onto onto any part of that concrete, that'll give you a track limit warning for sure. And it's always a difficult corner because of the way you've got to try and get on the power as early as you can as you come through that right-hander. But you want to try and keep carrying that minimum speed through. So it's a tricky one to get right, but there's a lot of time out there if you can get it.
Good morning, Maurice. Maurice Wagner's in the chat. I believe he's in Portugal at the moment. He might be holidaying with his lovely lady. So good morning to you from, if you're still in Portugal, Maurice. And Vertus7 very astutely pointing out in the chat that Philippa's closing very quickly on James. We're on board with her now, so we'll keep an eye on her over the next couple of laps, see if she can close that gap any further, but she has been reeling it in. Lovely exit coming out of there. Just very smooth inputs from Philippa. I've always liked watching her replays, and sometimes when we're doing Cam's walkthroughs, he'll show us a replay from Philippa's point of view, and just the inputs, they're just so smooth, using all the track. Look at that, there's hardly any corrections, just a little play on the wheel, but never really chopping, never really... and yet still faster, just incredible. So yeah, really moving up behind Zachary there. Got a little blue flag to pass here, and he does very nicely in getting out of the way. Not sure which Bentley that is, but Philippa will move her way through now on the way down to turn 2, because we just went through turn 1, even though it's flat, so it's not really a turn, but okay, I guess you turn the wheel.
A little flash from Pat there saying hello to his mates as they go past. He was telling us some good stories whilst I was in my stint.
Oh, is that Pet's Bentley, is it?
Yes, that is our Bentley.
Right, my apologies. Should recognise that.
Oh, that's all right. Pat gets out the way and lets O'Hara go through as well.
Tom, I respect that you didn't throw your any of your teammates under the bus in respect to the track limits. You weren't going to dob anyone in. You said you shared them out evenly.
Well, I think I might have got half of them. That's probably why I didn't want to throw anyone under the bus who got the 3rd and the 4th.
Yeah, I'm always going to be the first to stick my hand up for track limits. I'm terrible. I'm always managing to find them somewhere on most tracks. Just not consistent enough, I guess. Although I have actually found that I'm much more consistent with my new little setup here, so that's nice. Oh, goodness me. Get out of the way. So, I can't believe Mull does this by himself sometimes, honestly. That man must have 17 monitors running. Because I've got 2, and I can't find... How many items do you have on your PC desktop, by the way? Because I like to keep mine nice and orderly. Now I've got this Discord screen here. How many... Do you keep all your things on your desktop in a folder? Or, you know, got a couple of folders? Or are you one of those people who has, like, 100 different files all strewn across your desktop?
Yeah, I'm the second. I got stuff everywhere. It's like a dog's breakfast.
My OCD wouldn't let me have everything strewn all over the desktop. I want to be able to make sure I see my my wallpaper, but I normally have everything tucked up into the corners. You know, those most frequently used applications such as ACC, such as Crew Chief, and those little bits and pieces that you need to have ready to go. So as we go through the start menu.
You're a man speaking to my heart there, because that was actually going to be my next question. I've got a bit of the same sort of nature where I like to keep everything off the desktop so I can see the wallpaper, but then take it a step further. Has your wallpaper got little places where you can put the folders where you're not interrupting? For instance, I've got buildings and a spaceship on mine, and I don't want to cover the spaceship when it's in the corner, so I've moved the folders to a different corner so it's not covering the spaceship. You're placing your folders, Tom, in a little hole here and a little hole there and a gap, or you said you've got them in the most used place in the top left, is that right?
No, I've just got them. I've just got a picture of my McLaren from Sprint Series, and then that's pride and centre right in the middle, and then just use the extra space around the outside with the black sky and put it around there. So that's what keeps the centre McLaren, Triple Eight McLaren in Sprint Series right in the centre.
Dilemma has a wallpaper with shelves. That speaks to me. I like that. That's really good. Relsy 73 and your 50 tabs, get out. I can't have that. That's making my brain hurt thinking about it.
Yeah, so I hate to apologise, but that might be my mum. So, although it is always a debate on her phone, she normally has all of her apps still open that she keeps open and all that.
That'd drive me nuts. Can't do that.
It drives me nuts.
Yep. No, I'm with you, Tom. I like everything all in order, and my daughter brings the tablet back sometimes. She goes, "Oh, my tablet's flat. Why is it flat all the time?" And she's got 50 apps running. That's probably why. Goodness me.
I think if we get back to the action here, we've got a battle for P3 as well as the battle further back for P5. It's very tight between Washington and Kai Rudin here coming down through Mineshaft. Got to make sure he pulls it up nicely on the brakes. Washington goes defensive. Try and get the run out of here.
Rudin's really been flying, hasn't he? Just keeping it nice and tight. Good line through Cheetah, set him up for a good last corner. He's gone pretty wide there, though. Don't know how much that's going to hurt him on the way down to turn 2. He's having a little look. Blue flag's doing really well to stay clear of what's happening. He's done really nicely there, that blue flag. Kai Rudin still showing interest up in the barbecue. And then we'll see what happens after sunset into the clubhouse, because I'm not sure the Aston really enjoys getting around sunset. The Audi should be pretty powerful around there. Up in the clubhouse they go, right up inside his exhaust pipe now. He's very interested. Into the S's they go. And then the run up the hill to Le Cop. Oh, he's definitely having a look. He's definitely trying to put Washington off his line. He's just letting him know he's there. He's filling up his mirrors. Might be another lap or two, but you can definitely see he's got the pace to make it happen.
Yeah, I think his opportunities are certainly down into clubhouse and down into here as he goes for the move. Oh, it's very tight.
Yeah.
Great respect by Washington there to give him just enough space.
Yeah, it's not over yet.
Peter.
Oh, that's great racing by both drivers. We've seen that happen a couple of times today where drivers have come through the crocodiles and been side by side through Cheetah, and it's just not happened. But that is two quality drivers showing each other respect and getting the moves done safely. Nice work. Very nice. That is great racing. You'll love to see it. What's happened here? What's happened to Zachary James? We've got Philippa Bakita. Yeah, she was coming up very quickly. And we're coming up into barbecue for a little bit too much curb there from Zachary, but he made it work, so we're going to see Philippa make a move into sunset. Oh, look at that. She closed up so much of that gap in that sunset.
Really, that performance of the Porsche through there, the minimum speed it can keep through sunset is incredible. I don't think there's many cars that are faster.
It's crazy watching that gap close so quickly through a corner. Usually you're used to seeing that in the suck, in the toe down a straight, but using the brakes of the Porsche to maybe have a look up into Le Cop, but no, not this time. Couldn't ask for a better field of drivers here at the top. I said it earlier, you get the sprint series races with 2 or 3 strong drivers up the top, and don't really get to see the strong guys battle each other in the same race until you get to finals. But I just love these events. Love watching all these big names come together and and battle each other at the top. And usually I'm sitting in these, you know, sort of midfield battles, and I don't get to see this stuff. So it's been a real pleasure to sit here today and call the action as best as I can. As Bakita has a little lunge. Zachary gives her the room, but says, no, I'm not having that up in a barbecue. So got a good exit there, Gold, and so he's just holding her off for now. But she's definitely knocking Philip up.
I think we've got to wait and see. There's a move into clubhouse here with the amount of speed that Porsche can carry through. She's not quite as close as last lap, but we might see another move up into Lake Cop. She can get a good run through the S's.
Just checking out the stints that these guys are on, and Philippa's on lap 30 of her stint, whereas...
a bit of contact there.
Sorry to cut you off there, but...
No, you're right.
She has got the move done, but she did come from a little far back and made contact, so it'd be interesting to see whether O'Gold calls that one out, and the stewards have a little look to see whether that was legal. I'm not one to pass judgment on too many steward decisions yet. I reckon that one might be looked at, though. But, yeah, it had been coming for a couple of laps, but regardless of whether you're faster than the person in front, you've got to get it done cleanly. Otherwise, the stewards will give you a little tap on the shoulder and say, hey, here's one for you.
I think Philippa might just have to try and get her head down now and trying to make as big a gap as she can. But, you know, it's on James here to try and stick with her. We're all about trying to minimise the damage of, if there is a penalty, trying to get as much of a gap as she can before they come round for the next round of pit stops.
With about 3.5 hours to go, the teams most likely be thinking about their strategies for pit stops until the end, and you know, what sort of who's going to be in the car for the last stint, all of that sort of thing. Tom, is that something you guys had already thought through, or you don't worry about it, just play it by ear, stick to a plan?
Mate, if you could see the planning that Tom does, you'd be blown away. That man has been on the books for weeks planning this, and he and his team are well and truly ready for whatever comes their way, regardless of what it is. It could be rain, a couple of different stint options. It's amazing seeing the work he's put into... I don't want to blow your head up too much, Tom. You can take it away, but I'm sure you're well prepared for your last couple of stints.
I think the planning for us was really only necessitated because one of our drivers, Bradley Chaplin, there's a move there, and that's from a fair long way back, I will say.
Yeah, that ain't it.
No.
I mean, he's come off second best, so he has penalised himself. But
I think the important thing is that the stewards don't take into account what sort of happens with, well, they try not to take into account any sort of, you know, they got disadvantaged more from the contact, you know.
No, that's right.
They're going to a level of racecraft.
Yep. So he's double whammied himself there a little bit. Unfortunately, he's given himself his own penalty, and then the stewards will still look at that and say, hang on, that's not how we do it.
Back to what I was discussing about our stints. Yeah, Bradley Chaplin, he had to work today, couldn't get the time off, so he's back now and he'll be jumping in the next stint. But we had to do a little bit of planning to get that sorted out, and then also try and sort out commentary stints for Pat and myself. But yeah, I think we're in a good spot at the moment, and we'll just keep plucking away. A little way to go yet, though. Certainly at 3.5 hours. I think the strategy from here it's obviously a 3-stop from here. You can get home well and truly on a 3-stop from now, or just after the 3.5 hour mark if you push your stints as long as they go. But I'm not sure what some of these cars, where they are sitting on the stints, on their stint timers. Obviously a 70-minute max driver stint at a time. Some cars might be limited by their fuel range. I can tell you that the Bentley certainly is not. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what strategies play out from here. Certainly trying to caveat in case there is the threat of rain, which at the moment there isn't, but you never know. I don't think anyone knew that there was going to be a threat of rain or as big a downpour at the real life 2020 Kyalami 9 hour that saw it finish under yellows. It was a BMW that won that race. We've only got one in the field, I believe, in this race, but certainly from all reports, Kyalami is as close to Melbourne weather as you can get in South Africa with its unpredictability.
4 seasons in a day sort of stuff.
Yeah, although it's for us here, it's been certainly partly cloudy. You know, ambience up to 22. Started at about 17, but certainly we're getting into the hotter part of the afternoon now, sort of around that 2:30, 3 o'clock mark. So that'll also play in a team strategy into how they change their tyre pressures and how they adjust the cars to suit with what they can.
So currently Philip is on 55 minutes and she's on the longest stint of the top 6. She's been going longer than anyone, the others.
So based on that, the latest they can box is 3 hours and 22 minutes left, give or take.
Which still
latest they can box.
Window.
Yeah, it does for a 3-stop, and probably more comfortably, because that'll give them the option to do some, you know, maybe a 64-minute stint towards the end, like 64-minute stints from here, or we'll have to wait and see what their strategy is. But it'll be interesting to see what they go with. Do they run 2 longer ones and then have a stacked final stint? Or they just run as little fuel as they can and just try and get home and try and use that pace of the Porsche. But one thing about the Porsche is that it's probably one of the more affected cars by fuel loads that I've experienced driving. Certainly the stability you get on high fuel compared to low fuel is quite a separation.
So that's going to be interesting coming into the last part of her stint. You know, she's going to be throwing everything at it, but with that light fuel tank, is she going to have a little trouble finding the time? I don't know anything about the Porsche, but you might be able to enlighten me on that one. I think she's going to be pushing, knowing that her stint's coming to an end, but she will be wrestling with the fact that lift-off oversteer in the Porsche is playing havoc with the low fuel tank.
I think certainly, if people didn't know, the Porsche has its fuel tank in the front of the car, in front of in the crash structure in front of the firewall, to balance out the weight of the rear-engined car, as we see Stefan Bachtold at the moment running around in 24th position. So there's the field point. Great camera work here, looking at the field point.
When that gets light, it does all sorts of things to the balance of the car.
In a car that's already partly compromised, I would say, by its rear engine, so it can be a little bit unpredictable at times. But certainly these drivers at the moment who are driving the Porsche are doing very well to be keeping on the straight and narrow.
Said there's a big gap between the low tank and the full tank. Is it much more pleasant to drive on a full tank? Because I've only actually ever tried it on a low tank, and I'm like, oh, this is death. I can't do this. Not that I'd consider driving it. I don't think I get along with the Porsche or the Audi very well, but is it much more pleasant to drive on a full tank than it is on a low tank?
My limited experience, and thankfully Ryan Green's in the car, so he can't pipe up about this in chat. But my experience at Laguna Seca in the Porsche was not incredible, but certainly you do certainly notice the lack of weight in the front towards the end of a stint, and a little bit more understeer, a little bit less balance, and in a car that you get a fair bit more oversteer anyway, it can be a handful, as you said. Sean's saying in chat that the Porsche on a full tank is much more polite, and that is that's what I would say is a perfect way to put it. I think that explains it.
Might be able to help me with this one too. What's this flashing light going on at the back of the Ferrari here? I've never seen that before. Looks like a
back of the Ferrari.
Yeah, at the back of the Ferrari is a little flashing light here. Someone might be able to help me.
As it comes through, and that will be the rain light. So they might have accidentally triggered that in a pit stop or changing some settings in the car. But that's the rain light, high intensity. So you see it through spray, and it's every
So
car needs to have one, and it's.
How have they managed that? Have they got wet tyres on, or have they changed their engine map or something, or how have they managed that?
I think it's quite easy to do because it doesn't matter whether you're on. It's still up to the driver to turn it on, whether you're on dry or wet tyres. But it might have just been a little accidental click of a button.
Oh, the rain. Okay, so it's just a light switch per se. It's not an actual setting. Okay. Yeah, right. Just a bump of the MFD, as you said. Well, there you go. Oh, well, it's not causing too much chaos for them. I thought that they'd pitted onto wet tyres or something. I didn't know what was going on there. It could have been a drive-through for Bakita. That's unfortunate. She has pushed a little bit too hard towards the end of her stint and has managed to pick that one up. So she'll have to serve that. And then she will also have to come in and pit. So she'll be visiting that lane twice in the next couple of minutes.
Well, not necessarily, because if you enter pit lane, I believe your stint timer restarts when you leave. So they might be able to run until the end of the fuel load now. But we'll wait and see what happens on the rest of their stint. Correct me if I'm wrong, Glenn. So coming to pit lane now.
He's coming in for the drive-through.
Yeah, I don't know if I can correct you, but I think Braden said before that a drive-through doesn't count.
Drive-through doesn't, no.
So, yeah, I think she'll have to serve the drive-through, and then she will have to re-enter the pits. And so, yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. That's going to cost them a lot of time.
It's interesting. I'm looking at Pitwall live, and her stint timer has actually stopped when she entered the lane. I'll see if it.
Yes, I think that's what Tom was saying. Is that the stint timer will stop when you enter the pit lane.
It stops. It doesn't reset though,
and therefore you can't double stint via a drive-through. I think is what we were talking about before with Braden.
Yeah.
To double stint, you do need to complete an actual pit stop. The drive-through won't count. So, learning lots of things here on the broadcast today. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Braden.
So there you go. So that's what we see in the car. I do change fairly actively. Looking through that, it's a great little screen, especially when I'm in VR to be able to see it. In the McLaren, it's in a pretty okay spot. Certainly qualifying, it's very useful to see what your delta's like. But that's what the drivers can see if they decide to use it. If not, it's in the top left of their screen. See what their stint time is like. I'd say they'll be running as long as they can now on this, running right up until that 7 minutes is up, or as close to, without getting in danger of overrunning that, because it's a fairly considerable penalty, I believe, if you overrun your stint time.
Where are you blokes running at the moment? Pat Oliver, P20. That's not bad. You'd be pretty happy with that. Are you?
That's very good for us at the moment.
That's fourth in Pro-Am. Any chance of a Pro-Am podium? Maybe. It'd be very.
We'll have to wait and see. We've. I think we're still a lap down on Malloy. But we won't be far off, I don't think, in that number 5 Bentley.
Love that suede finish. Might have to start driving a Lambo just for that. I actually like the sound of the Lambo too.
It's a little bit higher pitched than the Audi, and the exhaust note is certainly very, very nice. I still remember being in Chase Cam in the Aston for my debut special event, the Poor Card 8 Hour, and it's not the best sounding car heading up Mistral.
You don't run chase cam.
No. Only when I was spotting. I was spotting for Dan O'Donnell and Brad Chaplin in the Double Yellows entry.
I was going to say, you said you drive VR before, and then you said chase cam. So I thought those two things together would make me sick. As we see another little, that's pretty well done by both drivers again. Goodness me, that could have been well worse. Coming through Cheetah like that. But,
I think Herbert might have realised that Kitching was going to go for it and decided, there's still 3.5 hours left. There's no point pushing for moves, fighting and defending against a move like that. That's only going to have both drivers come off worse for wear, I think.
Yeah, spot on.
It's not a spot you really want to be running 2x2 without a fairly decent amount of cooperation between both drivers.
Tom, just confirming you're right about your theory about being a lap down on Malloy. That's the case there. On 190 laps, you're on 189. They're due in about 15 minutes maximum.
Yeah, it's...
And Pat's got another 20... My calculations in my head. Another 27 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So you'll probably get them when they come in the pits, but then they'll probably get you back.
I certainly think that drive-through wouldn't have helped that 616 cause. But as I said, you've still got just under 3.5 hours left, so there's a fair way to go.
Yep, not to say that they're not
can happen.
warnings.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be within that drive-through, that time frame. It'll get you really close if they did happen to pick up one.
An interesting one because it'll be Bentley on Bentley as we see a move here from Yim on Viney. Two Ferraris going at it. Yim's just run a little bit wide. Coming down a mine shaft.
Just got to be careful, Yim. He's already got a couple of penalties under his belt, so he will want to get the next move done cleanly. And Viney's no slouch. He will defend for what it's worth.
I think Viney will be very happy by that car pulling into the pits there. Didn't really compromise him too much. Right up to the braking zone for Crowthorns. Just tries to show the nose. It's a great technique to try and throw the other driver off. Try and just have them a little bit more nervous.
It's again a car just giving way there beautifully. Enjoying these blue flags today.
I must say, as a driver, the blue flags have been very good today. I haven't really had any issues. We've got a car off there on the left-hand side.
There. Wonder who that was, having a bit of an expedition.
Number 130, it looks like.
We got a replay of what's happened, and it is just your standard Audi tings. Oh my goodness, that's not what you want to see. No, I don't know who that was. Was that Chris Withers, 220?
That's really important, yeah, for Withers in the 220 Odyssey Racing McLaren.
And he did his best to avoid it too, and just got tagged on the way through. That is an F in chat. But no, going back to those blue flags, there's been a couple of events recently where, unfortunately, the blue flags may have been a little... Oh, there's another one coming into Cheetah here. That's pretty clean. Looking good now. Yeah, the blue flags, unfortunately, a little bit to be desired. But I think the penalties ramped up a little bit in Misano. Sorry, it might have been after Misano. I think Misano was a rough one. Donington, I think, especially. So a lot of blue flagging happening, and it's picked up a little bit over the last couple of events to the point where people are starting to understand. Just gotta make way. You've got 4 corners to do it. I think we've re-released the sporting code too, which has helped. A lot of people have read through that and now understand a bit better what's required of them. But no, certainly for this event, it's looked to be pretty clean from the broadcast perspective, at least.
I think the interesting thing is all about the fact that we've just come from Bathurst, which is a difficult track for blue flags, let alone overtaking. Certainly through back into Sector 1 through to the end of the mountain. So there is really only one line to here, where there are plenty of places, I would say, for a car that is blue flagged to just pull over to the side, breathe out of the throttle, maybe go a bit deep into a corner just to open up the apex for another car to come through. I certainly think that it's one of those tracks that's more than comfortable for that.
George has just popped in the chat with a $10 donation. That's very kind of you. Thank you, George. I don't know whether we're getting you back in the box at any point, but if you do, you'll get a big love from most of chat. That's awesome, mate. Nice work.
See car 99 as Philippa's boxed again, and Sean's taken over in 8th place coming out the pits.
I'll be trying now to try and chase down Zachary Smith in that Aston. I don't think there could be 2 polar opposite cars trying to chase each other down at the moment. And an Aston and a Porsche, in terms of their behaviour, especially on high fuel.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I love the Aston. I've taken that up in the endurance series, and especially over those long races, the Aston is just a pleasure to sit in for a long, extended period of time. It always behaves the way you think it's going to behave and never really changes over the course of a stint. And sounds pretty good too. So that's a big part of racing for me. I like the sounds. I like the sights. Misano at night is one of the best times I've ever had in a car in this rig. So yeah, I'm all about enjoyment, not just about competitive racing. And for me, being able to know that I'm pretty safe in the Aston is a big plus for me.
I certainly think that's why it's one of the cars that you see most often in those endurance type events, because of how predictable it is over the space of over a fuel load and over the space of, you know, a 70-minute stint or a 45-minute stint if you're in the endurance series, which is what most people run. So I certainly think it's one of the better cars for that. It just has quite a long first gear, which can take a little bit of getting used to, but it certainly is a great car to drive. Certainly great to learn in as well. I learned in the Aston. I started in rookies in the Aston, and finally decided to jump over to the McLaren for a little bit more of a challenge and see what I could muster up. But yeah, I certainly do think fondly of my time in the Aston.
Bryce Meddings comes in with another 10. Legend. Thank you very much. Starting to stack up as we come in towards dinner time local. That's very generous, Bryce. Nice work, mate. Thank you very much for that.
We've got Kitching here running just outside the top 10 at the moment, trying to chase down Ryan Green. The gap's about 15 seconds or so, but it looks like on that last lap, Kitching was certainly a lot faster. He was almost 1.5 seconds faster on that last lap, so he'll be pushing hard to try and catch up to Green to get that spot in the top 10. But I'm sure Ryan Green, with his pad movements and being a very quick pad racer, it won't be that easy to pass him. Won't make it easy at all.
I think there's a couple of pad users out there, but no, there's certainly none as fast as Ryan Green. He makes it look like standard issue, that pad, as we see another little love tap there. And a little bit of a shove out the exit of Cheetah. Again, could have been much worse. We've seen some pretty nasty accidents through there today, but that's come out okay. It was a little bit of a kiss on the way in, but rubbing is racing. Not sure how I feel about that highlighter yellow livery though.
We're seeing the remaining front runners coming in for their next pit stop within the next 8 to 10 minutes or so. We've got a number of them that are just ticked over the hour mark, and we'll be both running out of time and running out of fuel, I guess. O'Hara's got 6 minutes. We've got I'm sorry if I'm butchering the name. Izidvar in
Great effort.
in the Audi. He's got about 6 or 7 minutes as well. See how they filter out after that.
Yeah, great effort on that. I butchered it a couple of times last night. There's plenty of interesting ones in here. Took me a while to get Malith's name right. Malith Adanyake, I think I've got it right now. In the Porsche in 919. Very excellent gentleman, Malith. Jeremy, I was gonna put a few of those out, but I didn't want to. That's excellent. When he's coming up to lap you, it very quickly becomes, is that close? And then, is that gone? But he's come, is that far? He's making a very good effort of this race up there in P1. Race has been good, Del King. There's been plenty happening. A bit of sadness with a few disconnections and some wizardry, a couple of flying cars, and we had a submarine at one point as well, with a few unfortunate disconnects, as is Adfar puts in the fastest lap of the race. As we are speaking of him, that's a very excellent lap. We've had a couple of stabs at this today already, Race Control. I think there was a couple of answers previously in chat around about the 312 to 350 mark. I said 354, and that was based off how many laps we'd done at the 2 hour mark. So I don't know, I might be a little bit hot with that. Maybe the things will slow down a little bit, but yeah, 354 I'll go with. If anyone else wants to have a crack at how many laps total we will complete today, Jeremy's revised his answer to a low 308. I think that might be a little bit low. Your thoughts, Tom? You're really good with numbers. I'd like to hear what you reckon we might complete.
Well, if I put on my math hat, and we've got 3 hours and 14 minutes to go, and we've done 201 laps. So if you divide 9 by 3, it gives you 3 lots of 200 plus, or sorry, 3 lots of 100 plus, if you do the math. So I think we're probably going to sit around that 330, 340 mark. I think would be fairly close. I think 353, that'd have to be flying. Nothing wrong with your prediction, JC, but I think they'll have to be flying for that 353 mark.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to pay that. I just had a really shot in the dark type answer, and I saw a lot of the lower numbers coming through, and I thought I might be a little bit high, so that's fine. I'll wear that. I'll commit to it. If everyone else is under, then I win with my safe mark, but no, I think I'm going to be a little bit far off. What about you, Peabody? You gonna have a little stab?
Oh, look, if if Tom's had his abacus out, then I'm not going to argue with that. I was thinking it was probably going to be 325 or so, so 330, 340. Tom mentioned. I reckon that's probably pretty close to the mark. We've had a few teams that have jumped up the grid significantly today. Got a minute for me to run through a couple of those?
Please do.
Team car 846 shift point number 1 team started the last of the pro cars in the grid down in 29th, is moved their way up to 13th, so it's a big 16 place gain. Car 45 Triple R IB Racing started 27th and are up to 14th. And and then of course we know about the front runners like car 217 who started in 16th is up to 3rd, and car 445 started in 14th and is up to 5th, and 111 started 17th up to 7th. Well, they were up to 7th, they're 8th now. They've just been passed by Madison.
That's still a very, very handy effort by the Rockets Evolve boys. Pretty consistent effort. They haven't been on screen much, which means they've made pretty few mistakes. Haven't been involved in a lot of battles. They've just made their way through the field nice and easy, and they're in for a good show, that's for sure. But yeah, plenty of movers. Have you got a handle on the shakers? Anyone who's fallen off a little bit, and unfortunately, aside from the disconnects, obviously, we've all put FN chat for those boys.
Yeah, it's just trying to figure out who was a disconnect and who's actually dropped off the planet. What happened to 191 Kovacs Racing Purple with JP?
Was that the submarine?
Was that
happened?
No, that was Carv. It was Carv.
Yeah, I think it was. I thought it was JP who was in his submarine. I didn't know it was an Audi though.
Oh, a submarine. I didn't see the submarine. I saw the flying.
Goodness me, that was funny.
Yeah, I saw the flying car.
That'll be clipped in the Discord for sure.
Yeah, the flux capacitor one.
It's been a couple of those. Yeah, it's been an interesting day for connections.
So I must have been offline when the submarine happened.
I've only just heard about that through word of mouth, through some updates whilst I was in the car. But certainly that's it's unfortunate for them. JP put in a blistering lap to both in qualifying and in the top 10 shootout. So it's not ideal for them to be as far back, and yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't think JP had a good run at in the endurance event at Donington either, but you know, hopefully they can make up maybe, you know, 1 or 2 more spots and just, you know, have a bit more fun, I suppose, towards the end of this race.
Yeah, there's not really been anyone else that I'd sort of call out. We've had those few which are obviously retirements or have had significant damage and are running, you know, 20 plus laps down, which happens. I know for that one from experience. Misano, after taking it off the track a couple of times and ending up in the pits for a few minutes of repairs, we ended up 22 laps down.
Yeah, I think we've all been there at one stage or another.
Hence why I'm sitting here rather than out there.
You plan on doing some more events in the future, though?
Love to.
I am really, really looking forward to Silverstone. The McLaren loves that car, and I do love that track in almost any game that I play. F1 and AMS2 or anything else, that track just seems to work for me. So I'm very much looking forward to that big 12-hour event there. And I'm really enjoying the endurance series at the moment. We've just, as I said, gone through Donington, which is another English track that I really enjoy. Much more technical than Silverstone, but absolute blast that track was over 3 hours. And I think we're going to Hungary next for 3 hours, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that's correct. First Saturday in November will be coming up. So it'll certainly be a race to watch. 2 drivers in each car, 3 hours, 3 mandatory stops. So slightly different to what we see here with no mandatory stops and only limited by stint time in most cars. But certainly the 3 hours is all about pace and pace over your stint. And whereas I'd say the 9 hours and some of the special events are more about overall consistency. Just trying to have a nice clean run.
On board with Dale Reith here, P2 in their Bentley. P2 in the AM class, of course. They're making a red hot crack of it. They were, I think, almost last at one point, but they've made up a couple of spots on the, as we said, consistency being important. They've tucked it well in their golden mirror Bentley. That is deafening, if deafening was visual.
I think as credit to these to this number 2 entry though, there are only the 2 drivers. Obviously the team name is just the 2 of us, but you know, qualified 3rd in the AM class. Started off the back row of the grid and has been running consistently. And they're just, you know, picking up the places here and there that happen with some unfortunate incidents to other cars. But certainly all credit to them, still running around. All credit to all the 2 driver teams. Hopefully they're all staying hydrated and you know, staying focused on the race.
We're talking about what a great effort it would be to do those 2-man teams. Would you consider that, Riley? Would you reckon that's a shout for you, or do you like the 3-4-man teams giving you a bit more space?
I think if you've got 2 drivers that are considerably quick, a 2-man team can work. But I wouldn't say that it's sustainable. Certainly not when we get up to the 12 hours of Silverstone. As we got Zachary Smith here battling with Moore.
Is that deep?
That's very deep. That's unfortunate.
That looks a little deep, if you ask me. Good effort. He had a good exit coming out of Le Cop, but yeah, just didn't quite get on the anchors early enough there.
I think he got considerable slipstream and might have just missed his braking mark as Moore ducked across to the left-hand side. But you know, he'll be back again. Certainly driving that Aston very well today. The Odyssey Racing 217 boys, battling with a car that's also very quick in that BDE Audi. These guys are just got to be careful though, because Zach James in that Maximum Pace Racing Lambo is just not too far behind. So these 2 keep battling. You might have Zachary James and maybe even Sean Madison catching up to him. I think there's a fair battle here from 3rd to 8th that could happen if you know, if pace. You know, they're all on the same lap, so we'll wait and see what happens there. But as I said, certainly a long way to go, and these 2 will keep battling. Look, Zach Smith's already right up on the back of Moore here. Moore goes on the defensive. Brulu Coupe.
Yeah, much more reserved on his braking zones that time around. But he's certainly putting himself in the vision of Moore, and Moore's made a little error there, so wouldn't be surprised if the door opens here at some point for Smithy. He's just got to keep it composed and he will find a way through, I think. Using much more of the track on entry, hitting the curb. A lot more of the track on exit, so you can see his line's good. He's putting more under a lot of pressure, and Moore, I think, might have his mirror filled with Aston for a little while to go yet. They both get a little bit wide there at the Exeter barbecue, so neither of them come off better there on their way up to the Sunset corner. Much loved. I love a good high-speed corner. I do really enjoy Sunset. It's about the only corner on this track I can really get along with, I think. These S's can get in the bin.
Certainly the McLaren.
The curbs are inviting, and you think you can use them, but yeah, as you said, especially in the McLaren, you hit them at the wrong angle and they just throw you all over the joint. It's just no fun. I like this uphill braking zone.
And also the blind braking zone as well. As you come up over the hill, you don't know quite how close you are to the corner until it flattens out. It's certainly one of the more challenging corners for me on the track.
So here we go again. Smithy really close. He's put himself on the inside line, but again, thinks better of it. But
that might be his spot.
He couldn't be any closer. He's certainly making his presence well and truly felt. He's gone for a bit of a switchback here.
Oh,
that is excellent. It was always coming, and he has made that look effortless.
I wouldn't say it's over yet, though, with the amount of draft you can get up this straight through the kink and up to Crowthorns. Certainly wouldn't say that it's over yet.
He's gone very defensive down the inside there. But he's pulled it up, and he will complete the move. So that's very excellent driving over the last couple of laps by Smithy. He set him up. He said, "How you doing?" And then he almost walked past him. He made it look very easy coming out of that last corner there, and he got it done down into turn 2.
Good evening, people. How are we going?
Hello, George. Welcome back.
Thank you.
We've already just... Yeah, it's heating up now, mate. I'll give you the tip. There's a little bit of a quiet period there for a little while where we filled the gaps, but it's certainly turned back up again now with some battles happening across the map. And I know we keep saying there's a long way to go, but 3 hours can really go quickly in one of these cars if you're not careful and you think you're trying to make up a few spots, and all of a sudden you've only got 10 minutes left and the race is over. So there will be some drivers who are looking to make some moves now. Especially the last drivers coming into their last stints. They'll be looking to make the most of it after what's felt like a very long day, and then they realise, oh, they've got one stint left here, so it's time to go. So, yeah, you're not wrong. We're probably looking at what could be a very interesting 3 hours.
Yeah, and look at the weather. 5Ks, we had 0 before. The wind has picked up.
Don't get my hopes up, George.
Is there a chance?
I'd love to see it. Don't get me wrong. Just especially in that last sort of half an hour. Just a little bit to grease it up a little bit. Not enough for a pit stop to come in for wet tyres, but just enough to spice up that last half hour and get people tripping over a little bit, and you'll really see some high-class driving there, the ones that can manage to navigate that.
Yeah, I like that. When they're right on the edge of the cusp of either pitting or not pitting, and which way you go, that's when it really gets spicy.
I think we saw that here in Split Red, I believe, in the Sprint Series, Asia Pacific Sprint Series. I think you were involved in that race, weren't you, JC? It was the changeable conditions on that race 1.
That I was. Yeah, so qualifying was in the wet, and then the race started off damp, and then it got dry, and then I think race 2 was wet. So it was just all over the place all day, and there was a lot of people who hadn't quite worked out their pit stops and their setups, and a few people started on dries, and it was an interesting point where I thought it was wet enough to come in for wets, and that I did, and a few other drivers came in for wets, but the guys who stuck it out on the dries managed to pick up plenty of positions and just didn't ever get wet enough to make those wet tyres work. So, you know, big ups to those guys for having the coconuts to stay out on dries, because for mine, I wasn't having it. I'm no good in the wet on wet tyres, let alone the wet on dry tyres. So yeah, good on them. So yeah, something spicy like that for the last 40 minutes would just about set me up, I think. I'd be very happy with that. Take us home. But regardless, if the weather stays the same, it stays dry. It's been some quality driving right throughout the day, and I do think it will get a little bit spicier as we go through these last couple of hours.
I know you fellas were talking about curbs before. What do you, JC? You're in the Macca, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Excited for Zolder?
I actually really love Zolder. Zolder, I think, is one of my top 4 tracks in terms of enjoyment. I think it's a lovely little technical track, but I understand why you're asking the question. I can't eat that first chicane nearly as well as most other cars, so got to find a different line through there. But you understand that when you come into the McLaren, it's got its strengths, it's got its weaknesses, and you just gotta find a way through. I mean, the first sector is really good for the McLaren. Those first 2 corners, it can carry a lot of speed through there. So you just got to find the lap time in other places. But it is a little bit disheartening when you're following along behind a Bentley and you're right up in his grill, and then he just drives in a straight line through that first chicane, and you lose sort of half a second there sometimes. So. But no, I love Zolder. I really do enjoy that track. And before Bathurst, that was actually my personal best result, which I wouldn't have expected for a track that I'd literally never driven in any game before. So I am very much looking forward to that.
I like Zolder when it's wet. Bit of weather at Zolder opens it up, because it's pretty hard to pass at Zolder for the most part. But when there's a bit of weather around, it always spices it up and gives you opportunities. Someone makes a little mistake here or there, and you get the opening to get past people.
It's the great equaliser, wet weather. It really does. It brings out all sorts of different driving styles and can make a really interesting spectacle for, I guess, the people watching. The people driving it, maybe not so much, but a lot of people love the wet. Our resident rain dancer might be around to give us his next fact at some point in the next couple of minutes, and I hope he does. But until then, boys, I think I'm on my way out now, so I may rejoin you for the end of the race, and if I do, I'll have my rain hat on. But until then, enjoy.
See you later.
Thanks, JC.
Back to the chat about Zolder. I think Zolder in the Sprint Series might be one of those tracks that will go. There might be some interesting results compared to what we've seen. We've had Kyalami, one of the more high-speed circuits. We've had Bathurst, which is 2 polar opposites either side of, top of the mountain and at the bottom of the hill. But I think Zolder might be an interesting one, certainly with different cars maybe coming up, and different drivers with different skill sets and, different strengths and weaknesses. But that's the whole point of Sprint Series. This battle here between Maleith and Neighbour has been going on for a little while now. It's certainly spicing up a little bit.
This is the battle for P5 in class.
That it is.
So, top 5 here going. Where he's going to send it? That's the question.
I certainly think, looking at how close he gets out of the S's, I certainly think that might be Porsche's opportunity to try and get past heading up into Lake Coupe. But he's got an alright exit here. He's going to try and stick in the slipstream. Try and see if he can't just duck and weave and maybe get a move done. Just going to show him the nose. Not quite close enough this time around.
He's just reminding him that he's there in the mirrors. Friendly reminder. The battle up front has pretty much stayed the same from 3 hours ago when I was on last. Still 30 seconds between first and second. The battle for third is still relatively close between Moore and Smith.
And I think you've still got Zach James, who's just sort of holding that 8-second gap from Moore at the moment, which might just start to close down a little bit later on. But it'll be interesting to see how much ground they can make up.
Could be a passing opportunity here from that Crocodiles.
Bides his time. Just wants to make sure the movie's done nice and clean. That's the main thing.
Oh,
Fantastic driving there. Reminds me of a battle I was watching earlier between Moore and Madison. Very similar situation.
Might be a little bit closer if he gets a good run out of Sunset here, so he's got to make sure he sets him up. Gets a good run down through Sunset, uses that Porsche mid-apex speed that it can carry, that mid-corner speed. See how much time he gains on the entry there. Maybe just runs maybe a little bit wide, shows the nose. Taniake's best chance now is to set up, good run through here. Try to get as close as he can under brakes. Might not be close enough this time around, but it's certainly one of his strengths. He's coming through Sunset and then through the S's.
Just looking a little further down, some other battles down there as well are happening. Looks like Dale is first in class for the AMs at the moment.
He's got 4 seconds to Rosario, so that could come alive a little bit later on as well. You just see that blue Bentley in behind there. So we'll certainly keep our eyes on that one, but geez, that number 1 Audi has been running very strongly today, hasn't it?
He has indeed.
Hello, Hobbsies. Yeah, Hobbsies just brought that gap down to 27 seconds. But that last lap, they're only 0.2 off each other, so that's certainly one to watch as we get later on.
Yep, definitely.
see, Zach James is making a bit of ground up on Moore in 4th as well, so Smithy seems to have cleared out a bit from Moore after getting past him into 3rd. Moore could be under pressure from James and probably still be another 5 or 10 laps, but if the time keeps coming down as it is.
I certainly think that battle for 4th will come down to Moore, James and Madison. Those gaps are sort of coming down together, coming a little bit closer, so that'll be another one to watch, as you said, in probably about 8 to 10 laps or so.
Crude and Frost here. This is a tight battle, very tight. What do you look at Crocodile? This is the big one. Big braking zone. Good opportunity. Just send him a reminder. He's in the mirrors. Doing very well. Oh, we got Clayton's back into the top 10. So top Pro-Am, back into the top 10.
They've done a great job today.
They have.
Consistent.
Oh, and that's that'll be unfortunate for that 818 car. A 10-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
It's got to hurt.
And it might have just been as they came into the pits. They were just in the pits. I swapped Ryan Green in for Ryan Green out, Daniel O'Donnell in. So that'll be unfortunate, but at least it's not a drive-through. At least it's only the 10-second penalty, so you can serve that a pit stop. We've got someone off there at Sunset. Looks like the Aussie Racing. Oh, it's the Aussie Racing McLaren again. They haven't had a fun time through Sunset. Obviously, the last thing that happened was they got accidentally involved in an incident with I think it was an Audi that had spun. But that's unfortunate for them.
Spicing up this battle. It's for the top 10, which is good to see. Actually, top 8, to be honest.
Afternoon, gents. Good evening, everyone.
G'day, Pat.
Evening, Pat.
How we doing?
Fantastic.
Oof, that was stressful. As we have a replay already.
Side curve.
Drop a freaking bang. Easy. Welcome in RH Gaming. But whoever has to take a break now in the comments box, feel free. I am here, strapped in and ready to fire.
No worries, I'll be back in 40 minutes. See ya.
That's a humongous F. But how's things been? Fill me in. What did I miss?
Not a lot, just the battling at the moment.
Ooh,
Particularly
pretty
these
spicy.
two. Very spicy indeed.
You've just finished in the park, Pat. How in the car? How was your stint?
In finishing in the park. It was pretty good actually. I was in a bit of an awkward situation where I was on the bumper of a car that was a lap ahead of me, but there was no cars in front of that car for about 15 minutes, and I didn't know how to offer the unlap situation, so I just stayed there for like 20 minutes, and I flashed once a lap and nothing happened. So I was in a very, very awkward predicament, but it was pretty consistent. Did finish off the quaddie of track limit warnings and did the DT, but didn't lose any positions. I only lost time on track, I guess. And we are in P20 with our driver doing their first stint.
Wow.
So, you know, having fun.
He's well rested.
Yep, he, well, not really, he's come straight from work. Straight from work, straight into the rig. Yeah, Alex, a lot of our drivers dedicate their time to volunteer for this league, especially with the commentating, as look, 9 hours would be a lot for 1 or 2 people to commentate, unless they were professionals, I think. So our wonderful, I don't know, boss man, Neil Alexander in chat, who runs the Discord, suggested to have volunteers who also commentate our weekly races to come in and take shifts throughout the 9 hours to, I don't know, spice it up a little bit and ease the load amongst all of the people who wanted to try their hands at commentating.
Yeah, that's right.
How are you guys enjoying it?
It's good. It's good fun. Good to watch from this point of view, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a bit different, isn't it? How about yourself, Preach? How have you been finding it?
I've been enjoying it. It's obviously debuted last night in pro qualifying, which was an experience itself. But it's been good to be in the box finally. I might have been pestering Mull a little bit to try and get in here, but
that's how you get
certainly.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
Just
certainly. It's certainly been a great experience at the moment. We just saw Malik Ataniake in that 919 Porsche just get a 5-second penalty for collision. I'm not sure if I saw that one on the coverage, but maybe we'll have a look at it a bit later on.
Also, Alex, we do have a live stewarding team also, filled with volunteers and co-admin race directing. So they all look at the accidents. We have a wonderful race control bot that has been designed by also another member of the Discord to submit protests and then get instant feedback once the penalty has been given in the Discord, so you can see where, what and why you got or didn't get a penalty. It's all recorded there. It's actually amazing. I don't know how Scope, shout out to Scott Blair, I don't know how he does it.
Crazy. Look, you guys have probably already had this conversation once, but I grew up on Hawaiian pizza. I wasn't the biggest fan of pineapple, but if my parents saw me picking pineapple off my food to not eat it, I wouldn't get ice cream, so that's the only reason I ate it. Okay? I'll deal with it.
Pineapple. Oh
The
dear.
bot has gone rogue.
Oh dear. No, I'm not a pineapple person. I don't mind it as a fruit, but not on a pizza.
Well, I've seen Neil eat it live on stream, and he didn't look like he was hating it, so I don't know what's happened to him today. Woke up on the wrong side of the pineapple.
Yeah. Oh, what's worse, waking up next to a pineapple or waking up next to a horse's head?
Well, the both of them are very far apart, so you know,
It's quite
depends
true.
what you're into, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, Alex, you never know if you get a part of the community and start mingling, I guess you could call it, and just getting involved, showing your face and talking to people. I'm sure that you could have a go. Yeah, see, that's what I thought when I started, Alex, but the way I learnt was by, first of all, jumping in. I think I almost did the whole Paul Ricard with Mullick, bar maybe like an hour in the middle to eat. But you learn from watching, you also learn from just talking to the people in the comms box. You don't necessarily need to know the most. You learn from listening, and also one of the best things a commentator can do is communicate with the chat, because the live stream wouldn't be here without the people that are in the chat. So you have to respect those people that, first of all, can support the stream, which you guys do through the stream, and the people that want to talk to you and get to know the community. So absolutely. Here's Diabols. Did anyone else have to fight over who gets to drink the leftover juice in a tin of pineapple? No. Why? Wait. Wouldn't it just be whoever ate the last bit of pineapple? I don't know.
I'll provide some personal experience with that. I'd always have to fight my mum for it.
What?
She's a big pineapple juice fan, and whenever she made, whenever we did tacos with a little bit of pineapple on top, it's
hold on a minute.
I think I'm
I
just going to
thought
be pissing off
pizza was
Colin
bad
instead.
enough. Putting pineapple on tacos? What has gotten into this? What, race control, that has to be way more preposterous than it being on pizza. That is... Oh no. Well, that's one way to join the comms team, I guess.
Yeah, it's thanks guys. It's been a great experience. I'll see you all later when I get server muted and deafened, and
we'll see you next special event.
I don't even know I'll be allowed back after that.
By the way, anyone that eats pickled onions is off my Christmas list. Wife just... Wait, what's wrong with... I feel like pickled anything is pretty damn good. That... Pickled anything... Look, I'll put my hand up and say I like pickled onions.
Yeah, delicious. Pickled ginger as well.
Oh, yum. Yeah, especially on like sushi or something.
Yeah, that's it. Spot
Good
on.
shout.
Just been keeping my eye on the battle up the front there. And,
the racing, yeah, sorry.
That's alright. Hobbs is closing the gap here. It's reduced it by about 5 seconds. So we're down to 24 seconds now, the gap between the two. So it could be coming interesting very soon. Slowly chipping away.
I've heard about that J-Bot. Deep fried Mars bar. So deep fried ice cream is really good. That's like a Thai thing, I'm pretty sure. It's because I didn't buy that seed off you, Dill, isn't it? I get it. I get it. I also regret not getting it, but that's fine. But no, this has been an absolutely amazing event. Still 2 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Oh, we had someone off there at Sunset.
Yep, as that's a questionable rejoin. I don't know what card that is. That is car 219 of Justin Clayton. Good old Juzzy.
That's the leader in Pro-Am.
Yeah, geez. So they still have a hipscop. Oh, phew. I was gonna say hip. What? I don't even know. I don't even know what I was gonna say. It all just fell apart.
Hit
You
stop.
just you listened to. Oh my! I'll be right back.
So you see what happened to Clayton. He's just lost it on the entry there. Just the rig got away from him. Hasn't hit the wall or anything, so it's won't be as bad a result. It's back on. That's I'd say that's fairly safe.
Okay, good to be back. I was going to say, they have a hell of a lead to the second Pro-Am car, so I think keeping it out of the wall there's fine. I don't know how their tyres would be feeling. Probably not too nice. But, you know, soldier on. Yes, Jeremy, words are hard. Don't get me started. Oof.
That's not a good-looking McLaren. I'll say that much. It might be that the paint job just sort of doesn't bring it up that much, but certainly when the rear bumper looks like that, that's
The side skirt look on the ground. That can't be good.
maybe.
It's had a bit of contact somewhere. Here's a question for you guys. I don't know what it is, but in
Fire away.
ACC, when you pit for damage, does it rectify the actual image, like the look of the car, or not?
Yep.
It does. So when you've got damage and you go into pits, you fix it, it should look like pristine again.
Not pristine, it'll still have all like the dirt and the scuffs on it, but say like your bonnet is popped up, it'll fix that kind of thing. It'll like align your bumpers and everything.
Alright. Cool.
But yeah.
Could move the scarring off that, for example, on the McLaren off the rear bumper as well.
Yep.
With that carbon fibre finish, it'll remove all that scarring and sort of thing. I wouldn't say there'd be too many cars out there that haven't got the odd scratch on them at the moment.
Can get a bit. It also depends on the severity of like the suspension damage, because like you can have times where the front wheels will pop through the fenders as well, if the suspension damage is bad enough.
Jeez. Is that repairable in pits?
To a degree, I think. I'm not sure. Damage physics in this game are strange, to say the least. So I don't think anyone knows that is an Italian and called Kunos. But who we got here? Zach. Is it Zach? It is Zach Martin from Kovacs of Racing Yellow. Here, EMP 39. 40 cars remaining. That's incredible. That's a lot of. I saw about 4 or 5 people saying that they had internet issues that have dropped out. So I think that's the most I've ever seen out of a special event.
So how many retirements do you think there were for damage then? Or do you reckon it's just all internet disconnections?
I think. Yes. It might be a bit of this, bit of that. I know there were some entryless issues at the start too, so I don't know. Things happen. I've heard of one driver already having wheel issues. So I don't know. Downside of sim racing sometimes is that technology can give up on you at the worst of times. So
yeah,
You're at the mercy of your hardware.
Yep.
It's
But been lucky today. Absolutely none.
I won't talk any further.
Nah, she's a beaut. She's a tank. Doesn't break. Loudest Howard has been banned from Octane Online Racing. To confirm that in chat. It happens to the best of us, mate.
There's a battle brewing here between 2 McLarens for 33rd. Dale in the Craig Dale in the 959 AM entry.
Yeah, leader in the AM class. And Johnson. Just behind.
A lot of fresh faces for this event, or names that I might not have seen before in other series. So obviously a couple rookie drivers getting amongst it as well, especially in the N class.
That's good.
Definitely.
We need to harvest that. That's the beauty of the league.
Yeah, it's a tough
it's
gig.
got the rookie series, which brings up new entries into the sprints and these events as well. So it's great. It's fantastic. That's where I started as well earlier this year.
Oh, nice. And you enjoying what car you're driving?
So now I've moved over to the sprint series. Had the Jag last sprint series, and then yeah. it was a good challenge. It was good fun.
Sure.
And now I'm in the Macca.
Jaguar paying you to say that, I guess. But good car to change up to, the Macca. That's the first car I drove in the rookies, and then changed to the Honda for the last few rounds of the rookies, and then my first season in sprint was in the Honda, then the Merc, and now I'm back in the Honda, and I'm enjoying it.
This battle's now up to 30 for 32nd. Rosario, Dale, Johnson, and Johnson.
That
We've
was
got
a snap.
Oh, and it's still going on.
No.
Caution the
McLaren
last
on
corner.
ice. Oof. That was.
It's a
I
lot
would have
of
just
damage.
driven backwards and tried to get in the pit lane.
Would have been smart.
Wow. That
We'll leave
is
that.
monumental.
Battle for fourth here.
Ah, yes.
James.
Oh Gold, Captain O Gold on Twitch. Check him out. In the Lamborghini here, chasing down. Is it Tristan? Tristan Moore?
It is.
Let's go with Tristan Moore, who has been in a lot of battles tonight. And also the man, the myth, the legend, Sean Madison, cutting down that gap that he unfortunately gained from one of the strangest ACC incidents I've ever seen. I don't know about anyone else, but obviously a good recovery drive. Man's got a lot of pace. Don't know how much fun he's having in the Porsche, but he's doing it and enjoying it. God, both these cars are just so good in the first sector. I'm so jealous.
With Hondas, off throttle, isn't it? They got a funny reaction with the Honda, I think, from memory, off throttle.
Yeah, it's got a really funky front end. Like when I say funky, I mean really shit. Excuse my French, chat. But so yeah, working on that, getting that rear end in check is pretty crucial, I'd say. Had a pretty good set for sprint at Kyalami, which felt pretty consistent. But yeah, it's got some, let's call it quirks. Oh, we've just been Lance Strolled. Tapped here. Is this a certified cheater moment? It is. He's lost it on the entry. Wow. Oh, wowza. That was an interesting way. Is that Audi things on the entry there? It's a good run on him. Stays nice and close, and they go another lap.
See if you can do anything on the exit.
Yeah, but Howard, he was like perpendicular with the pit lane, so I'm sure he could have gone like a car length and just whipped it. I don't know.
It was also, at the apex of the last corner, so might have incurred the wrath of the stewards if he'd driven backwards that far.
Zach's doing a great job here. I haven't seen him too much in the ACC until lately, so he's improved a lot. He's an F1, also races in the F1 series. I think, is he, Diabolus, you'd know the answer to this, is he in the top tier for Formula 1?
I believe he is. I believe he pairs up with Connor Kingston.
Oh, Kajaki, yeah.
I'm right.
Cool.
in the season that is yet to commence, but will commence shortly on Sunday nights.
Well, Legend Series. If anyone wants to get amongst that, go to the Discord and check out, get your roles for the Formula 1 game and get around it. I don't know how good this F1 game is at multiplayer just yet.
I wonder what the ratio of Tristan Moore's looking forward rather than looking backwards he's been doing. He's defended well off Madison, and now he's defending well here at the moment. But he's had a lot of company the whole race.
Yep. And now they're coming up to traffic, so it'll be interesting to see how well these guys can deal with it. I have had no issues whatsoever in both my stints. I don't think any of the other drivers in my team either have too big issues with traffic. They've done pretty well to get out of the way, from my perspective.
I just had one. I just had one that was an interesting either disconnect or something happened, but pulled up behind one car and I ghosted through it.
Oh yeah, that was
on track and
mobile blue flags into turn 2. They just disconnected and their car just stayed on track. Compared to the other ones that usually fly off or such. We won't talk too much about that. Sorry, George.
No, we're talking in the last hour or so about how the blue flags have been, and there haven't been many penalties today. And as a driver, they've certainly been not worth complaining about in the most part, which is really good. I think certainly the change from sprint series at Bathurst, where there aren't many places to overtake at the best of times, but if you grab a blue flag coming up through the cutting, then it's really up to a bit of cooperation, or just sit behind the other driver, wait until the exit of the elbow. It's unfortunate, but here certainly plenty of places for a blue flag to just lift off the throttle or go deep into a corner.
Definitely. Much preferable as well. I think this track is probably good at that. It's quite wide everywhere, except maybe sector 1. It's a bit of a doozy, but I think that's probably maybe why they do so many like endurance events here in real life as well. It's kind of the thing, like, isn't it? Spa, Silverstone, pretty much everywhere really. I don't know, Bathurst, yes and no, as you said, but I don't know. It's more like how much confidence you have to get back in a gap if you try and do it across the top. Yeah. What are they? Misano? They just did 3 hours there or something. I don't know. Yep, Juzzy, nice work, mate. You guys are sitting quite pretty there in P18. Wait, is that right? You just pit or something?
There's been some movement in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah.
Jones is in front, P12, Pro-Ams. And actually there's some movement up front as well. So the gap between the first and second now has been reduced to 22 seconds. So it appears to be closing. And the battle for third, it looks like it's also getting tight as well. It's Madison's approaching Moore and James.
Definitely. He was at about 8 seconds last time I saw, so he's putting in his best laps here. Oh, that's a bit of a boop on the rear, possibly. It looked like it. But no harm, no foul. Ref says play on, hands in the air.
Oh, it's a boop in the rear end of an Audi. It could just make this move just that little bit easier with the amount of dependency on the rear arrow that the Audi has. We'll wait and see. Get as much damage out of it.
So it's new evolution actually in
Barcelona.
GT World Challenge, Barcelona. I think that's what it's called. Is it GTWC?
Yes, GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup.
Yep. Saw it, and what was the other thing? The BMW, the new BMW
the
M4? M4.
M4.
Yeah. So cool to see those. Hopefully they'll come whenever the new BMW also gets added to the game. Whenever this game decides to create some new content.
It'd be nice to see a few new tracks as well.
Yeah, I think. Look, there's a lot of speculation and there's only rumours, but hopefully a North American pack of some description. It's been a while since any brand new content, so you would think they would, I don't know, get a North American pack, because that would probably be the only oh my god, continent that they would be able to do that kind of business in through lockdown. Or
What
COVID,
about,
sorry.
what are your thoughts on Le Mans? I know that it's highly unlikely that they would be able to get a license for Le Mans, but what are your thoughts on it?
I think Race Factor 2 have the license for that track at the moment, and for the 24-hour event. I like the track, but yeah, don't see it happening, unfortunately.
Yeah, R Factor 2 you referring to?
I've only raced it on iRacing. I like it, but I just can't see it coming at ACC, I don't think. It's a cool event, definitely amazing event, Le Mans. So, I love LMP 2s especially. That's my favourite car to race in iRacing. Race in the IMSA Haggerty series there quite often. But, yeah, definitely not. A lot of tracks would be nice, Jeremy. But, Kunos. That's all. Kunos.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're only going to add one track to. If they're only going to add one American track, then I wouldn't be surprised if it's Indianapolis, which is obviously where the Intercontinental GT Challenge is this weekend, the 8 hours of Indy. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's just that track and maybe a balanced performance update. Maybe some new versions of Kyalami, Bathurst, Suzuka. You'll never see. We'll wait and see.
We found another feature in ACC. When we open the pit strategy for the first time in our stint, it messes up the pressures. Cycling through the strategies and back to one you want fixes it. I don't know. Can't you usually just click to wet and then back to dry and it fixes your pressures? Or puts them back to what they originally were? Sepang? Nah. Macau, yes.
No, I said Macau is a challenging track, but I can't imagine Macau being that good in ACC. Certainly would be an interesting one to race. Certainly through that hairpin, the back end of the twisty section where you get back down on the straights. I certainly think that might be interesting, and it'll be interesting to see what track limits will be there, because these cars, from my experience driving a Macau mod in Assetto Corsa, the OG, it's certainly tough in these cars.
Yep, it's the same that I found with Long Beach in iRacing with these cars. You practice using all of the track, and then you go to a track like Long Beach where you really can't use a lot of this track, or else there is wall. So that's what I find. That's why I think Long Beach is probably my favourite track in any sim, but it's also one of the most difficult.
I really do enjoy the first sector at Long Beach. That the curved right-hander that is the main straight, and then into the left-hander, and then into the fountain section. It's always a difficult one to get right in any sim that Long Beach is in. And obviously using all the track through the 90-degree section. Those two 90-degree rights, and then the left, then another right, then another right. It's certainly a challenging track. This battle for 14th or 13th is a little bit tight. Van Vliet is getting nice and close. The back end of that through sector 3. But this battle for 7th, this might be a bit closer. It's a little bit on the line here.
Someone ducks
Crude's
into
got
the
3
pits.
on Frost.
I don't know what car that is. Oh, he has. Has he? He has. Nice. So that is Celsius Autosport, car 1. Matt Frost doing a great job. Nice and consistent. Pretty quick laps there. What's their best lap? 1:41.1. That's pace if I've ever seen it. So obviously still able to put in some consistent fast laps here. These two doing good things. I know I've pretty much raced with Benjamin since rookies, my series in rookies, and it's good to see a lot of improvement there. Loves the Porsche for some particular reason, but doing great things here as he has a lot of work to do keeping Matt Frost and their team behind him. These battles all throughout the... Whoa, did the driver just take his hand off the wheel?
I think he might have changed some TC settings or something.
In the...
One of
That
those.
is nutty in the S's. That's cool.
Mm.
But these battles all the way up are just crazy. Even Zach James still right on the back as we see Giuffredo Rosario get a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pits.
It's a pretty slam dunk, that one.
That's a doozy. I don't even know if I said that name correctly. Giuffredo.
Sounds
That's the is that the Am Bentley, I think? 346?
I think
I
so.
got that number wrong.
Let's go with it.
I think it might be one of the Am Bentleys. Could be wrong though.
Yep,
Certainly
367.
367.
Pro Am.
Ah, there you go. Running in 35th at the moment.
Battles on battles as Zach James is still pestering the back of that Audi of Tristan Moore. Doing a great job of not overdriving. I think that's a thing that early on in the race could have been a bit more prominent. That's the word of the day, prominent. Using big words. I think you just have to wait. You just have to do your laps. You have to be patient. You have to try and pick and choose your battles to lose as little time as Zachary James is looking to make a move around the outside of the Crocodiles. They're going to go too wide up towards Cheetah. This is bad news bears every day of the week as he turns in a little bit, gets left out to dry, and he's in the grass. Oof. They go another lap. Oof.
One is wide on the apex. Another
Cusp.
opportunity here.
Nah, Cam, that's a shit word of the day. We're not using cusp. I'll pick the word of the day, thank you very much.
Careful, don't make it too long. You run out of letters.
Yep. Glad they lived to race another day, but God, they are getting their hips and shoulders out, aren't they?
Well, James has gone a little bit deep and had to sort of take a little bit of evasive action into Crowthorns, top of the end of the main straight there. So it's gonna be a battle that's gonna keep going. We've got that Bentley does very well to get out of the way there at the entry to Sunset.
Madison in the pits. Maybe handing it over to someone like Bakita, maybe, or Vecchio. I'm not sure who's going to finish off the race.
Yeah, they're a little bit out of sequence because of the incident early on. So it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out with their driver stint times. But I'm sure Bakita's probably picking her lips, ready to go.
She is probably frothing to get behind the wheel and just do her best laps as she is in the car, ready to go. Cam,
So the chase is now on.
No, piss it off. Cam, you're not in charge of making the words. Go away. Do your race director. Get out of it. But yes, sorry.
So when they pitted, they were about 10 seconds behind this battle. So
yep,
we'll wait and see when these two pit where they all end up. And as we speak, there we go.
Moore is in. He had less. Sorry.
Well, we are now inside that stop now.
Oh, is this
stop once?
Bit of a... Oh no. Unlapping themselves? Question mark? I don't know. Who is that? Yes. No?
I think that might be... Yeah, I think that might be an unlap there.
Not Alex Bowen, is it?
No.
No, that's
That's an Odyssey
Lachlan
Racing.
Nichols, I think.
I
That car.
believe. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Running in 19th at the moment. So, and they've got a fair bit of a gap back to that 616 Bentley. It's Pat and I are both running in, but we'll that's so they're pretty safe there at 19th at the moment. Leicester's got a drive through in that 846. I wonder what that was for.
And say track limits, as we didn't see it come up through the race bot. These
track
guys
limits.
just cannot leave the back of each other, can they?
This is going to happen at Crocodile. Look at how tight this is. Very close
Who's
now.
gonna lick it and stamp it? Seeing some shenanigans on my other screen and I don't like it.
Is this in chat?
Yep. These two, Loudest Howard and Cam, when you get them in a chat room together, it's questionable. Let's just say that. Questionable. That's the word of the day. Questionable. Take that, Cameron. As we see that car, is that 367? I think that's that coloured Bentley. Looks like it. These two are just neck and neck, not making any mistakes, just hitting their marks, lap in, lap out. Things you love to see in special events like our Kyalami 9 hour.
I think it would be really beneficial for these guys not to battle too much and just try and see how much ground they can make up to James in front. See if they can stick within his pit window, and maybe, you never know, you might be able to grab a third place. But certainly worth not battling too much. Not when you're trying to chase down 25 seconds in the space of 2 hours and 11 minutes, like we've got left.
And like we were discussing, Bocata's closed the gap down to 4 seconds.
By Rudin as well, who are also out of sync with their stops, I think.
Yeah, no, that was Moore who came in, who was battling with a gold.
Ah, correct.
And done a driver change, so...
Jeez. That is...
So that battle there is going to be really tight.
Don't get in the way of
comes
her.
down to... Yeah, when it comes down to James, a gold pitting, it'll be very close. I think that might be O'Hara in front of Paquita at the moment, so they might just work together a little bit.
I think you're right. As Karud has chosen to go into the pits, so he's had enough of driving in front of Frost. I think everyone is coming up to their next pit stop, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of ground these cars are making up through that stop.
Well, from here it's 65-minute stints if you do it even. Check your box now. So certainly a safe time to box and have the one more stop.
Yep.
But certainly wouldn't be surprised if some teams that are, towards the end of their stint now run it a little bit longer, try and maximise on that on shorter filling.
Safe.
Those last two stints. Yes.
This is an absolute gaggle of cars here. Praying that oh my god, the cameraman is at the wrong race. There we go.
I think when you say gaggle, it's probably the closest amount of cars on the track.
Yep.
It's like peak hour at the moment. It's as close to peak hour as we had since the start of the race.
Okay, here's a Bender fact. I know we've been missing Bender for a little bit. I learnt something the other day that a group of porcupines is called a prickle. Things you learn. There you go. That's what it feels like to give a Bender fact. a prickle. I feel great
that-
now.
The
Straighten up.
846 has served their penalty. Sorry, George, but they're back out on track now. Got DeWong in pits as well towards the back end of the top 20. Handing over to Serpil. Is that how you say it?
Serpil.
Serpil.
Yep. He is our wonderful Sim Prince man. So he did the prizes for the Misano. I don't know if are there t-shirts for this race control. Dylan Lester has gotten a 10-second penalty causing a collision on lap 233. So they've just served their drive-through for track limits and now get smacked on the wrist with a penalty. That's no dice. Oh, jeez. As there was a little bit going on there into turn 1. A herd of crows. Wait, a herd of cows in my house is okay, Teddy. That I'm not reading that. It's
Yeah, I
questionable.
wouldn't go there.
I need to do some. I need to double check what I'm reading before I read it. Proofreading. There you go.
Race control make a very lovely announcement.
There you go, lingerie.
Yes. Just what I want.
Go straight in the wardrobe, put it.
Straight on the wardrobe. More like straight on me. I forget what I was saying. Doesn't even matter. Not important. Akita just following O'Hara, probably the strat right now, as we see that beautiful 616 car on the outside there. Just doing their thing. And Frost is in. So, trying to cover off Misson, I assume, got in the car. So it'll be interesting to see where Misson, I think that team is called Rockets Evolved. It'll be interesting to see where they come out versus Frost, who is in the pits now. Because Karud was in front. So this is beautiful. Philippa is literally just going to be getting towed along by Andy, I reckon. Not going to get him on the straights, so just stay right there. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Hobbs in the car at the moment.
Yes, that's what I meant. Same. He's just the 15-year-old Andrew O'Hara, or 16. I think he's 16. Hobbsy. It's great to see some of the younger generation getting amongst it. I think he's the second youngest compared to Baxter Hopkinson, who I believe turns 15 in like a week. Very cool to see.
Very good. I can sense it that Burkett is going to use Hobbsy to get through on more. It's a bit the strat for sure. Just following through.
17, 15, same thing, Sean. I know also Alex Bone is, I think he's 16. So, another young driver. As Bakita, look at her make a move. Oh, she's going to unlap herself. She said, Hobbsy, screw you. I'm going in front. I'm leading. So, she is going, because she's racing the car in front, is that right?
Yeah, that's
That is
correct. Right. And we're waiting to see where Zach James comes out as well to
oh, yep, he's
see
in.
this battle where it's going to end. They're in at the moment, and this will be a big moment to see they've made their way in front.
445 is just coming to the end of pit lane now, so I think they'll be out ahead.
Hobbs in. Wait. I'm so confused. Oh no, Hobbs was in the car before. Okay, don't mind me. Just called their whole team Andrew O'Hara.
That shows how much Moore was holding them up.
Yeah. And he looks like he hit the box, which is perfect. So, Pinata is a mover and a shaker in this battle here. He's gotten out in front of the car that he was fighting, which was Tristan. So he's gotten a good run. And Bakita is... Wait. Where is Kyron's in front? Okay. I'm good. I'm caught up now. My brain is caught up. Everything's fine.
Well, it's good that you brought up, Pat, because I'm going to hand over to Glenn to take you through the next hour.
Perfect.
And I will be back for the final hour of the race, which
Rightio, mate.
should be a very, very good finish, I think. I think maybe first and second might be wrapped up, but we'll wait and see what happens there. Anything can happen. Still 2 hours to go.
Definitely.
Thanks, fellas.
Appreciate you, mate. Have a good one.
I'll catch you later.
So, this
Hey,
is
Pat.
going to be... Welcome back, Glenn. This is going to be a great little 2 hours... I say little. It's going to be a great last 2 hours here as we see car 2... That's not the right number. 78, who is a lap down on the car 616 in front. That is a beautiful blue and silver Bentley as they almost get punted. Pickford. I don't think that man has ever left a Bentley in his career. Are those yellow wheels? That's absolutely disgusting. Sorry, but Pickford, I think those were yellow wheels. That's absolutely disgusting. As he's looking to unlap himself, probably wise to just let him by and do his thing. Maybe they're supposed to be gold. Oh, he's going to let him. Yep, nice work. Is that meant to be gold? Maybe it is. I don't know. Questionable. Looks very yellow to me.
Yep, definitely yellow.
Coloured rims. Where's the sun? Looking for the sun, Malik? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Oh, we are in the skybox.
See, the world is flat.
Well, Jeremy was right.
Barely a cloud in the sky there. Disappointing.
Yep. Everyone's wet watch, wind watch, weather watch, all gone in the bin, hasn't it? I think. Unfortunate. As we see, this is Tom Bickner in the 505 Porsche chasing down Regan Herbert, who is also no slouch. Both, I believe, are in the sprint series, so good to see some more battles going on here. All the way through the whole field, there's battles on battles on battles. It's great to see.
Yep, it's been going all day, hasn't it? It's been relentless.
Yep. Burkita and Gruden. It's going to be an interesting battle.
This will be a great battle to watch. I think Paquita is probably driving a little bit angry. There you go. Licked and stamped. Packed, and she's away. Who is the next contestant? Michael... No, is it Matt? Is it, I think it's Matt Pignata. She's out of here. Look at that gap already. What's going on? See you later. Next in line. But it'll be interesting. So they're about 2 corners away. Paquita has got a lot of work to do here. 8 seconds. And she is on a fresh set of tyres. As we see, Tyson Serpiel around the S's, and he's done a great job to get out of the way there. That is a tricky part of the track to get stuck in. But he's an experienced driver and did a great job. Now, honest opinions on that livery, Glenn and George.
I think it should be on a Camaro.
Oh my goodness. Scroll wheel, Malik. Scroll wheel.
Alt F4.
No, don't do that. It's, oh, as we see a car off in the weeds.
Oh, I've seen worse.
It's not terrible.
It's only... Yeah, I've done worse.
The red banner doesn't really fit. Oh god. Is this drone controller alright? Wow.
He's 7 hours into a 9-hour race. Give him a break.
Nah, he doesn't need breaks. He's never busy, that mullet guy.
Just needs another iced coffee.
Yep. Where's Cam? Feed him another FUIC, please. Straight into the drip. As we are going on a trip in our favourite rocket ship. That looks like a building I designed. That building. I don't know what's even going on here. Malik, that's where you want to be? In a hotel somewhere in the northern areas of South Africa? I don't know, Malik has lost the plot. as we go back to Tom Bickner of Rising Phoenix Racing. That also another questionable livery. I'm sorry, I'm just calling everyone out for their questionable liveries. That's what this has turned into. But yes, they're chasing down Regan Herbert, and who's that behind them? I think that is... It's not Viney. Is that Chan? Is that car 69? I think so.
So they're currently P2 in class?
Yep. Doing a great job. Now, hopefully they don't get a bit antsy here. Car 69, who's behind the 505 Porsche. Be patient. If there is an opportunity to unlap yourself, yes, but these two cars are fighting, so you have to be careful. Just got to sit tight.
Yep, car
What you call that?
69 still running the rain light in the hope that the rain comes, but
I'll be honest, that I do that every race. I put my rain light on and I put my lights on endurance, even if it's in the middle of the day. I'm one of those people. Don't know why, but yes, Malik.
you don't know why.
No, I don't. Race Control said that I am the official livery police, so I will take that title. Thank you very much. I've learned from Philip Bakita what colours go well with what other colours. As I just... Oh no, that's the wrong number. Never mind, the scoreboard has pranked me. She's still 8 seconds back from Pinata, so she's not cut too much of the time down, but might get a bit of that in their next pit stop.
The question is, where will car 217 come out? Bowen.
Bowen, when they
Currently in
stop.
third. Yeah, when they stop, because they're out of sequence.
I'm just trying to see any delta that the game wants to give me.
They're around 20 seconds in front.
They will probably come out behind Bakita. No, behind Kyrudin, I'd say. Whenever they do decide to stop.
But they're at the point now where they can be now just the one stop away. Whereas the others will have two.
According to Diabols and Jeremy, they only have one more stop, so I would say that we are 46 minutes away from their next stop. But that, I don't... I'm confused. I swear Alex has been in the car for way longer. Well, there you go. 50 minutes. Well, there goes their secret strategy, Jeremy.
So he's going to be an interesting battle for third then.
But yes, these two still on the bumper of each other. Sorry, Jeremy, your shit stirring in the chat has all fallen apart. It's all gone. That's interesting that those are the things that you can see as a spectator, but you can't see stuff like, I don't know, how much fuel they've got left, even as a teammate. Like, why? I don't know. It's interesting that that's the thing that you can see. Because that's quite important to strategy, I would say.
I just wish that your teammate could control your pit stops.
Oh, you and everyone else that does endurance events in ACC. It's literally one of the biggest downsides compared to another sim like iRacing, where, like real life, the people that aren't in the car can control the pit stop. But we do get through it somehow. I don't know. I found that getting on top of setting up your pit stop early is quite a good strategy, as Misson is right on the back of Frost again, so Frost has jumped him somehow. Nice work there. We'll see this battle flourish. That word is flourish. Cam, that's the new word of the day, flourish. Just can't leave each other's bumpers. Do we think, chatters, anyone in chat, and George and Glenn for that matter, coming up to Silverstone 12 hour, with the McLaren being one of the strongest cars there, when I say one of the, I mean like the Audi here, do we think we'll see a field of McLarens?
Quite possibly, but sometimes you pick the car what you enjoy to drive, not necessarily on its pace. So that was for myself. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah,
Given,
You go, Glenn.
I was just going to say, given the history of the last few events, does seem to be the cars chosen for the track by a large number. So yeah, I won't be surprised if there's lots of Maccas.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know. Judging from the qualifying results, we saw what 7 out of the top 10 were Audis, and
8.
now only 4. Only 4 currently. I'm clearly bad at counting. There are 5. So other cars obviously it's all to do with the drivers. Yes, the car can give you a pretty decent advantage, but I don't know. It's good to see other cars up there and in the leaderboard.
Sure.
Yeah,
I was going to say we'll be seeing 818 Dan O'Donnell coming in the next 10 minutes or so. They have to serve that 10-second penalty. That's going to drop them down 4 or 5 spots, I would suggest.
Yeah, I currently can't see kind of gaps they have to Lamb because the scoreboard is just the time sheet is just not useful whatsoever.
No.
What are they, like blank spots? Why is the game giving us blank spots?
Here we go. Opportunity here. I'm missing on Frost.
Oh, a bit of a switchback. Just not enough ahead. Frost lives another day. Yeah, I think you can see it there, that is the issue is trying to make a move there. You lose so much time down that kind of important straight. One of like 3 straights at Kyalami, so risk versus reward kind of thing.
Yeah, if the straight was a little longer, maybe the opportunity arises, but unfortunately, it just happens to be like that.
Yep. Definitely agree. What 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 is pretty good to see. As we see some blue flags, I think that'll be behind. I'm not sure. Okay, Hunter is in that car 30 now, so it'll be interesting to see if he can cut any of that gap to Koze, who has just ticked over 250 laps. What were the guesstimates for lap counts? Like 315 or so?
Yeah, I said 310 to 315. That was my estimate.
Yeah, it was about 325.
I said 1,000, I think, so
And
not quite.
I think Tom Riley was around about 330, 340.
Yeah, I think we'll just be clear of the 310. Look, I'm no numbers guy. Jeremy reckons 308. Yep, well, put your octanes down. Not that you can do that anymore. On max from this event can enter. I think maybe 1, and they mean 1 McLaren can enter the next. Porsche and Honda are the next 2 best. Yep. Will accept all major credit cards. Is that what you mean? I'm so confused. Any idea if there is going to be more multi-class in the near future Octane Online Racing? Is there an idea for Silverstone?
Don't know.
Or is that
Paul
no-brainer?
Ricard was a mixed. Wasn't Paul Ricard mixed GT3 and GT4?
Yep.
Yep. So I think maybe the bigger track's probably better for that.
Yeah, we got better opportunities to pass. The
Yeah.
speed differential, that's the only big issue with it.
Look, Jeremy, you guys are doing a fantastic job and hope to see you hold on to all of the work that you guys have done throughout this last hour and 3/4. As we see car 111 gets a drive through for track limits, so that is going to be the end of their battling for now. I think you just got to dive in. That's sad.
Yeah, it's rough when you get to this stage of the race and you cop one of them after staying out of trouble.
Yep. I'll admit, that's how my last stint went. I got given the car with 3 track limit warnings, and unfortunately just got it through the S's. I think that's in the exact same spot that car did, so definitely doable around here if you just push that a little bit too hard.
That left-hand curve as you come out on the way
Yep.
up. Yep.
That white line is just
Mhm.
all that there is.
Yep.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier actually, about the track limits and how it'll play out in the end, towards the end of the race, and there's an example.
Yep, so hopefully we don't start to see more cars in the top 10, but I dare say that they probably all have at least a couple each. Maybe that's something that maybe that's a telltale sign if you're seeing one team in particular maybe not pushing to their fullest. That could be them protecting that drive through.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? If you're on 3 and you don't want to get that 4th, you're going to take it that little bit easier because you don't want to be copping that drive through in the last hour.
That part of my brain doesn't exist, unfortunately. I'm on engine mode 1 99% of the time. Trying to get my colleagues into sim racing. Has anyone got any story of converting someone? Well, I don't know about converting someone, but enticing someone maybe to try it out. I think a good way to start, maybe something like Forza Horizon. I don't know, that seems to be the way that I started, because I don't know, I wasn't too into motorsports until the past few years, and then I don't know, it just grew from there. I played F1 2018 on PC. That was probably my first, I don't know, call it a simcade these days, and then I don't know, it's probably one of the definitely the cheaper hobbies to get into. I mean cheaper, it's only really an initial investment, but if you can, I don't know, get some sim time on a controller and then see if you want to invest, I would recommend maybe one of the Logitech wheels, and then you want to see if you're going to be able to if you would know by the time you start racing on a Logitech setup, which I did for 8 months I think out of my sim racing, you would know whether you want to invest more into the better gear, because it is a little bit of a money pit, but it is literally cheaper than racing a real car, and it's the next best thing.
Yeah, the barrier to entry has come down a lot, and the sims are now really accommodating controllers as well, which sort of sparks the interest. And then obviously, then you start to look at the Logitechs, and now with Fnatic with their small CSL DD, I think they're just starting to expose people to that next tier of bases, which, you know, if you want to go up from the G27 or G29, onto something a bit sharper, or even your thrustmasters and the like. It's really the whole game has changed now with that cheaper direct drive wheel.
Definitely. It's a good, I think it's a good step up if you're willing to invest into a direct drive. I think it's Fanatec have hit the nail on the head, especially because I don't know. I was lucky that I got the CSW 2.5 just before it discontinued, and apparently they are almost as we see a death. Oh, they kept it out of the wall. No, they've done a little. Oh, that is Kovac's blue. He's doing some skids there. There's a tricky part of the track. Is he going to reverse it? Oh no. You got to really... Yep, he's done well there. Straighten her out. Get her going again. What was I saying? Oh, the CSW 2.5 and the CSL DD apparently are almost on par. I would say minus a little bit of the feel and obviously all of the benefits of their smaller DD, but got very lucky in that it was, I think, about $300 cheaper overall.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I can't remember. But
yeah, I started with a G27 many moons ago. It's great. And, yeah, that lasted me about 10 years almost. So,
yeah, you'll know if you want to continue to invest in the better stuff, because if you can't enjoy it, I think, properly on the G29, then I don't think you would enjoy it on the better gear, to be honest.
yeah. But one upgrade I did make on my G27 was the brakes. So I with my tech, I got the load cell, so upgraded to a load cell for about $100, and that was the best investment I made on my G27. And that was the only investment.
Yeah, and I think it's strange because if you haven't used a load cell before, you don't actually know what you're missing out on. And that was my first upgrade. First upgrade I made were my brakes. There was a member in our community called Corey Sweet. Shout out to Corey Sweet, who sold me his CSL Elite pedals with the load cell, and it was just next level of the feeling that you can get out of the pedals alone, which increased the immersion because you learn how a brake pedal is supposed to feel, I guess. Like, yes, the Logitech does a good job of a little bit of initial travel and then getting stiffer, but being able to like fine tune something like the CSL pedals just makes you enjoy it a lot more, getting proper feeling out of your equipment. Whoa, that car just disappeared. Fine, as the cameramen focus back up at the cars they're supposed to be looking at almost. There's a bit of a battle going on there. That is car 69 chasing... I don't think they're in range of any cars. Oh, they are. Are they racing Gafor in front?
Yeah, they're racing Gafor in front, but they got blue flags coming up as well, so they have to yield any second.
But yes, anyone in chat that might be running a G29 and are looking to upgrade anything in particular, I think everyone always recommends pedals first, because the wheel itself is actually more than enough. It has almost as many buttons as my McLaren wheel. It does all the bright things. So, you know, minus the clunks. I do miss the clunk of my G29.
The rattles and clunks. Oh,
yeah, car 69 has to be careful here. Got a blue flag right behind them and it doesn't seem like they want to give up any positions. They're getting slightly in the way of... That is our P3 car.
It is.
And he yielded, strangely, but he got it done. Now, is he going to try and follow that car and get an advantage on Gafor in front? Yeah, I think it depends on the space you've got, Jeremy. I got very lucky with my rig. I found a man on Facebook Marketplace who had built a wooden rig sturdy enough for hydraulic pedals and DD1 that he owned, and put a Volkswagen Polo seat on it, and decided to give it away for free. So I picked that up. Also had a button box attached to it and a Simrigs, I think it's a Simrigs pedal plate, universal pedal plate. So got very lucky there. All that was included for free. So it's those kind of deals
Amazing.
you could look out for. Yeah.
Yeah, I built myself a little box for my pedals when I got the load cell kit on the G27, and it just extended out and picked up on the end of my chair. It's perfect. It's out of
Yep.
timber.
And there's good modifications that people make. I saw someone selling it's a little device that a roller chair sits in and makes almost a pedal plate that connects to that, so it stops the wheelie chair from rolling around when you push in the load cell. But yeah, there's so many upgrades, especially when it comes to PC racing, like parts and stuff like that also. So
I think also sim racing's got far more exposure with the consoles now really starting to adopt it as well. You know, with the pandemic and everything, then there's all of a sudden now you got your ports sort of presented themselves and Gran Turismo's, and so now it's sort of getting exposed. Now we've got sims like ACC that are now cropping up on consoles as well. So it's fantastic.
definitely. I've heard a little bit about the ACC on console, that I think if Cam or Malik's there, apparently the air density, was it air density or something like that, isn't simulated in ACC on console. So apparently there were cars doing like 2-minute 13s around Spa, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah,
I remember
right.
Cam saying something like that.
I think when a sim can get a crossplay between all consoles and PCs, that'll be fantastic, because then it really opens up the entire community to all race under the one server. That'll be fantastic.
Yeah. Also, probably unlikely. I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I think, I don't know. It makes it difficult when the titles are a little bit different. Like I mentioned, with those physics being slightly different. So I think it makes it a bit easier when it's something like an FPS title, where they're releasing the exact same game from like console to PlayStation. But yeah, I think it just makes it a little bit difficult with the title like ACC.
Oh, it's got to be the same. You can't have different physics from the console to the PC. That's just crazy. So no, if you're going to race all the same.
But yeah, I see what you mean. It would broaden leagues like OR, where you wouldn't have to worry if you're on a console or PC.
Yeah, I mean, look at Rocket League when that opened up crossplay.
Yeah,
it reinvented the wheel basically with that.
Definitely, a
Warm
lot
up
of games have done
playgrounds.
that. Like Apex Legends, I know, is crossplay now. Thrustmaster load cell pedals. Moritz, I believe Sean Madison has the Thrustmaster LC pedals. So you might be able to ask them. Compared to what other people run, like maybe like the V3s or the Sprints. There's a bit of a punterino that McLaren of Gafford just got sent into the Netherrealm. So, stewards, get ready for a report, I reckon. It's the most action we've seen in a while. Bit of a boop on the snoot.
It was a good battle there for a while, but yeah, Boop is right.
How's it going?
Been keeping an eye on the gap between Bakita and Pignata. It's been slowly coming down, about half a second a lap, so it was down to about 4.8 last time I saw.
Also, just for some clarification, I have heard from him himself that it's pronounced Pinata.
It is.
It is Pinata. No joke.
We had we had discussions on that earlier in the day.
Yep.
And if people who had been using Pinata thought that they were wrong. So
Yeah.
thanks for clarifying.
No worries. It's half the fun of being a commentator, to be honest, unless you've been here for a while. I don't know. I can't imagine what some of the North American and European commentators go through trying to pronounce some of the surnames. Yeah, Moritz, I think that's one of the greatest things also about Octane Online Racing. There's a section called Buy and Sell. Now, if you keep an eye on there, they're usually community members before they go to places like Facebook Marketplace or eBay. As we see Rashuti unlapping himself. No, that's Bechtold. I'm gonna go with.
That's for position.
Looking to defend that position. P21. See, Car 90 have had an absolute recovery and a half. They got disconnected from I'm going to say P12, some area like that, and came out about P28. So that's a hell of a recovery drive in the past couple of hours.
Marlon Chat just recommends the Heskinfield sprints or the Fnac V3s.
Yep, but what was I saying? Buy and sell. Keep an eye on the buy and sell page as Rashuti is making a move up the inside of the cops here. And well done. May get it done. Perfect.
Yeah, marvellous move there.
Took 2 to tango. I'm gonna get this story off my chest. Keep an eye on there because people go there first, usually before going to places like Facebook Marketplace, eBay, Gumtree, to put their stuff up for sale when they're either recycling it or have extra that they don't need. So that's where I got my pedals quite cheap. So usually usually there's something there. Currently I have my G29 there for $200 because I don't need it. They are selling for like $400 everywhere else I can find, so yep. Great part of Discord.
It was car 90 you were talking about before that's had the recovery drive?
Yep, they disconnected in front of me in my first stint.
Yeah, they were up as far as, they're up around 9th or 8th at one stage, and they went down to about 30 or 36. So yeah, great recovery.
Yeah, you like to see teams still trying after they have technical difficulties. I know,
Sure.
so obviously people have different circumstances like PCs dying and things like that. As we see a car off at barbecue, that was 199. But yeah, it can definitely be disheartening, but it's good to see cars still giving it their all and putting their pace in, as that it's an Audi right on the rear bumper of a Lamborghini, just in front of Kose here. But yeah, as Tom said in the chat, our team was at probably towards, I think we were in about P46 when we came out after repairing our damage in the first stint. But he did nice consistent laps, extended that first stint, and now all the way up in P20, so
that's great.
That's half the fun. Yeah, it's been good fun. There is an absolute gaggle of cars up ahead here. It's going to be interesting to see how well everyone does and how smoothly Rico gets through. As the mobile blue flags doing a great job as always. Linton, Stewart, and it is Dale Lawson, I believe. Is their other driver. There's so many cars here. Holy moly!
That's the leader.
This is that's PTSD area for the leader in traffic. Oh, as he just says, hip and shoulder, get out of the way, I'm coming through. But also absolutely true, Moritz, saying it's
not only what you can afford, it's about what your partner lets you get away with. As they did, I'm going to say Rico did an absolutely fantastic job, as there's about 3 cars bumper to bumper behind this Bentley right now. Still in just a monumental battle, as there's a lot of penalties coming through too. So there'll be some movers and shakers when this last stop rotation comes in about 25 minutes. So, very interesting.
Yep, could have been quite bad there for the leader. They handled it well.
Yep. As Hunter is some amount of seconds behind Kose, that probably helped them that lap, to be honest.
36 seconds behind, I think. So they're 36 seconds behind the leader, so it's quite a bit of comfort. No need to rush coming through the traffic. Keep it safe.
Last lap for Kose was 1:43, and Hunter was 1:42.5, so they only picked up a half a second. Bakita's the one that's flying, 1:41.4 last lap and still closing in 3.2 seconds now.
I'm actually astonished at the people that drive the Porsche in these events, just because the car is set up so differently for light fuel versus heavy fuel loads, just because of the way that the fuel tank is over the front tires. And driving that car on a heavy fuel, and then the weight coming off the front, like by burning off the fuel, I think the late stint in that car would just be a hell of a workout.
Yeah,
I couldn't do it.
I can't comment on it. I've being reasonably new to the game, I've not spent very much time at all in the Porsche. Done a few laps, binned it more times than laps, I think. A lot to learn still.
Oh, definitely. It's in a league of its own. Like, I drove it at Kyalami, the first endurance event that I did, and I haven't driven it properly since, or given it a proper go since then. So, look, I thought about it. So maybe in another long event. Not sure. We see some yellow flags. Someone around barbecue. No, that's the one after sunset is clubhouse or club or something. Peter doing a great job. But yes, Diabol's car 30 did have some engine damage earlier on in the race, so that might be contributing to the time between them and Kose, car 1. But Diabol's, on that note, yes, it is much easier to learn in a front engine car, but I think if you find a car that you think sounds cool or you're comfy in because you like how much you can see it from cockpit cam, just drive it, stick with it, ask questions. There's people in the Discord that are always happy to answer any questions, so that is my thought process to anyone that's trying to get in. Yes, it will be a lot easier for you to learn in a front engine, rear wheel drive car, but just pick whatever you think's cool.
Everyone's got different techniques, and that's the thing, that each car can accommodate different techniques. So
100%.
So there's definitely one for anyone. When you're talking about the Porsche there,
yep.
When the fuel came off, did you have to change your brake bias? What did you do to sort of get the nose in?
I think there is some wizardry and witchcraft that goes into it, because Philippa Bakita is a gun. But I think, yes, you would start to bring the brake bias in one direction. I can't remember, but
it's a combination of the fuel coming off the front and your tires dropping off. So I don't know, if I do a season in sprint in it, I'm sure I'll figure it out quite quickly. But yeah,
It's the pendulum effect, unfortunately, with that one.
yeah, that's the interesting engineering aspect of the fuel tank being over the front axle.
Matt Powell's asking, what if I'm terrible in every type of car? I guess it's just practice. Practice.
As Sean said, you really just need to adapt. So I don't know, if you practice how the car feels that late stint with the fuel coming off the front, the weight coming off the front, yeah, you'll get there. But see, an interesting thing about the Porsche and brake bias, the winner of the SRO Asia race on Thursday night, Andrew Lawrenson, he was running in the wet. He was running the brake bias at 44%. I don't know, that's almost as rearward as it goes in the Porsche. At 130R at Suzuka, he barely steered. He drove that car with the brakes there. So that's like the kind of stuff that Porsche does.
Yeah, impressive. Talking about, I mean, you got to remember that the league accommodates all different skill sets. I mean, that's why we have AM, Pro-Am, and Pros. So you don't necessarily need to be targeting the Pro times.
No.
To have fun. That's what you have to remember. In the league, there's all the different classes for that reason. And we're not all aliens. So.
Yeah. And that's been my goal for this season in particular. I've given myself a goal of trying to be within a second, to qualify within a second of the leader, which I think is pretty achievable. Yesterday I was 1.050 off the leader, so couldn't complain with that. But yeah, definitely valid point, Bryce. Just drive faster. That's probably what Philippa will tell you if you ask questions in the wrong time of day. But yes. Yes, as Malik mentioned, AMS2, the Caterham in that sim has been a bunch of fun. Octane have been running some community nights on Mondays, I think Monday night, correct me if I'm wrong, Mal, but it's a bit of a newer sim title, and with a really active developer group, they bring a lot of new content and updates, especially because people like Camp Farmer, who are part of their beta players, get a lot of insight and information back to them through the beta in the forums to bring some of the nicest, newest content to sim racing. So if I could recommend a title, you don't need any of the DLC, only the host of the sessions needs the tracks to run the tracks, which is also a cool idea. But if the base game ever goes on sale, I would recommend AMS2 to anyone.
It's an interesting concept to have the host. If the host has the track, then everyone doesn't have to buy it.
Yeah, it's great. It's a good thing for like leagues, because if, say, you have 40, 50 people in the league and a new track comes out, yes, they might not make as much money from the initial purchase, but then if you want to bring a new track into a new league, you can do it straight away. You can get that instant exposure. I don't know. Cool
Let's
idea.
face it, anyone who's into the game is going to buy the DLC anyway, so that they can practice on it locally. And I understand it's a very good sim in VR as well.
Yeah, much more optimized. I think, unfortunately, ACC is probably one of the least optimized for, let's face it, both VR and flat screen. I think it struggles at the best of times, ACC, with the amount of computer power that you need to run it. But it's so easy to run. You can run high graphics with the amount of cars that are on track. It doesn't hurt you that much. It's absolutely an amazing. It's a great looking game, especially in replay. You can take amazing photos. As we've been talking, first of all, Philippa Bakita, that is the car she's racing. Pinata, right in front.
right down to a second now, just under a
Yep.
second.
So most of these cars will probably be getting towards the end of their second to last stints. So this is just going to spice it up immensely.
And the weather gods have not been listening.
Well, thank the Lord.
Oh, come on, a little bit of rain wouldn't have hurt.
I
Such
am not a
greasy
fan of
track.
precipitation, unfortunately, as car 99 gets a drive-through for track limits. So, well,
Oh.
I have absolutely cursed the bejeebers out of that, apparently. Well,
It's number 2 today, I
never
believe.
mind. That is their second one. So that obviously goes to show how hard she has been pushing that car. Very unfortunate timing with the amount of ground she has just gained, but, you know, it is part of this game. We do play. Cam, have you got a bingo sheet this event? I know for Misano, Cameron had a bingo sheet for track limit drive-throughs, and I think almost every car had one. Some cars had 2, and a few cars had 3.
So, Akita's got about 13 minutes left in this stint as a maximum. Pinata's got 23 minutes. So there's about 6 laps difference in tyre wear between the two.
Yep. This is that tricky game that they all signed up to play, so it'll be interesting. Come down to this last hour to see what's happened. Akita hasn't gone in, so maybe she's going to try and push her best before handing over to Vecchio.
You can't change driver at that drive-through, so...
Yeah, but I don't know, serving it and then having to come in, because it'll be towards the end of her stint. So that's good. I don't know, she'll have to come in, do a few laps, or do the drive-through and then come back around and do the change. I'm not sure. Or would you change and then get the new person to do the drive-through? Who will know?
Does the drive-through have to be done within 3 laps?
3 laps of acquiring it, yep.
Well, it's going to have to be done before she gets to the end of her stint.
Yep. Unless it's given by Cameron Farmer, then you only get 2 laps to do it. But yes, that's a good point to make, Stephen. It'll be interesting to see where the car is behind to see what kind of track position they would lose.
Got 33 seconds up the sleeve to P6.
Is that true, Matt? I thought you could serve a pit stop, but you couldn't serve the drive-through. I thought you could keep the drive-through. Who knows? Never mind. Who knows? She has served it. So you're probably going to do 10 or 15 minutes of her best stuff and then hand it over to Vecchio, I think, to bring home the bacon. Or was it Madison? I can't remember. Great name, great team name though, that might have been breezed over this race. It is South Africa. You have to do it in that accent, or else it doesn't make any sense.
It's a foregone conclusion.
I can't do it. JP Sonicus should be here, and then he could just... I would just want him to say that team name, and then that will be it. South Africa. Beautiful stuff.
Spelt S-E-T-H, yes.
Yep, South Africa. Africa. As that is Giantini getting overtaken by Tyson Serpio. Yep, that's right. As we see... No, that's not right. Tyson Serpio's in the yellow and blue car in front. I'm confused by the timing sheet. That is M. Frost in the white car. Yes. So, Serpial Racing. No, that in front of him is. That's the BDE team of like Kai Ruden's team, isn't it? Oh.
I'm 30.
Yeah, so that's Kai Ruden, who is being raced by Frost, which is the white car, and then that yellow Bentley is racing the blue and yellow Audi in front of them. So it's all happening here. I don't hate that livery, I'll be honest. I like it. It's definitely yellow. Highlighted yellow.
But it better suits a Camaro. I was thinking to him at the blue and yellow.
Oh no. Nah, it actually almost blends in with the British GT banner that it has on. The banner looks more green. Oh, as they try to go up the inside, did they? Oh, they thank the Lord they didn't make contact there. Whew. As we say, a warm welcome to one of our Bald Eagle Freedom Unit using commentators, Dave Hill. Welcome in.
Good evening and good morning on my end.
I think,
How
am
you
I
going,
handing
Dave?
over to you? I think so. Well, I shall step aside, Dave, and enjoy this spicy last hour.
Alrighty.
How's it like, Dave?
Pretty good. Just getting everything set up here to kind of see everything. How's the race been so far?
It's action-packed.
Yeah, as we
We've
get
had battles on left, right, and centre. And every time you dare look away, you miss something. So you don't look away.
Isn't that always how it happens?
That's proposition.
Hello, Dave. Hello, George. Hello, Peabody. I'm just sneaking in here for the last hour or so, if that's okay with you.
No worries. I'm about to jump.
I just wanted to know whether that Pro-Am position has changed on track. I don't know whether Clark was in the top 10 before, so I don't know whether they've done an extra pit stop. Anyone able to confirm that?
Yeah. They have indeed.
So yeah, I just got back from a bit of dinner and I saw that they were down in P14, so they must have had some dramas somewhere along the line. So yeah, I don't know whether the 505 Porsche has one pit stop to go, or whether they've actually claimed that position for themselves. That's going to hurt them. So they do definitely have one more pit stop to go. And the Porsche...
So do they. Both at the pit again.
Both cars have one final pit stop. So that's very interesting because we thought they had that stitched up, the 219 car, earlier on in the day. They were well and truly clear of any other Pro-Am class driver. So that's made that very interesting for the last hour or so.
I'm going to say my goodbyes, boys, and leave you to it.
Very nice work from you today.
Cheers.
Absolutely excellent. Thank you,
Enjoyed it.
Peabody.
See ya.
See ya.
Apparently my microphone is quiet, so I need to try and turn it up a bit.
You're coming through pretty clearly for me, but I understand that what we hear may be a little bit different to chat, so I'll leave that up to the boys in chat to fix that for you.
This battle here, we are Ruden and Frost. Looks to the outside. It's going to take a long way around. Switch back. No. Back corner.
All right, Kai Ruden making himself nice and wide there. So what other interesting battles have we got? I'm still very impressed by Pinata's performance, along with Zachary James. They're holding fire up there in P4, and they've had Bakita and a few others breathing down their neck all day long. And if they can hold on to that P4, that'd be a fantastic result for those boys in the maximum pace racing entry. Coase and the P1 car have looked unstoppable today. As soon as they undercut Hara and Hunter and the Hunter boys in that pit stop, they've looked uncatchable.
Yeah. And Bolton sneaked their way up into third. So in the car 217.
Another one of our younger aliens.
They've made their way all the way up to third. And I think they've just got the one stop to go. So they're right to the end once they've done their final stop.
This is looking pretty close coming into sunset here. Very shallow line for the Porsche, and tried to set themselves up for what might have been an attack on Clubhouse, but never really eventuated.
All right, I'll be off and out of the comms box. I'll leave you guys to it. Good luck for the rest of the call. I'll be watching.
Very good from you today, George. Pleasure being here with you, mate. Unlucky about your race, but great call.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
I'm surprised to see so many Audis in North America. We don't have very many drivers driving that this season.
Yeah, I think it's just the strength of that car at this track. And it was a choice between that and the Lambo. I think the Lambo is equally strong here, but the pull of the Audi, I think, is just got a lot of people switching into this car for the first time for this event specifically, as that's a very ambitious little look down the inside. Not sure whether that one will be looked at by the stewards, but Clark has said, all right, well, I'll take matters into my own hands here. And that is just as the Porsche pulled into the pit. So the Pro-Am 505 Porsche has decided now's the time for their stop. They will go through the last hour and 6 minutes and hope that they can make up places. But Clark has said, all right, enough is enough. I need to clear that Porsche and do so with a little bit of tomfoolery into the last corner there. So we'll see if that picks up a penalty. Regan Herbert actually did a really good job in that last corner to see him coming and vacate that area, because that could have been much worse for both drivers.
Yeah, I think this late in the race, you want to be careful, but you still want to fight for position if you can. But you don't want to lose it all at the end.
JC, Dave, good evening.
Hello, Sandy.
How are you? Good to be back for the final hour, and should be a cracking final hour to conclude the Kyalami race here.
Is that a no? Oh, hang on, I might have lost sound. Bear with me.
How about this man in the number 1 Audi? He's been flying all day. Absolutely stellar drive. Made the final stop, and now looking to finish off the day. His pace all day has been absolutely insane and very deserving to come home in number 1 spot. But
Sorry, Dave and Tom, one more time. Can I get a mic check?
hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Wonderful.
You got me?
Apologies for that little... Yeah, I do. I've got you both. No, I am back. Sorry about that.
I was just saying how Ezid has been absolutely the class of the field today, along with Kose.
They've just pitted as well, haven't they? I think Kose was in the car a couple minutes ago, so they've done their last stop.
Final stint for them.
How much time is left for Hunter in the car? Up in P1.
Can't imagine it would be too long.
I think everyone will be sort of heading towards the pits at this point. I think the maximum's 70, so if you haven't pitted already, you're probably going too soon. So they probably have got one more left in them, I guess. Yeah, there you go. Confirmation of that. And yeah, with only a 15-second gap to rookie Audi, you would think that they will happily clean up P1, and if they keep it clean in that last stint, as you said, it's been a really solid performance from Zadfire and Kurzate.
Yeah, that's right. The 217, I think they've just made their final stop as well. So temporarily Pinata up onto the podium, but that's been a really good drive from them. Him and Zach James as well in the Lamborghini. As D just serving that drive through.
I don't know if there's any. Well, actually, I can see one. The Alpha Venturi boys 616 and 919 P20 and P21. Team orders throughout the day would have been to obviously make way for any faster cars coming through. I know those two Alpha Venturi teams would have been very polite, but I think coming into the last hour and a half, we may see some racing happening. If there is two BDE teams or two Odyssey Racing teams, or indeed two Alpha Venturi teams as they are there in P20 and P21, they might be saying, look, time's come for us to race.
Yeah, I think at this point you kind of just want to race to the finish, try and get as many spots as you can. If there's space to make a move, just take it or try to take it.
As that's going slow into the pit lane. Hughes there. Just crawling to the pit box. But yeah, final pit stops to come, and then one final stint for these drivers to make as many positions before we end the 9 hours. Zach Smith here for the Odyssey 217 sets off after Pinata, and it's been a great drive from them to recover after a disappointing qualifying yesterday. Got a replay here of Hughes. And what's going on here? So just coming up through the S's towards the top of the hill. And that's a big off. That's very hard into the wall there.
It's going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage on that car.
Not sure what happened there.
Abrupt. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, he just missed his braking point and lost concentration. Not sure exactly what's happened there.
It just speared off in a straight line. It's as if he just had a big snap on the steering wheel. Strange.
Straight into the pits, yep. Fair enough.
So that was a bit of a set as well.
Not sure he's going to complete the pits though.
So, Dave, what have you made of today's race as we have 1 hour to go, ticking over?
I mean, I've been asleep for most of it.
You've been asleep? Well, once you've woken up, what have you made of the running order here? Any big shocks? Anything that stands out to you?
For me, I didn't realize that Audi was so popular for the track. I was telling Jamie when I first jumped on, in the North America split so far for like the sprint series this season, we have hardly any Audi drivers this year. I think people are too afraid of it. So I'm impressed to see so many and to see so many doing well, and hopefully no Audi teams for them.
Yeah, definitely. It's a strong car around here. I knew the Lamborghini was very strong around here, and obviously the Audi and the Lamborghini very, very similar. And a lot of these drivers seeming to give it a go here for this special event around Kyalami, as we're on board with the BDE number 999. Just going past a bit of traffic there at the Apex. That's a little bit awkward. But he's setting off after Samwise Holmes in front. After they were running in a great P3 earlier on. But I think they had an off at some point about an hour or so ago. But like yourself, I haven't had my eyes on the race all day, unfortunately. Would have loved to. But some very good drives out there this evening and today.
Yeah, there's been plenty discussed about the good drives that we've seen so far, and now it comes down to the last hour, and I guess we get ourselves a little sprint race here once everyone's completed their pit stops. We'll see how the order shakes out. As I said, that battle for Pro-Am P1's interesting me. But yeah, we get to see how the last hour goes. I'm a little bit disappointed we're not going to see any weather. Looks like that's going to stay pretty clear.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful day out here in Kyalami. But yeah, that battle for Pro-Am, as you're saying, that could spice right up in these final 57 minutes. As the purple Kovacs car all over the back of the Bentley here. And that car's been in the wars this afternoon. It's just a shame, like they had such great pace, and just unfortunately these things happen in racing where it doesn't go to plan. But maybe in this final 60 minutes they can show what pace they did have in the car. As we flick back to Jarecki, who's going to be chasing down Baloy in these final 60 minutes for that Pro-Am victory.
Yeah, I think Baloy might have one pit stop to go, and the battle for that Pro-Am victory will be between 219 and 505 if 505 can close the gap. We spoke about the unlucky disconnections, and we do say that is racing. And I think sometimes we complain about the collision model in this game, when a car and another one come together that can sort of trampoline off of each other, and it looks a little bit unrealistic and can cause all sorts of kerfuffle. But there are also lots of other accidents where, if that happened in real life, their car would be an absolute mess. Whereas in this game, you can sort of crawl back to the pits most times and continue on. So there are positives and negatives to ACC and its comparisons to real life.
Yeah, that's right. It's hard to get a perfect damage model in a sim, but especially from what I'm used to coming to ACC, it's nice because you can actually go wheel to wheel and make a bit of contact and get away with it relatively scot-free. You might pick up a few seconds of bodywork damage, but that doesn't do too much harm. But yeah, you can trampoline at times, which can be frustrating. But nothing that should discourage drivers from going wheel to wheel hard.
No, that's right. And I do love going wheel to wheel. It's a lot easier than going wheel to wheel in an F1 car or any other open wheel car, for example. It's, the dirty air plays such a big part. You get within 8/10 of a Formula One car, and it's just it's too tricky. Unless you're literally a second and a half quicker, it can be really hard to battle someone in F1. Whereas in these cars, you can be tucked right up alongside someone or behind someone, and two drivers of even pace with respect for each other, as we've seen in a couple of circumstances today, especially a couple of the little side-by-sides we've seen through Cheetah, which have made the hairs stand up. You can see that battles can definitely happen in ACC and in these GT3 cars.
Yeah, that's right. I think you're just crackling a little bit, mate. I know you're having some issues there. with the mic. But yeah, definitely compared to open wheels, especially the Formula One with all the aero, these GT cars just much easier to stay close to a car within half a second, and that can create some great battles, especially at corners where you wouldn't see F1 cars able to challenge others throughout the lap. I know we don't race F1 here in Kyalami yet, but that would be an absolute pleasure to see F1 return to Africa, and I think the F1 cars would be very interesting to watch around here. But speaking of moves,
I think that would be a lot of fun to see them around this track.
Yeah, definitely, Dave. Just a lot of these sort of medium speed corners, which in an F1 car are a lot of fun. As Duong is battling Hall here in the Aston Martin. That is for position. That's a nice move there from Duong.
Sorry, I'm still playing around with my technical issues and trying to get the microphone cleared up, so let me know if it's any better at the moment.
I think it's still crackling a little bit. I mean, it's not bothering me, but...
We can't have that on the stream, though.
Can't have that on the stream, yeah.
Wonder if our man Tom Riley might want to jump back in. We'll find out. Sorry about that.
That's alright. But yeah, as we were saying, Dave, it's a pretty interesting circuit here in Kyalami. It's not the sort of Tilka circuits that we see a lot around the world, and it just feels special, especially as someone who races primarily on F1.
Yeah, I would say it's one of my favorite tracks to drive around on. You know, when I first started racing, hit this sausage curb right here too many times. I think a lot of players have. But you know, it's a lot of fun, very technical. A lot of places to race, pass. Yeah, I love it. I love this track.
Yeah, definitely. And every track's got that sort of dangerous curb or corner or bump that can just cause an upset to the car. If you think about Hungary, it's that inside curb at turn 5 that's very prone to a spin. So it's just the characteristics of a track, and you've just got to get used to it and adapt. And a lot of these drivers out here have been adapting to the conditions very well today. As we come to the final part where the sun is setting and the cars are looking beautiful as the sun is shining down, as it has all day.
I know as a driver you probably never hope for rain, but I know whenever I watch these races I always hope that it changes, just because it's, you know, more exciting to see how everybody handles it and maybe shake up some spots.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm one of the few drivers that doesn't mind the rain coming down. It can be the great equalizer sometimes, where raw speed can better out practice.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've always liked, is it, like you said, it is like the great equalizer. You know, you can start to see some more names maybe higher up the grid than you typically see. Some different names anyway. Look at that, 0.003% chance of rain.
That's very precise information, race control. Thank you for that. Are we sure it's not a 0.004 chance? You know, I have a feeling.
Could we get somebody to check his math?
Please. The formulas I would love to see. Rain in 50, so on the podium we'll have rain. Will it be raining champagne or water? On board with the 999 here. Up through the top of the hill, the hairpin. And there's a white and blue Audi in a sandwich here. with two other Audis following each other line to stern. And that is Samwise Holmes in front of the 999. And this is forward position. So we'll see what Ali can do here.
I'm impressed to see so many battles still happening this late into the race. I was in the endurance series a couple weeks ago at Donington, and you know the race kind of settled down pretty much early on, and it was just kind of like hot lapping for everybody, I think. But to see so many close battles still going on, it's impressive, especially after 8 hours of racing already.
Yeah, definitely. I was in the chat with the 445 team throughout the day, and we were saying it's just a bit crazy to think after 8.5 hours of racing, there's still people separated by less than a second through all of the incidents, all of the laps. We've already completed 286 of them for the number 1 Audi. To be so close, it's a tribute to the skill of these drivers and the consistency they're showing out on the circuit.
Yeah, a very talented set of drivers here in OOR. I think a lot of these names are more in the AP region, is that correct? I recognize a lot of them.
Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty new to the ACC and OOR scene, but yes, a lot of these names still familiar to me from the Asia Pacific Sprint Series side. Especially towards the front, obviously. You always know about the guys coming up to lap you, in my case.
I know what you mean.
But yeah.
Evening, boys.
Good evening, Mr.
Hey.
Thomas Riley.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Just stepping in for JC because of his technical issues. So I'm keen to be here for the final hour. It's the last 45 minutes or so. There's certainly some good battles on track, especially between the 88 and the 999 here for 6th place. It's a nice healthy battle.
Yeah, definitely a great battle. We've been on board for a couple of laps now, and this could go all the way to the wire now. Two extremely skilled drivers fighting it out for P6 after their races haven't exactly gone to plan, looking to salvage what they can and secure that top 10 finish. And after 9 hours of racing, the top 10, you've got to be happy with that.
Certainly do. I think the 818 of Connor Kingston and Dan O'Donnell and Ryan Green, they've done really well to hold their spot in the top 10. And they've just made up to 9th because of a stop for the 699 of Poon. But I think they've run a really solid race. Connor, a good 15-year-old driver, very quick, does both ACC and had a race win in Pro-Am finals last year at Spain. Greenie obviously is on a DualShock 4 controller. He will say himself that he's not the quickest out of them all, but he's certainly he's certainly the quickest pad driver I think we've got out there at the moment. I'm not sure who else is on pad, but I know he's very quick. And obviously Dan O'Donnell, quite a character, but he's come leaps and bounds since starting in rookies last year and pro in sprints this season and going great guns, I think. So that's really good for them to be up to 9th place.
Yeah, definitely. Dan, just showing that if you put the time in, it will reward you. He's come a long, long way. Big follower of his stream. He's, as you're saying, a big character. Always entertaining. But yeah, also to Greenie, massive respect for driving on the pad. As someone who started sim racing on the pad, as many of us did, I couldn't even imagine trying to do a 9-hour event on a pad here on ACC, so nothing but respect for them, staying inside the top 10 so far.
I think, from my understanding, Dan might be jumping back in the car as well, now that he's doing his stop. So hopefully they can maintain that spot in the top 10. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I believe this was the plan. I was speaking to him earlier, and he was saying that they were going to do a later pit stop for a shorter final stint. So they were planning on the 8 stops versus other cars who have done and executed a 7-stop race, which does require a bit more fuel saving.
Depending on the car you're in, it certainly does. But it's also trying to make sure that you run as long as you can in each stint, but making sure that you get home and that you don't have any issues where you run too long, and you might come around the crocodiles that when your stint timer hits 0, and that's a slam dunk penalty by game, not by the stewards in the game. So there's not much you can do after that. So it really does matter on trying to flesh it out. I know our plan was to run 7 stops. We've ended up doing 8, but that's all right. I think Brad Chaplin's in the car now, currently in 21st. So we'll wait and see if they can make up another spot. But that was sort of the thing that we were worried about, that it might come down to the last stint and it might be tight.
Yeah, that's right. It's better to err on the side of caution sometimes, especially over a 9-hour race. An extra minute or 2 isn't going to kill you. Might lose you a couple of positions, however. And Samwise here, he's holding on very well the front of Ali in the 999.
Yeah, it looks like he's been able to pull away a little bit. I know Karuden was getting very close when we were following him before.
The gap just ebbing and flowing, as it does tend to do in racing. Just a small mistake or running wide and you eke out a couple of tenths. But then back down the straight, Karuden just closing in slowly. But it's going to be interesting to see which one of these two can come out on top. Could be one opportunity for Karuden to get the move done, and he's going to have to execute. But could lap traffic play into this? From what I've seen, the Blue Flags have done a relatively good job today. Not too many dramas.
Yeah, I think we're just got to keep our eye on the gap between Karuden and Karud as well. Like, that's now at 2.9. So if that starts to come down, because Holmes and Karuden are battling, could make for a very, very interesting last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's right. It could open the door for him to take advantage. But with the drivers so similarly matched on pace, it's not easy to get a move done here. That's why you've always got to be on it, so that when they may make a mistake, you can capitalise. As we're looking at Karud now, down through the crocodiles. In a very nice looking Audi, like that green. With the grey.
Certainly stands out. Seems like a lot of people are using the British GT banner across the top. I've seen that on quite a few cars, and they're matching that in with their colours. I'm not a huge fan, but people in chat, tell me if you like it.
It's an interesting design. I am the fan of it. I think it looks very good in this colour scheme. I do love a bright colour combined with some sort of silver. Running it with purple in the Sprint Series on the Honda. But
I think it might just be I think it might just be that particular design with just sort of the offset across the car. It's certainly something else. I'm more of a fan of symmetrical liveries, but yeah, happy to be. I know there might be some fans in chat. Mitch Weston is a fan.
It looks spectacular from one side. Just got to get the good angle of the car on the shot. This is an interesting choice of colour, the cream here from BDE. Not sure what you think of that, Tom.
I'm a fan of it, of the cream, red, and black. But the other Audi of the Kai Ruden team, BDE Kai Ruden, running around with the purple. It's very bold. I know maybe some people in chat will be saying that I make some pretty horrid liveries, but not sure on the colour combo of the purple.
I think, as we've seen on the 48 cars, there's a lot of different tastes out there. Even on the same car, the Audi is being dressed up in multiple different ways, different colour schemes. I'm really liking the 88 there from Samwise. That's a nice colourway with the blue.
Sometimes I think when folks are designing their liveries, they're trying to be like as ugly as possible for some reason. Like when you see some cars.
It's a way to draw attention.
Yeah.
There's a call for 689. Apparently has a good livery from Lachlan Nichols. The Aston.
Is that
Not sure if that's.
Is that the black and green Aston?
It's this one.
No, it's the Graham green. This one's also a cracker.
I think I like this one more, if I'm honest.
It's the same sort of colourway as the Audi, but it's such a simple but elegant design on the Aston here.
I think the Astons have quite a few good-looking liveries as default, and I don't mind it.
I think the Aston is probably my favourite looking front engine car.
I have to say, you dressed up a Bentley well enough, and it certainly looks pretty tough.
The Bentley is
no
just
bias there at all.
The Bentley is so unique. You look at the BMW, which is probably the closest thing to the Bentley, and I think it's pretty gross. But the Bentley is elegant in its own way, with the big grille. Sorry to any BMW fans, I might have upset with that remark.
Oh, I'm just waiting for one of the Mobile Blue Flag team to come in here and chime in with this, which I can't even say anything bad about it now because it is purely iconic of the last 3 special events. These guys have finished, I think, every single one that they've done, and I have some inside scoop. They might be retiring the car if the M4 comes out. They're going to retire it at Silverstone. The M4 comes out before the next special event, so we will wait and see on that.
The M4, which Fanatec is in the works of their new steering wheel, which will hit the market soon.
Well, the car debuted at Barcelona last weekend.
It did
as
indeed.
An invitational entry, along with the second Evo of the Audi. Which sort of both cars ran midfield, which is probably to be expected in a field that's so competitive, but also with brand new cars that they need to get a bit more understanding about.
That's right, a bit more correlation with the data and setup and all that engineer talk that I don't really understand. But speaking of rims, Fanatec have got a couple in the pipeline, the BMW one, as well as the Bentley one. What do you make of them?
Personally, a big fan of the Bentley one with the screen in the middle. I think I'm not a huge fan of the shape of the BMW one, but some of the features on it look very good. But I'm certainly a fan of the Bentley one, especially with the removable lower portion.
Yeah,
that
definitely.
They need for Pikes Peak.
Couldn't agree more, mate. And if that thing is relatively affordable, I use the term relatively very loosely. That's going straight in my basket.
They've also just released a GT World Challenge Special wheel as well, which
Yeah, I
is
saw
just
that one.
a bit like the Porsche Endurance, the podium wheel. They've just released a revised version of that with no branding on it. That's what they've been running in GT World Challenge Esports. That they
Yes.
do alongside the or Pro Esports, whatever they call it. That they do alongside the main racing, IRL racing.
It's an interesting time for sim racing. A lot of new equipment coming out, as there always is. But as someone who's just getting more and more into sim racing, as I spend more time, thanks to COVID and lockdowns here in Melbourne, just more and more willing to dive deeper into my pockets and get some nicer equipment. I'm excited for when they finally release the PlayStation compatible CSL DD. As someone who plays on both platforms, that's essential for me. So just waiting. As JC with the $5 through the super chat, thank you, my friend. This battle
Rick's in
rages
chat.
on.
There is live timing. It is up the top as the pinned comment from OOR. If you click on that, it'll bring you up to live timing. Apparently O'Donnell on the last lap did the fastest first sector of the race at a 30.8.
Yep, I've just seen that on my timer screen here.
That's very quick.
O'Donnell flying here, and he's tracking down Kitching here for the top 10 for the Alpha Venturi outfit, the 818. And I really think they would be stoked to come home in the top 10 if they can manage it. A great drive from the outfit.
That car in front is the car they're chasing for a top 10.
I smell a good little juicy battle developing here for the final 30 minutes.
So there's quite a few battles out there. We've still got Holmes and Kai Rudin. That's down to 4/10 at the moment. Obviously got this one here, which is brewing. There's a little battle for 17th at the moment. It's down to 1.9 seconds.
We could have also had a great battle between Pinata and Madison. Unfortunately, another drive-through for the 99 car. Spoiled that what we could have had in this final part of the race. But that's the importance of keeping it on the circuit and not accumulating those track extension warnings.
Yeah, those drive-through penalties can be killer. I know in the Endurance Series we had a drive-through penalty in our first stint at Donington, and it just kind of, threw the race off for the rest of the day.
Suppose in comparison to our last event, last special event at Misano, the pit lane here is certainly a lot shorter, and track limits have probably been fewer and far between compared to Misano. Obviously, with Misano, the only way to get one of the best ways to get real pace out of the track is to exploit track limits as best you can.
Yeah, it's much more of a compromise there between risk versus reward. Whereas here, there's not as many places you can accumulate those warnings. Not many places you really want to be extending that far without losing time. But we've seen great pace from this 99 today. Just hasn't gone their way, and that happens in sim racing. O'Donnell within a second now of Kitching, and Samwise Holmes still got his mirrors full. Kai Rudin, Audi. He's not going anywhere. As the sun begins to set here in Kyalami, and the sun is going to be closing down in this race. The final 28 minutes. Could there be a late spanner in the works for one of these teams? What do you think, Tom?
I think the only thing that's really going to probably spice up this race is if there's any track limits. Everyone should be good on their stops now. I think the whole field is probably cleansed. They're all probably good on their stints now. But I certainly think that track limits will be the one game changer. You get through 9 hours, and if you're on 3 track limits, it's a very nervous, will be a very nervous final stint. Especially for cars that are trying to make up some gaps and try and get back in the fight. Trying to get some good positions.
O'Donnell looks like he has the raw speed to get this job done on Kitching. It's just a matter of finding a place on the circuit to execute the move. He is driving very well here, Daniel. He is exceeding all expectations, I'd say. And
Lap time
at the
difference
front,
last lap was...
sorry to cut you off, mate. Kai Rudin's
No,
actually
go for
gotten past Samwise Holmes at the front for 6th. So not quite sure when that happened, but Kai Rudin passed Samwise on their little battle for 6th position.
I wouldn't say that's over yet, though.
Definitely not.
Kai Rudin needs to put his foot down and drive away.
You'd rather be in front at this stage of the race with not long to go.
I think this is the move here. Up in a Crowthorns, at the top of the hill at the end of Main Straight. Lap marker on the right hand side. Oh, and Samwise just goes a little bit deep. Kai Rudin just switches back underneath him. Gets the move done nicely.
As I was saying a little bit earlier, you got to be within touching range to capitalise when that mistake comes. So well done from Kai Rudin. But as you were saying, not over yet, not by a long ways. And back with O'Donnell, looking at the back of the Lamborghini. Just thinking about it, trying to set him up. Wait for a small mistake, looking for an opportunity to get his Audi back into the top 10 where it deserves to be after a great drive.
Just showing the nose there, just trying to keep that Lamborghini looking behind him. Show him that he's there. Maybe see if we can pressure him into a little mistake. This is braking marker by a couple of meters. Runs a bit deep at the apex. Maybe that's just the invitation that he needs.
It's as much about mental games as placing the car as well. And mind over matter sometimes to stay in front in this sort of situation. As he looks for the inside down at Crocodiles. Kitching just a little bit later on the brakes, but O'Donnell is showing his intent. And can Kitching live with the pressure? We shall wait and see as we exit the final corner to start another lap around Kyalami. When will O'Donnell get past this Lamborghini, who's defending towards turn number 2? I think there's another great battle going on with Duong down in 15th. one thing the drivers will have to be thinking about or having to be managed is, as the track temperature is beginning to fall here, is the tyres may not be in the optimal working window, and then obviously the grip levels are impacted for these final 23 minutes. Drivers having to drive accordingly without the opportunity to make an adjustment to the tyre pressures, with no more pit stops to go. And O'Donnell still stalking the Lamborghini here. As he just gets a bit wide there through the final corner in his efforts to get the overlap. But the Lamborghini and the Audi are very similar down the straight and in the corners. So O'Donnell's going to have to make the difference here somewhere.
We go back to Kai Rudin and Holmes here. They've tightened back up. They come up towards Lake Coupe. Both aren't giving each other an inch here. No one's making a big mistake. Trying to make as much time as they can.
Samwise is close here, but is he close enough? Looks like he's gotten a very good exit out of the final corner there. He's having a great slipstream down the main straight past the pit lane. And Kai Rudin once again holding on. These two are just very, very similarly matched on pace. And it's going to have to require a mistake from Kai Rudin in front or a send from Samwise to get it up the inside. As we've got the split view of the two battles going on, O'Donnell and Kitching, and Kai Rudin and Samwise Holmes.
There's a nice tight battle going on for 12th as well that I'm keeping an eye on. They're not too far apart at the moment. They're just coming through Cheetah now, so that's the gap. There's about 3/4 of a lap between this battle for 11th and the battle of this battle for 10th and the battle for 12th. Very tight. There's a lot of 2x2s. I wouldn't say there's a whole lot of 3 or 4 car battles at the moment.
Yeah, no big gaggles of cars at the moment. Just pairs touring the circuit, fighting for position. But at the moment, Jarecki there in the 219, looking like he's going to come home at the head of the Pro-Am field. He's got a few cars in between him and the next challenger. And it looks like the battle for 10th is going to get a bit more interesting now that there's a few cars of traffic ahead. Same for Kai Rudin and Holmes, who's very close now. Having a look up the inside of Sunset, that would be very brave. And not on this occasion. So, still a lot of opportunities for these guys with 20 minutes to go. These two go past the Mobile Blue Flags teamed at BMW. turn our attention back to O'Donnell and Kitching, who are coming down the hill now towards Mineshaft. It can be so tempting just to go for a very brave move when the time is running out on the clock. Could we see something come to fruition here for one of these two drivers in these battles, as well as from Dowd on Herbert for P12? And I think Dowd's actually just passed Herbert there for P12 in that battle.
I think that was a move.
Yeah, I think that was a battle.
And Herbert's just dropped off the back. They're back down to 1.1.
So if that was a move from Dowd, very well executed. I'm sure we'll see a lot of you of it here in a second, but we stay with O'Donnell for now.
This does seem to be the closest battle in the field.
Yeah, the gaps are just ebbing and flowing, as I like to say, between the drivers. And here is a replay of that move for Dowd in the Aston Martin, who was chasing the Ferrari here of Herbert. And is it going to move to the inside down here, turn 2? No.
We'll get the switch back here.
Yeah, the up and under.
Yeah, great. That'll be it. Well, a bit of contact, a bit of door rubbing. I'd say that's probably race on, racing incident, and then Madison gets involved in it.
Yeah,
for a little wave.
Nothing too malicious there from the Aston, and then
No, I think that's nice, fair racing.
that was
That's what you
hard
love to
but
see.
fair, and then the Porsche just breaking him up there, but can Herbert respond and get back onto him? It's out to 2 seconds now, so he's going to have to put in some stellar laps, as O'Donnell's just dropped off the back of the Lamborghini a tad.
This might just be what he wants to see here. Some blue flags in front, as long as they don't get in the way, but they might just invite O'Donnell back in.
Sometimes the blue flags can just be more of a visual distraction, other than a sort of actual impact. I'm just going to scrap that sentence. That just went to absolute shambles. Sometimes the words just don't come out, but yeah, they don't actually impair the track of the other car. They're just more distracting. But they both get past the Bentley, and now they've got the green one in front. So O'Donnell's going to have to close back up. He was putting some stellar laps in to catch Kitching before. Can he do it again? And Madison has passed Kai Rudin once again. Oh no, sorry. It was Kai Rudin and Holmes, so my apologies.
Well, the track's fallen, ambient temperatures fallen probably about 3 or 4 degrees since its peak at about 1:30, 2 o'clock. The track's certainly dropped off a fair way. That's down about 4 or 5 degrees. So as you said earlier, Sandeezy, those pressures will be very touch and go now. It'll be whether they adjusted their pressures, which is probably one of the reasons why some teams ran longer in that second last stint to make this one a bit shorter, with a bit more of an idea what the tyre pressures need to do. We want to have them.
It can be tricky because you want to set up the tyre pressures for more the middle of the stint so you get the best out of it over the 70 minutes. However, it can leave you vulnerable at either end due to a bit of overheating or cold. So it is a compromise in these sort of conditions where the track temp is falling. As we have now ticked under a quarter of an hour to go, and Holmes continues to chase down Kai Rudin. As we've gone on board with Brooke here in the Bentley, chasing down the 846 Aston of Hall. currently second in the Pro-Am class, down there in 18th. Just out of reach of Jarecki, who has put in a great performance for the 219 Audi.
Great performance yesterday as well to be inside the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, that's right.
So they've only lost a couple of spots. I think it's 5 spots they've lost, but they've done very well to be where they are. But that's not guaranteed. 14th isn't guaranteed yet. Duong's closing in. He's at about 3/10.
Yeah, that's right, Duong.
I think that's going to be a battle to watch as well.
Yeah, definitely Duong. He's had some great pace out there today. And any position in the last 10 minutes, it's like a carrot on a stick. You just want to go and chase it. Especially when it is as close as 3/10 for Duong there. O'Donnell, he's just stabilised at a second behind the Lamborghini, struggling to close back up. And here we go, here is that battle between Duong and Jarecki.
Found a fair bit of time through Sunset then. Just runs a little bit wide on the exit of Clubhouse. Come through the S's here. He's a bit wide again. Means he can't get on the power as early. He's got to tighten that line for the right-hander at the S's. Try and gain as much as he can under brakes here. See if he can get the better exit. It's nice and tight. He's going to try and sit in the draft for a bit and just try and hang with him. Try and see if he can't regain some time and maybe make a move at Clubhouse next lap.
I've seen Duong execute a few moves this afternoon. Can he execute one more?
And I think we've got a drive-through for Madison here.
We do. He's picked up a drive-through.
So is this more track limits?
I believe it would have to be, because he hasn't been involved in any incidents.
I think that might pop them right out in and around, maybe in between Holmes and Carood maybe. You lose about 18 seconds by entering the pit lane. That's normally the delta.
I think he's going to fall right into that clutches of the battle between the two Audis. So that is, I think, the third drive-through for the 999. Sorry, the 99 car. So it's going to be critical for him to come out in front of those two who have been battling for the last hour. But Samwise, he's dropped about a second. Now 1.5 behind Kai Rudin. So has Kai Rudin found something here? As he heard there's a drive-through ahead. Back with Duong here. Still looking at the back of the 219. Coming down the hill now. This is one of the best opportunities to make a move on this circuit into the Crocodiles. We've got the split view here for Madison and then Kai Rudin. So he's struggling
incredibly
down the
tight.
pit lane. It's going to be very close. I think Kai Rudin's going to get him here. And so will Samwise. So, yep.
Yeah.
Kai Rudin and Samwise are going to go fast. So that's a costly mistake there from Madison. So he loses the 2 spots.
But how much can he play into this? How much can he affect this little battle we've got between Kai Rudin and
Well, first the thing is he's actually going to have to close up to the back of them. So that's 3 or 4 seconds. And then get involved.
We'll certainly keep an eye on his lap times to see just how close he can get. Might be a few fireworks later on though.
I think the gloves will be off there for the 99. I don't think he's got much to lose in terms of where he was. And now I'm back with Daniel O'Donnell, who's still trying to get past the Lamborghini in front. Who has got
He's got a chance here with blue flags.
And blue flag's just giving him the opportunity to get right onto the back of the Lambo, who's defending to the inside towards the S's. And can he get the exit up the hill and have a look up at the hairpin? He closes up, but not enough. But he's right back in the battle after he dropped off. And he's going to be smelling this position. That's very late braking from Daniel there. But Kitching is no easy pushover. Both very good drivers in their own regard. And Daniel looks like he's pushing a little bit too hard there to the final corner, and it could have cost him the opportunity to get down the inside at corner number 2 as they start another lap. And there you go, just a little bit too far back once again. Just a little bit too eager, too early.
Pat saying that O'Donnell might be just overdriving it a bit.
I think I agree, because in that final corner he was so eager to get close, it just cost him the exit. He just slowed the car too much. You can tell he really wants this position. And Madison's still 4.5 seconds off the back of Holmes, mate, so it's going to be one hell of an effort for him just to pass one of the Audis in front.
Kai Ruden's just opened that gap a little bit. Oh,
Yes.
no, there's been a change. Holmes is in front of Kai Ruden.
What has happened there? The gap was out to 1.5 seconds the last time I had a geese. So Semi slipped back past Kai Ruden with the 6 minutes remaining here. Here we go, we'll have a look. No,
This
this
is the move for 14th.
Geelong.
It's a good run out of that corner. Through the sweep. Sends it. Oh, that's a nice move.
That was a send up at barbecue, but very clean. So well done to Geelong there.
Sure, we're going to see a replay of that move for P5.
Yeah, I'm sure it's in the works. Mull's been doing a great job on the broadcast today. But O'Donnell, I think that was his best chance that he had with that back marker. And here it is. So Kai Ruden down towards the S's. And there's a car spot up ahead. Oh no!
Oh. He's made contact with the wall. Comes back on. Tries to. There's another car around there as well. Wonder if that's down to tyre pressures, that car that was turned around.
Yeah,
that's
sideways in the middle of the track and unfortunately went to get going again and clipped the side of the Audi. And that sent him into the wall.
More flags up ahead. See a drive through for an unsafe rejoin for that 367 Bentley.
Kai Ruden still within touching distance.
I think O'Donnell might have just got caught up in a little bit of Jarecki, just sitting maybe a little bit on the racing line. Ben just needs to reset and Try and see if he can find another. Probably about 5/10 in this lap. Let's get right back up on him. See this battle between Holmes and Kyroot, and it's certainly not over yet. The leader, Izidfar, comes across the line. Probably going to have 2 more laps. These battles are going to tighten right up now, I think.
Oh, Kyroot with a late lunge towards the inside. He wants that position back after he unjustly lost it there with the back marker traffic. As we ride on board with the 2 through sunset, as the sunset in the background shining down on the cars. Is there one more opportunity for Kyroot to get back ahead, or can Samwise hold on? So the leader's just coming down towards Mineshaft now, so we should have one more lap, Tom, if I'm correct.
I think we do. Across the line, probably with about 1:10 left on the clock. And we'll come around and start the final lap. These guys will have one more lap to scrap it out. Try and see if they can get the move done. Kyroot's the one attacking.
He's just got to get a great exit out of the final corner. As he runs
just run a bit wide.
At Cheetah. Can he get the drive off of the final corner to be within touching distance to either challenge up the inside or look for a switchback?
Bit of swerving.
Just not quite close enough to make Samwise defend there. So he's got 2 more chances probably, up at the hairpin and down at the Crocodiles. Gonna have to claw a little bit of time up through the middle of the lap to be within touching distance for that move. As race leader coming towards the S's in the corner of the screen.
Oh, we've got the 919 around. I think that was the 919 of
Yes,
okay, yep. He's just had a sunset moment in the Porsche. Pretty easy to do, especially coming late down on the fuel load.
That's right.
Quite an imbalance of weight on the rear.
I was about to say, as the balance changes on the rear axle of that Porsche, it becomes a whole different animal. As Kyroot looking around the outside of the hairpin, can he get the drive down the hill? He's within touching distance here, Tom, so potentially look up the inside of the Crocodile. Samwise might need to defend.
Samwise is going to have to go very defensive. He goes right to the right-hand curb.
Can Kyroot stay within with... No, he hasn't got it done. Can he get the drive out of the final corner on Samwise Holmes? No, he can't. So Holmes holds on to that P5.
What's happened here?
What's going on?
Izidfar has a 130-second penalty. What has happened here?
With the 130-second penalty?
What would give that kind of penalty for 130 seconds?
Is that stint timer? Well, either way, they cross the line in first. Here comes Hobbs, coming through Cheetah now to bring Team Happy Laps home in P2.
So, yeah, Hobbs is going to cross the line in second. We're waiting for some sort of clarity over that 130-second penalty. And Zach Smith comes home for the 3rd spot on the podium. And we're now going to wait for Pinata in the 445 coming home in
I think
4th.
that's a great drive from Pinata.
Yeah, Zach and Matt will be absolutely stoked with that. So well done to them on their
Lots of
accomplishment.
donuts going on at the top of the hill.
Carnage down here at the second corner.
Oh, just avoids everyone. Well,
You'd hate to have a direct drive coming down towards that. And there it is. So the 9 hours of Kyalami has come to a close. And to our knowledge, it is at far and Kose with the number 1 Audi who have claimed the victory. And there you go.
it's confirmation race control.
So well done to those two, bringing home the win. And then to the Honda crew for second of Alex O'Hara, Hunter and Hobbsy. And then third, Smith, Washington and Bowen. Well done to all 3 of them on the podium. And then in the prime, it is Jarecki, Brook and Hughes. So well done to all 3 of those teams in the 219, the 5 and the 505. And it is Dale and Lewis for AM who come home at the helm of the AM field ahead of Mason and Reith and Willis and Matthews and Lawson in the Mobile Blue Flags BMW.
What a race. What a race.
Brilliant.
That was an interesting finish. I was not aware that Hooley was unable to drive.
Hooley hasn't done a single second because he hasn't been able to get his wheel done since pretty much the shakedown. So they've had to 2-stint that, and they've kept it under the 280. So the penalty was just for not having the 3rd driver do a lap. There was actually a couple of cars in that boat, but one of them actually retired during the race. So we're well aware of that. But what a drive though! 59-second lead, wasn't it? And that's back to back. They won last year, they've won it again. They just love this circuit. So well done, Brian and Rico. Lots of drive-throughs for the top 10. Really unfortunate there for car 99. I think they've been in the pits about 300 times today. Let's click on that. So who do we have for the Pro-Ams? Yeah, so there you go. Charles Clark, who put them in a great position last night in qualifying. They've held on by 7.4 seconds to the number 5 Bentley. With the 505, I believe they started a bit lower today. They were just 1 lap back. And how many laps did we get in? Who won the bet there? 315. I was 3 off.
I said 316. Does that count?
It does.
That's within touching distance.
I said 315 about 10 seconds ago, so does that count?
Yeah.
Nah, I said 318. After an hour, about 100 laps, I said that. So if you said 316, you win. Or if you said I think someone did say 315 in chat. No doubt they'll tell us.
Someone will claim it.
Yeah, Rex, you need another shoey, mate. I just want to say to all you commentators, today you've been absolutely fucking sensational. So many thanks to all of you.
It was a pleasure. Get my first taste here at ORI in the commentary box.
No, it was seamless, especially with how many debuts we had in the commentary box. And also a huge big shout out to our steward team. Only three stewards did the whole event, so it's actually pretty low down, but absolute well-oiled machine. So many thanks to Cameron Farmer and team for the great work. And shout out to Braden Ross's mum for just being a legend.
You're gonna have to fill me in on that joke, man. I saw that in the Excel sheet. I was a bit confused.
No, she's just a lovely woman, mate.
A lovely woman?
I've got nothing nothing bad to say.
That's what you want to hear.
But yeah, so that's us done. I've got 104 likes, so I can feed my dog. That's always a good positive start. Max will be happy.
That's the big news from tonight.
Dave, go have a coffee now, mate.
Yeah. These early morning races, it's tough.
Mate, if I called it in the morning, geez, you'd be in for a treat. It'd be a whole lot of just blabbering nonsense that doesn't make any level of sound. Not great in the mornings.
At probably like 5:45 my time, I was like, did I do the math wrong? Am I joining late? I thought I had missed it by an hour, but I was right.
Nah, it was all good, mate. You've done well. Thanks, broadcast viewers, because it's been very well received. I always like Kyalami. It offers a bit of everything, and it seems a bit more chilled than some other circuits, like Imola. Imola
I'm going to have
was
to disagree
something.
with you, mate. One of my favourites, Imola.
Yes, but it is so hectic.
That it is.
Stewards lose several nights' sleep. They have to see counsellors afterwards. It's pretty crazy. But
I certainly feel like this race was a little bit more quiet than probably Misano.
it's great that the last half an hour had a lot of two-car battles. There's always something to flick to.
It's a cracking end to that one.
Bit of late drama. Next special event will be Silverstone, so that'll be 12 hours. A lot of talk about the BMW.
Might have to make an appearance on the circuit for that one, Malik.
Mate, you might have to. JC was talking it up. One of his favourite tracks, and he loves the McLaren there, so there's no excuses not to win that, JC. Very, very good, though. We'll be back next week for our sprint series. We're off to Zolder, one of my favourite tracks. And also, start of next month, we have our next endurance race, which will be at Hungaroring, my favourite track. Oh, I've done that well, haven't I?
Mate, you nailed that.
Pity I'm not racing in any of them. Anyway, come and race Monday nights with me on AMS2. Keep me company. I'll save your seat. Anyway, thanks, gents. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. Thanks again, Malt, for putting this on.
Malt.
No worries at all, gents. Alright, that's us done and dusted for today or tonight, wherever you are. Take care, and we'll see you again next week for some more racing on ACC. And our next special event will be in December, and our final special event for 2021. What a year it has flown past already. But sensational. Anyway, take care, be good, and g'day Braden's mum.